welcome to Twickenham, welcome to the home of English rugby, the home of the Army-Navy match, and now the home of both the men's and women's fixtures in this great competition. Today we've got the Babcock Trophy up for grabs, as well as the culmination of the Inter-Services Championships. What a day we have in prospect, not just for this lot that are gathered here today, but also for you at home, wherever you might be, across the UK or indeed the world. Well, as usual, the crowds are out in force and out in the beer gardens as well. The atmosphere is already buzzing and it promises only to get noisier here. The Army, of course, come into this hoping to continue their recent dominance in this longest of rugby rivalries. The Navy, on the other hand, can they upset recent history and record their first win since 2010? We are exclusively live from Twickenham. It's the Army versus the Navy, and we've got double action today, double the entertainment in this double header. The men's kickoff is at 1400 hours, and then the women get underway at 16:45. So 2 o'clock and 4:45 if you're a civvy joining us today. And what a day we have in store. Hello and welcome to Twickenham. We have all three services alongside me represented. Justin Coleman, the head coach of the RAF, Owen Salmon from the Royal Navy, and Andy Sanger. By the way, I'm going to start by saying Andy Sanger for the Army and Salmon for the Navy. You've let the side down, you've let the RAF down with your surname.
Sorry, JJ, I can go with a name change just to keep you happy and have a more of an effort.
We'll think about that as the day goes on. Guys, let's talk atmosphere here. There is nothing quite like this in any sport, really, Andy.
Yes, it's an amazing day. The atmosphere is building lovely. I've already seen a few Marines dressed as Tarzan and the RAF flyboys out in force. So, yeah, looking forward to the day.
Owen, you've played in this twice yourself. You've coached, from all levels up to head coach for the Royal Navy. I mean, memories. How do you feel coming into a day like this?
Yeah, it's very special. It's a great atmosphere, always is. And a great occasion for all three services, really. Although the Army and the Navy go out today, the RAF are obviously involved. Everyone's excited. Travelling in from Teddington this morning, the streets are packed, so today's going to be a really good event.
Justin, be honest with me. Are the RAF jealous of this?
We're always jealous of this occasion, to be fair. It's the third game in the tournament, and we'd love to be involved on a big occasion. I think the only way we can ever do that is keep winning, trying to win, doing as best that we can on the field to get to a big location and stadium like this.
Yeah. Andy, I mean, what is it? What is it about this matchup? I mean, is it the history? Where's the rivalry? I mean, what is it as far as you're concerned?
I think it's a combination of all those things. Obviously it's literally centuries of rivalry. But it's a healthy respect between the three services as well. We were chatting earlier about some of the earlier games where they used to get pretty feisty, and today would probably amount to maybe 5 or 6 red cards. But there's a healthy respect, and I think that resonates around the nation.
Personal memories, what does this all mean to you?
Yeah, it's an amazing occasion for everybody, really. Memories, I have to go back to 2010, the last time the Navy won here, scoring a try in the last 10 minutes and then hanging on and fighting to the bitter end to get over the line was probably something that will stay with me forever. Justin,
as a neutral here, what do you think it is that sort of separates this competition and makes this one day so special?
I think it's the social side of it, to be fair. The amount of people that attend, the rivalry coming to the fore between the Army and Navy, just to make it such a good day for everyone to get together socially and hopefully watch some good rugby.
Yeah, it's some reunion. Right, it's competition time. This is to celebrate Elliott Brown Watches. They're the official time partner. We're offering you the chance to win a watch. In fact, 2 watches up for grabs. You just need to guess the time in minutes and seconds of when the first try will be scored in both the men's and women's game. To enter, go to Elliott Brown Facebook page, that's at EB Watches, and use the hashtag TryTime to leave your entry time in the comments section, stipulating, the men's or the women's games. The winner will be announced after each game. Now, the closest answer will win, but if two of you or more are bang on the money in terms of the time, it will be whoever gets their answer in first. So get straight across to the Elliott Brown Facebook page and get your guesses in there for the first try in the men's and the women's game. Right, let's take a little look at the history of this illustrious match. The first official match was played back in 1907. Actually, the first fixture, I believe, was in 1878, but it has been an annual event ever since, except for during the World War I, II, and of course the recent pandemic. It was first played at Twickenham back in 1920. The men's version of the fixture, well, it's been a story of Army dominance with 67 wins to the Navy's 33. You have to go back to 2010 for the last time the Navy won. There has been a draw since then, though, back in 2016. So let's now hear from two men looking to put their own stamp on the fixture's history. It's the captains, and they are with John Knighton.
Both captains here with me now, Stu and Jared. Tell me, who's won the toss and what's happening?
So we've won the toss, we're kicking, and we're as we are.
Okay, obviously as we approach witching hour, we get ready to go. What's the final thoughts going through the lads' heads at the moment, Jared?
Yeah, we've just done our captain's walk there, just sort of the processes that we're going to take throughout the game, and yeah, we're feeling good to go. So.
Stu, atmosphere building, of course, outside the concourse at the moment. What's it like inside the dressing room?
Very calm. You know, we've just done our walk around, which is nice. You soak up the atmosphere, and then it's just calm moments in the change rooms before we start.
Anything but calm once it all kicks off, of course. Those opening moments, you know, we always expect, plenty of cut and thrust. Is that what we're going to expect today?
Yeah, it's always a feisty match. It's going to be won and or lost in sort of that first 10 minutes of both halves, and we're just going to go out and enjoy the experience and yeah, hopefully come away with the win.
May the best team win.
Cheers, John.
You. Cheers.
Well, that's thanks. See you later.
Yeah, take care.
Did he just try and mug him off? Is that what you thought happened there? What do you make of that?
We'll try any sort of trick to win over on the Army.
The mind games start now, do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Jared Haler, captain of the Royal Navy side, the captain himself as well. Thoughts on him as a leader?
Yeah, he's grown a hell of a lot since he's been involved with Navy Rugby. He started out with the Presidents as a young tearaway Marine. He's gone away, focused on his career, got himself commissioned, and he's come back a totally different person, a great leader on the field. Captain here last year for the very first time, and he keeps growing. He leads from the front. He'll be the first to offer himself as a ball carrier. He'll be out there making the big hits, so definitely leads from the front.
Andy, what is it like being a leader within this space? I mean, this is a level up from what guys are used to, but ultimately, the leaders really come to the fore on a stage like this, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and leadership will be a key factor today, because when the crowd comes in, when it gets going, when the atmosphere gets bouncing, it's the team and the captain that makes the clear decisions and leads the team, influences the referee in the right way, and having known both the players, both Jared, who's his father, I know as well, and Stu's, he's a calm character as well, so he'll be key for them. But I think Jared definitely wins the moustache of the captains fight off.
Yeah, I mean, the Royal Navy have got that one, haven't they? Straight away. Much of his power is derived from his moustache. Justin, as a head coach, that relationship that you have with the captain, what is that like? Because again, this is a reminder here, we're not talking about professional athletes here, we're talking about guys with day jobs, guys with other things to worry about, but on a day like today, all of that goes to one side.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when they're in camp, they're full-time rugby players. So the engagement between head coach and your captain is key in terms of everything you do, how the players are feeling, what training looks like tactically, and knowing Jared, that'll be a huge impact that he'll have to set the standard during the week in the gym, on the park as well, and making those good decisions when it comes to it during the game. Right,
well, Justin's side, the RAF, have played both the Army and the Navy so far in this inter-service competition. Let's take a look at what happened.
The loose ball getting stuck in the mud, and Hanley looks up to the sky and kicks for the corner. Oh, it's been stolen and collected, and oh my word, the Navy! How about that? Right, it's taken quickly, and maybe the RAF away, and that is some excellent play. There's 2.5 minutes left to play in this game. Got for glory for the Royal Navy, and it is just short. An end-to-end game, an absolute cracking contest to start the Inter-Services Championships for 2023. It is the Royal Navy 13, the RAF 13 at full time.
The forwards doing the business early on here. Driving over the line, they think they've scored a try, and they have done. The ball's being put up. Nayola with a lovely cutout ball. Here is Korowale, the first look at him go, ball in one hand, gets away from one, inside! A try scoring offload. Mikey McDonald, the quick ball off the deck. Oh, that's a lovely pass, and it might end up with a try. It will, and it's an absolute beauty. Diagonal kick, difficult to take, but doing really well is Mark Williams for the Air Force, flings it back in field. Now it's into the hands of William Reid. He kicks ahead, but was he taken out? Army support think this should be a penalty, but it might work out for them anyway. Dominant second half performance. Army 48, Royal Air Force 17.
Oh, some champagne rugby moments from the Army there at the RAF stage. This is the look of the competition at this point. The Army with the only win so far, so at the top with 4 points. The Royal Navy following that draw against the Royal Air Force with 2 points apiece. So what does that mean? It means today that if the Army win, then they go home with both the Inter-Services Championship and, of course, the bragging rights from the Army Navy, and that is also true for the Royal Navy. So all to play for, not just today, but across the championship as well. Guys, Andy, I'll start with yourself. You know, with everything you've seen so far in the competition, what can we read into for today?
I think the Army will bring some attacking flair. To be fair to the Royal Navy, they've got a balanced team, probably more so than they've had in recent times, so they'll offer some real challenges to the Army. But I think that the firepower that the Army have got, particularly out wide, particularly on the bench, I'm going to call it early, might be too much for the Navy.
All right, you said it. Owen, the Navy have had a lot of matches this season outside of the Inter-Services competition, so this is a well-bonded team, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, since they played the RAF down in that paddy field down in Plymouth,
yeah,
they've had 3 games which have gone really well. I think their confidence took a bit of a dent against the RAF, and they've been building that back up nice and quickly now, ready to peak here today. It's interesting, the Army have not played for a month since playing the RAF, so I don't know, not having that match practice is going to have an effect on today's game.
Yeah, no problems with the pitch surface out here tonight. This is as good as it comes. What do you read into it? You know, head coach, you play both of these sides.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, looking at the tactical game that came into Plymouth for the RAF side of it, we got that right in the day, and the lads executed really well. Going into the Army game with Kingsholm, we're still scratching our heads over the second half, but we made too many errors, and the Army showed that when they've got their backs up and the scoreboard and territory, they can be devastating physically with an offloading game with some of their fantastic Aegean players. So it's difficult. I think tactics will come down a lot to this. I'd expect a strong kicking game from the Navy, trying to force pressure and early exits from the Army to then try and capitalise on that territory and possession. But the Army are lethal, and they've shown that against us, and I'm sure we'll see some of that attacking flair today.
Andy, there's so much individual talent within the Army. There's no doubt about that. Haven't played in a month, as they've said. What do you know about the cohesion that's going on out there?
Yeah, they're connected. It's interesting the point Owen said about the break they've had for a month. They've actually been out and about and had some physical days. I know that they came to Harlequins for a day and run out against our boys in what was a pretty heavy contact day for us and for them. So I don't think the worry around game will be valid. The cohesion, I think if I'd have called it earlier this season, the Navy team, particularly against when they played Exeter down there, were excellent. So it'll be tight. Cohesion will come into it, but I just think the talent and the firepower, and we'll see some of it later, I think.
Yeah, I mean, talking about talent, Virimi Caravali, he's one to absolutely keep an eye on today, but actually moving forward as well.
Yeah, Amy, he's currently up at Newcastle at the moment, and he's played a couple of games, scored 4 tries in one of the games for Newcastle. So he's a decent player, and I think he'll only get much better when he gets in a full-time program with conditioning, nutrition, you know, and the top level coaching. He'll be a special player.
How do the Navy respond to a player like that?
They've just got to stick within their systems, you know. Don't give him any space, and they need to close him down as soon as they can. But it's not just, he's not the only player on the field. They've got threats all over. However, for us, you know, we'll stick within the systems. As Justice mentioned before, we'll bring a kick game, so our kick chase has got to be good. Kicks have got to be accurate. And for us, really, we probably are the underdogs, so things have got to go our way. We've got to be disciplined, not give those penalties away. And when we get the opportunity to get on the scoreboard, we've got to take them. Otherwise, it'll be a long day for us, I think.
Right, let's get over to John. He's with Tim Osman, the Army's head coach.
Well, we're here by the grave of Ronnie Poulton Palmer, 1915. He was killed in action in the First World War. Tim Osman is with me, who's the Army head coach. Tim, in a way, this is what this match is all about, because his last words were, I will never play at Twickenham again. He was one of the great internationals for England in his day. That's why we're here.
Exactly that. And what a better tribute you couldn't find, really, to come onto a pitch like this and have that sort of sentiment with us as servicemen and servicewomen today. That's exactly what it's all about. Rugby's a big team game. It's a big bond. It's a big thing in the services, and that's something that exemplifies it for all of us, really.
It certainly is. Now, tell me about the build-up. We've been watching, obviously, both sets of players out on the field. What are you telling them now?
Stay calm. That's about it. It's been the last, I don't know, I suppose 24, 48 hours of just trying to keep off the legs a little bit, rest up. All the preparation is done. You know, you've got 2 good coaching teams, 2 good management teams, 2 great squads. You're just trying to let the guys have an opportunity to show what they can do, and you want to do them the very best of it. So you're trying to keep them calm and stay relaxed, and hopefully they can execute a game plan for us this afternoon.
What more can you do now as the coach on the touchline, or from your position?
Running out of nails to bite. There's a few things, whether it's tactically or whether it's with tweaks in the game plan a little bit. We've got a few options up our sleeve. We might look to change and see if we can react to perhaps what the Navy throw at us, and vice versa. So like some of that sort of stuff, some of the substitutions potentially to try and alter how we play, and that's about it really. So yeah.
You have the experience, of course, and you've got men who've played this game, experienced this atmosphere, but you've also got newcomers who haven't. What have you been able to say to them?
Just trying to embrace their enthusiasm, really. Yeah, you come with a burden perhaps of playing a few of these games and understanding what it means in that regard. Likewise, if you haven't played it before, it's all new, so you're not necessarily burdened with that sort of sense of pressure and responsibility. So we're just trying to encourage them to really enhance that enthusiastic, fresh approach. They're all talented, and to embrace the game and go and perform for us. So we're just trying to thrive off it, really.
Thanks for joining us. Best of luck for this afternoon.
Thank you, John.
Right, first and foremost, he seems very calm. Should he be?
Yeah, he does seem calm. I guarantee that inside he's absolutely bricking it. There's no doubt about it. But he's a good guy, Tim. He's a good coach, as he said. You know, Navy got a good coach staff as well. But he's also true in what he said. You know, the coaches won't really affect today. It'll be who deals with best on the field. They should just put their feet up and have a nice cup of tea.
Why do you say inside he'll be nervous? What is it? Is it the occasion?
Yeah, it's the occasion, it's the history. Because unlike many other games, you know, you're not only playing to win a trophy or a tournament. You're representing your regiment, your family, your mates are in the crowd. You've got to go to work on Monday and look at people in the eye who've covered you for months because you've been away preparing for this, you know, this event. So it's more than a rugby match would sound. You know, it sounds a bit of a cliche, but it is.
Yeah. The Navy are not without their superstars today as well. Sam Matavesi playing at 6. He's definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely brings that Premiership and international experience with Northampton Saints and Fiji. And when he comes back into the camp, he just brings a bundle of energy, loads of experience. The boys are really happy to have him involved, and he'll be leading from the front today, and he'll be looking to get ball in hand and really attack the Army.
That's the thing, Justin. He usually plays at Saints. He plays hooker. Today he's playing at 6. that's an opportunity to let him get ball in hand and play with some flair.
Yeah, him playing in the back row will free him up. He's such a huge threat in the breakdown, very strong over the ball, big carrier. You'll see a lot of work from him. Penalty count, I'll imagine, for that jackal will be high. He's a nuisance, and the Army will need to deal with him to get any kind of good ball. I'd imagine second half of the game, he might look to maybe get 15-20 minutes in a hooker, depending on how his legs are going. But he's a good player, and he needs targeting like the RAF did on a worse pitch down in Plymouth. But the Army back row will be trying to fire some shots into him today.
And do the teams have to sort of build their structure around those superstars?
I think even though you have to recognise, Navy with Matavesi, that they bring something different. It won't be an individual that wins it today. There might be the odd moment, but ultimately it'll be the team that functions well at the set piece, the breakdown, all the nuts and bolts that'll win the game today.
Right, Dave Pascoe, a real stalwart of this competition, is alongside John.
Yeah, Dave, great to talk to you. Thanks ever so much. I know we're very, very close to kick off now.
Right, sure, yeah.
What do you need to say to the lads before we go on the field for good?
We're looking to just stay in our systems and processes that we've been working on. So really now it's just about going out and trying to execute what we've been training and enjoy the whole occasion.
It really is high time the Royal Navy won, isn't it? You've been waiting for such a long time. Is this the way, the day you're going to do it?
It's just a great game, so who knows on this day. It's a cup final for both teams, but we've prepped well. We're going in with the best chance we've got. So
atmosphere building, it's going to be fantastic.
Oh yeah, it's electric in here. I can't wait, John.
All the very best.
No worries.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, as John says, the atmosphere really is building. This place just comes alive in this blink of an eye, because let's be honest, everybody's outside finishing off their last beers, and then they'll be in here. And there's no neutrals here today, is there, Andy?
No, not at all. You're definitely navy blue or army red. So, and you're right about the beers. There'll be a lot of beers getting swigged as we speak and dashing into the stadium. But yeah, it's definitely building. It's lovely.
Yeah, I mean, it's no accident that I wore a navy blue shirt today. Right, I'm going to have to just put you to it. It's predictions. I'm not looking for an exact scoreline, but how does this game play out, do you think, Andy?
Army win.
Army win.
I've got to go.
No chance of saying that.
Navy by 3.
Navy by 3. Right. The neutral.
I think if the Navy play the game plan they're set out to, stop the Army from playing, that they'll win. But that's a head and a heart decision. But I'm going to go with the Navy.
Right. We are minutes away. We've got a little over 5 minutes. So make sure you stick with us. Army Navy kickoff coming your way.
What does it take to become a master? Power, skill, knowledge. It takes patience. Until it's time to take action. Beachmaster.
Good afternoon, everyone. Another glorious day here at Twickenham as the HQ receives the services personnel to watch this finish to the Inter-Services Championship. It really is a very special day in the rugby calendar. The vibe is quite different to any other match that graces the hallowed turf here at Twickenham. The Army probably take the favourites tag again, yes, but as we saw last year, this is a cup final of sorts, and form may well become a false guide to this 80 minutes. Friends reunited all around the stadium. The car parks are really busy, making sure they have a chance to catch up before they nail their colours to the mast. A very partisan match, this one. And as the guys have said, you're either red or blue, and there's not much in between. Plenty of fancy dress there as well. Everybody waiting for this one with huge anticipation. There's the Army lineup. Lots of new faces in the Army camp, including, of course, new head coach Tim Osman. His starting 15 has 11 new names in it compared to last year. That tried and trusted front row has a new engine room in Visay and Baretti. Cross and Ackers ride alongside Shane Nailao in the back row. Owen Davis gets the 10 shirt with a new midfield combo of Bromley Martin and Korawale outside him. New experience for the likes of Glixton and Cam McDonald, whose brother Mikey is waiting in the wings. There's a few potential game changers there as well, including the veteran Ifeanyi Bollandau. We're told it may be his last game today. Well, more consistency in the blue ranks really. 2/3 of the 22 starters are there again. Notable newbies though in the pack. Reece Williams replaces Ben Priddy at 2. Ryan Bolton locks in alongside Ed Pascoe, whilst the familiar faces of flankers Matavesi and Hayler link with the returning Vakala Tukali at the back. The back line does stay pretty much intact. Dan Rutter steps up from the bench at scrum half. Henry Hughes moves in 1 to allow Filipino flyer Jerome Rudder to start on the right wing this afternoon. Well, it doesn't really matter your fancy dress or your colours, you're really up for this. Great to see the huge mix of people both inside this stadium and of course outside. I'm not sure what the motorways are doing without their bollards, but I'm sure people are trying to get here this afternoon, especially with the problems on the railways today. There's Stu Cross, Captain Stu Cross, Captain Jared Hayler. Quick chat before they leave the tunnel. The moment has arrived, leading their teams out into this cavernous stadium. Listen to this, a cacophony of noise will hail the arrival of these military gladiators. So first up, as we settle the lines down, a moment's applause for all those personnel that have suffered or lost during hostilities, and also to those serving throughout the world. Appreciation and connection with everybody watching this. A big thanks from everyone lucky enough to be here. 46 men this afternoon playing for their families, friends, units and services around the world. On behalf of the world, we thank you for your service. And now you're about to hear the most passionate and committed rendition of the national anthem you've ever heard, led by the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines. if that doesn't get the blood coursing through your veins, nothing will. What a setup for a very special match. Now, on the commentary gantry, I'm joined in the red corner by Major Andy Sanger, in the blue corner, Lieutenant Owen Salmon. Gentlemen, good afternoon, great to have you with me. Andy, this is always so special. You've been out of this for a while, but I'm guessing the hairs on the back of your neck are doing some action right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tremendous event. Feel privileged just to be sat here and commenting on it, and yeah, really look forward to a great game of rugby.
I mean, you were with me last year on what was a humdinger of an inter-services championship match. I'm guessing we're hoping for more of the same, although you'll be obviously hoping for a different outcome.
Yeah, very much so. Navy got off to a really good start last year. Unfortunately, the Army managed to turn the screw up front and work their way back into the game, and eventually came out on top. So hopefully it'll be a different story this year.
Well, for the Army, it's 1400 hours. For the Navy, it's 4 bells in the afternoon watch. For everyone else, it's all systems go. The battle for the Babcock Trophy, the 104th Army-Navy match, is about to get underway. This huge, huge occasion is going to have another page in the history books. Here we go. Owen Davis with the start to this game. Interesting that Owen has got the 10 shirt, where we've known him principally as being a fullback. I know he wasn't involved last year. Has that surprised you to put him in the pivotal position? Well, here's a break from Turkish Nathaniel Tichard-Jones. Austin to Nayalu, but the kick going through. Just reverting back to that question, Andy, the pivotal role is at 10. Is it surprise you that Jack Johnson's not there, that Owen Davis is?
No, to be fair to Owen, he's played 10 quite a lot in his career, so he's got the ability to play 10, 15, so I'm sure the Army confident what he'll do.
So Rhys Williams get an early chance to check that he's got his arrows, and no problems there with Ed Pascoe leaping high. Of course, Williams in for the name that was so long associated with the Navy, Ben Priddy, and getting the early call to allow them to get away from that 22. Owen, there are some familiar names missing, but there's some great talent coming through in both sides of this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to see some of the younger boys get their opportunity. I know some of the Navy under-23s got capped against the RAF. Missed out in today's game, a few of them, but yeah, it's always good when you get a bit of youth on the pitch.
Dave Pascoe's been able to cap 10 new players in this inter-services thus far. And some new faces within the red ranks as well. Here's Jerome Rudder trying to get some width on the Navy game early on. Williams offers to go short. Rudder again trying to get his fullback in. No way through for Craig Duncan, but the ball is there for Rudder. Dot. Ramakita throws it a little wildly, and Hughes does very well, and then gets the release to Hayler. Great work from Henry Hughes. Another veteran, Kai Beasley, in his 11th year. Trying to get width on, but the passing just a little haphazard there, but they'll come back for that early call.
Yeah, you can see the Navy game plan early on there. They're looking to go touchline to touchline to try and spread that Army defence and then try and sneak back down that blind side. You saw it quite well there. They made some good yardage and eventually got the penalty.
We saw it last year, Andy. I know you were watching from afar, but the Navy had so much of the first 10 minutes, missed the first 2 penalties inside the first 5. I think he bounced one off the upright. Jordan got points. Don't mean prizes in the first 10 minutes, but they can lead you along that path.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll want to build, them points into pressure. Sorry, the pressure into points. But what's been interesting is the officials. I think they could play a key part in the game today. You've got a full-time team of officials there, and he's picked up a couple of things that perhaps at some of the level the boys are playing that they may get away with. So hopefully they don't influence the game today.
Got changes things this year, and the bagel is already broken for the Navy. Inside 4 minutes they have 3 points on the board.
Yeah, that's a great settler as well. It's a great settler for the team, and also Jordan Gott as well after last year.
It's been a big year for Gott. He's been now an international, of course. Got capped for Belgium during the Rugby Europe Championship earlier on this year. And playing under Mike Ford. I'm not sure whether Mike's still there in charge, but certainly I was talking to Jordan on Thursday and saying how much he enjoyed it, how much he got working with an experienced coach and a halfback coach at that. Well, he's got 2, hasn't he? Paco and Mike Ford. Hughes gets his way up over the 22. Haylor.
No, happy ball out.
Dave Pascoe is telling me that this back row combination of Matavesi, Haylor and Vakala Takali is the 3 that he's been after for a few years, and for a different circumstance hasn't been able to put them into the unit that they are in now this afternoon. So it'll be interesting to see again. Passing just a little bit unsympathetic, and this gives the Navy a chance down that left flank again. Ramakita pulled up short. Rutter again looking to go down that short side. Matavesi and Haylor in combo there.
Flat.
He's shutting that door, but now it moves into open pastures for Kai Beasley. Gott putting the little kick through. Fairly easy take for Will Reeve.
10 metres.
Yeah, I think the Navy may be better keeping their ball in hand. They've spread the Army really well, created some holes that the Army will be concerned about, and I think a ball in hand there might be causing some issues.
Yes, that continuity could have just stretched the red line a little bit further than it did in the end. I'm sure that Tim Alsman will be happy with the way that the defensive line stepped up, as will Jamie Miller, of course last year's captain, now defence captain for the Army, though I'm hearing malicious rumour that he may want to get the boots back on before too long.
Yeah, I saw him last week. He's talking about getting on the field again. I've told him to stay off it.
A reservist now, Jamie Miller. Sam Matavesi and Craig Duncan again, the kick again. No real pressure on the catcher this time. Conor O'Reilly with plenty of time and experience, of course, in the Royal Artillery Sergeant. Slam downfield, but Jordan Gott weighing up what the options are, sends it very high. There is a bit of a breeze here, so for the catchers it may not be straightforward. Owen Davies showing his fullback acumen that we know him for.
No.
Plenty of time now for Al Brixton. And the Army looking to just settle into a rhythm now. It's all, as ever, been a bit frenetic.
Thank you.
Brixton again puts ball to air. His opposite number is there. Rutter feeds out to Duncan.
And tackle.
That was Josiah Visai disappearing over the shoulder of Duncan. The kick, though, is with the wrong club. Now, we've got plenty of connection with people around the world. Kath Brazier, you've got your finger on the pulse. Who are we hearing from?
Well, good afternoon, gents. Like you said, a worldwide audience when it comes to the military. They are coming from all over. We've even got some US sailors watching. They, of course, are supporting the Navy. Sorry, Andy Sanger, but that's the way it is. But most importantly, actually got a message from Gaz Evans, and he wants to give a shout out to the JFC NATO Lions. Gaz, of course, who's on the bench today. He's currently based out in Naples with this NATO Lions team. He's been playing for them, but they've been without him for the last 3 months, so he owes them quite a few beers. Matthew Wilkes says the real competition is in the car park. We all know the Navy win the drinking game. I don't know, the two, Owen and Andy can discuss that one. And also, Navy's going to win. Those guys are built like a tank. Well, quite arguably, David, I think they're all built like tanks, coming from someone who's only 5'4".
Thanks, Gaz. Yeah, the medals for the after-game drinking, I don't know who's going to adjudicate on that one.
I think, to be fair, the captain's got a fair point. The Navy are pretty good in that space.
I think we're both too old for that now, Andy.
Oh, the Army try and catch the Navy unawares, but just shooting themselves in the foot with the handling. Yes, I think the strapline "get on it" is probably very valid with the Army-Navy game every year, isn't it?
At every stage. Yeah, that's just part and parcel of Army-Navy, and it just creates this fantastic atmosphere.
It is a quite wonderful atmosphere. Over 53,000 tickets sold, though. Obviously, with the problems on the railways, I don't think we're going to see that complete number here. So if you're joining us, having intended to be here at Twickenham, good afternoon to you. Thank you for your company.
Stand up. Let's pre-engage. He's already being too hard this No. Come on. Let's get a little bit of space. Let's pre-engage.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot more about Gaz Evans, I'm sure, through the course of this game. The Frank Sinatra of Inter-Services Rugby is back again. Cheers to the JFC Lions. Hope you're enjoying this from the Italian region. Watching this wherever you may be.
Set. 1, 2, 3, play away, down on the
This part of the set piece is always critical to the flow of the game. Not quite sure who came out on top there, but Duncan has the ball for the senior service, trying to pull the last defender in to release Ben Chambers.
No clear lift.
Toots, as they call Vicalo Takali, leads the way into the Army 22. Chambers again. And the two wingers combining out there. Matavesi offers and drives into the red wall. Quick presentation. Bubba Watson
Stripped. Backwards by
loses the ball in contact, and here is a chance for the Army to escape. But just as I say that, the ball goes loose, and it's second dibs for the Royal Navy. Again, Vicalo Tukali can't make any headway, but the call from referee Anthony Woodthorpe gives the Navy the option of another 3 points. Andy, what have you seen?
Yeah, to be fair to the Navy, they've managed to retain the ball really well. You know, they got stripped there, but the pressure they are mounting is telling on the Army, I feel, and they'll have to sort of up the game around the breakdown. There appears to be gaps there, and their ability to switch the play for the Navy appears to be causing gaps for the Army as well. So yeah, they're doing really well.
Oh, and I saw the Navy at Grange Road beginning of this year, and it was noticeable the extra width that they were trying to put on the ball. Is that what you're seeing so far in the first 10-15 minutes here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from both of the set pieces, you've seen them go wide, getting out to that 5 metre channel, bringing the play back into midfield, and then automatically switching to the blind side again. Just trying to move that big, heavy Army defence around. And at the moment, it's paying dividends with 6 points on the board.
Yes, unlike last year, Jordan got immaculate thus far off the tee. It is interesting to see the two halfbacks inspecting that blind side. Dan Rutter having a look on a constant basis at what the defensive line is from the Army on that short side?
Yeah, I suspect they've done their analysis and identified that that's a potential weakness. But thus far, the Army have hung in there. But a bit of a turnover here to see if the Army can do something with the ball in hand.
Yeah. O'Reilly almost through. Watson managing to scrag his man, but the ball is still there for those in red. Mayalu starting this year, of course, came off the bench to such an impact last year. Bromley Martin, the inside centre. Reeve out to Korowale. There's the offload that we were talking about. Captain Stu Cross pulled up just short. Gareth Smith getting the starting berth this year at tight head. Oh, the big throw out into midfield. Visai. Oh, a bit of Fijian flair opening the door for the British Army. Iron Davis opts to step back inside. And way through. Glixton ordering people into position. First real opportunity for the Army in this game. Advantage call is there should they need it. So free play.
Yeah, okay.
Ackers. Last year it was the Army 7, Matt Dawson, who scored the first try. Is this the first try coming this year? Not quite, but they're keeping the ball alive. Reeve pulled up just short. And they would go back for that earlier call as the bullets flying out of the ruck.
Yeah, some real pressure from the Army then. I think when Owen reflects on that, maybe he should have shipped it outside, as I think they created the overlap. But Nyalu is causing some damage at 8. He's a powerful guy. Interesting that they're looking to tap from here.
Shot called. Okay,
no,
use the line.
They changed it, and the call from Stu Cross is to take the 3.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think the Navy will be quite relieved that they've taken the 3 there. They were under a lot of pressure under their own posts, conceded a couple of penalties, and I think they'll be happy to get away with 3 points.
Coming up to the quarter of an hour mark in this one. As ever, as you might expect, a different game to the one we saw last year, but you can see 2 confident sides, I still think, from what we've seen.
Yeah, I think the Navy probably played the better rugby. They've looked more consistent at the breakdown. They seem to have a better pattern and a shape to their attacking play. Korovali in the centre looks a danger, as we identified before the game. I think his ability to get on the outside and then the one-handed offloads, that could be telling in the game later.
Yeah, that 13 channel is going to be fascinating to see how that works out. Of course, it's dependent on what goes on inside and how the back row may be releasing. But you go into that channel, you've got, well, ammunition, should we say.
Yeah, absolutely. It's traditionally one of the most difficult areas of the field to defend in that 13 channel, particularly when you've got someone with his footwork and his skill and his handling ability.
And you've got what has been a winger in Henry Hughes, moved in a slot. We know he's got the pace in attack, but it's going to take a lot of rugby acumen, shall we say, to make sure you close the door in defence.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a big job, but he's very experienced. Oxford Blue several times here, so he'll be drawn on that experience to hopefully close him out.
Yeah, I've commentated on all his 5 Oxford Blues. A man who knows Twickenham like not many others probably out there. Sam Matavesi, another one who's familiar with this turf. Chikali. Good to see him back in the mix. He's been absent for a little while. Jared Hayler hasn't. The first Royal Marine to captain the Royal Navy. Craig Duncan, no way through there. Good defensive work there from Cameron McDonald.
Stay low.
2 sets of brothers in the Army 23 today. Kotabalavus are on the bench, both of them. Jerome Rudder looking for that support from Hughes. Taking contact on the head there. You may have to go back and look at that. Immediately, Henry Hughes grabbed at his jaw. Well, the Navy keep playing with Rhys Williams. Matavesi in as the first receiver. All those in red knowing the danger of the Northampton Saints hooker. Playing in the back row this afternoon. There's his compatriot Jared Hayler.
Tripped over the body, tripped over 13.
Got again feeding the voracious forwards outside him, getting early handling opportunities and early collision opportunities. Penalty again.
Again, the Navy have done really well. They go round the corner, sort of hit him with the flow, causing real damage, and then sniping back when they see the Army sort of a bit light on the short side.
Yeah, the continuity, Owen, will please Dave Pascoe, I guess, that he is able to build up that sort of momentum.
Yeah, definitely. You can see what they're putting on the training paddock is putting exactly out onto the pitch, and the continuity, as you say, they're not scared of moving the ball out wide. They're confident that they're going to get to that breakdown, secure their ball, and then shift it away from that contact point. So at the moment, yeah, really, really good shape from the Navy.
Yeah.
Got slots another. Doing everything you need to do off the tee so far, Jordan Gott. Of course, been working with Tony Yap down at the Thornton Titans, so no doubt some extra kicking tutelage down there, and really showing well in the first quarter of this game. 9-3, boys in blue leading. Very early days, of course, in this contest, but they will be satisfied that they've settled themselves into this. Jerome Rudder, another international, of course, Philippines winger, played in the sevens circuit.
No to no!
Dan Rutter in for Gar Rees, of course, who had such a great game last season. As did that man, Craig Duncan.
Four. Thank you.
The extra length on his kick to force Davis back deep into his own 22 and force that kick, an advantage Navy.
Yeah, they definitely won the kicking battle there. I think the Navy will be disappointed with their chase from the kicks. There's been some, some decent box kicks gone up, with good hand time, and the chase has not been there, creating pressure on the receiver from the Army. So that'll be something the Pascoe will definitely look at.
Is that down to the kicker or down to the chase? Because the kicks generally have been quite long, haven't they?
They have arguably they're maybe 5-10 meters too long, but the chase needs to be more aggressive, I think.
Good take in the middle from Ed Pascoe. Became a dad again 3-4 weeks ago. Got a brother to Freddie, but as a consequence has had somewhat limited availability in the Navy training camp. Taylor,
still under advantage.
Always willing to do those hard yards. Advantage call is there for the senior service, but they play and play on. Ricardo Takali.
Can't play advantage. We go back to the collapse. 4 in the side, 6 collapse.
Well, let's get some ideas of what's going on in the Royal Navy camp. I think their head coach, Dave Pascoe, is ready to talk to our man, John Knighton. John.
Yeah, very much so. Thanks a lot to Dave. So far, so good for the boys.
Yeah, so we've set about making the breakdown a big point, and at the minute we've just got a little edge on the collision and winning ball around that breakdown. It's leading to a few penalties where we're keen to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
And you must have been pleased with the way you defended that first Army attack. I know you gave a penalty away, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it was a great set of defence, but as you can see, they're really dangerous individually in attack, so we were quite lucky there. I thought we might have shipped a try at that point.
It really is all about taking the chances that you get. We've seen these time and time again in the past. You've had penalties, you've missed. So far, so good.
Yeah, that's right. They don't come around that often, so you've got to take them when you get a chance to put some points on.
Dave, thanks very much.
Dave Pascoe, the record point scorer for the Royal Navy in this contest. Jordan Gott with his most difficult kick thus far, and just unable to find the target. The kick away invites the Navy to come back from halfway.
Tackle the heads!
Rutter and Gott. Ramakita throws wide, but it's into the hands of Cameron McDonald. Last year it was his brother Mikey who scored in that corner. This year it's another McDonald. Cam McDonald gets the first try of this contest. And it has to be said, a bit of a gift.
Yeah, the Navy will be hugely disappointed with that. Again, they were creating pressure, they were creating gaps, and there was no need actually for the long pass because they had sufficient numbers. And as you say, a bit of a gift for the Army there.
It's round Makita's pass, and a relatively easy interception for the Army winger there.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you saw it go up in the air and your heart was in your mouth. And it was a gift trying to throw the miracle ball over the top there, and it's just been easily picked out and a nice little run in.
Yeah, Sapper Cameron McDonald of the Royal Engineers celebrating in style, and why not? Take some of that. Well, the moment was there and he seized it and enjoyed it, and why not?
To be fair to Ramakita, there's one of them that if it goes into a Navy hand, he's bouncing down the touchline, and probably resulting for them, unfortunately for him and for the Navy, it's gone the wrong way.
Davis can't add the extras, so the Navy still have their noses in front, but maybe the confidence just dented a little bit with that.
Hopefully they'll reset. Jared behind the sticks would be calming everybody down, and they just need to reset and start going again. You know, they've played really well so far. They can't let one small mistake affect their confidence.
Major William Reeve up to the task under that restart and allowing the Army to reset their defensive line just up towards the halfway. Carlo Takali. What does that do to the Navy setup? They will stick to their game plans, no doubt. And Makita determined to make up for that aberration. Pascoe.
No, too long. What? That's his own player. Okay, well done.
Well, the counter-rucking coming through with great effect from those in red, and the ball is there for Koronivuku Veretti. Reeve calling,
is on.
having seen the angle. Chambers trying to get back, but that is a great kick.
Some great play from the Army there, and then they identified that the Navy were red light at numbers at the breakdown. Brilliant counter ruck, and credit to Will Reeve. That is an excellent kick.
Yeah, the 50-22 working for the British Army there, and it'll give them another attacking opportunity within the Navy 22. Had one before, of course, only came away with 3 points. Cross provides the ball for his team to drive. It's being stalled at the moment, so into the back line it goes. McDonald gets through one. McDonald's going to do it again. It's a 1-2 double from Cam McDonald. The sapper in the Royal Engineers doing his job for the British Army, and that is a big blow for the Army early on in this game, as it is.
Yeah, it is. The Navy will be reeling at the moment under the boats. That's a bit of a sucker punch, you know. They had numbers. It's a relatively easy set piece to defend, and it's just a missed tackle in the middle, and he's through.
Dare I say it, it was the same man again. It was Ramakita who missed the tackle, so he will be smarting, to say the least, right now.
Yeah, hopefully Joe will be having a chat with him behind the post and trying to pick him up. But the Army are right back into this game now, taking the lead through 2 Navy mistakes, the miracle ball over the top, and then giving the ball away at the breakdown just on the halfway line. And the Army found a great 50-22 to attack from the Navy's 22, and they miss tackle and they score under the post.
Within the space of 4 minutes, this game has a very different feel. We know how different it was last year. If you remember, the lead changed hands 6 times last season in that game. It could be another one coming up, a roller coaster. But right now, the Army are just so buoyant.
We actually spoke before the game that if you give the Army some opportunity, they'll take them. They've got some good finishers, they've got some good players, and if you allow opportunities like that, they're gonna punish you.
Well, the German international doing his job for the British Army. 2 tries on the board, both of them to the right winger.
5. Thank you. That's touch. Backwards now.
Set up a game of kick tennis.
22 is on. You're running forward.
Well, that is a sloppy penalty, and it's just not working for Seti Ramakita at the moment, is it?
No, unfortunately, he's had a shock the last 5 minutes. He's gifted some territory there for the Army.
12 running forward always. 12 always running forward, yeah?
Plymouth Albion centre was injured in the early part of this season with that rib problem. But, he will feel there's plenty of repair work to do in the next hour of this one. What's just happened in the last 5-6 minutes?
I think the Navy could just do with trying to just take some heat out of the game, and maybe a front row will go down just to take 30 seconds and just reset, because at the moment they're gifting the Army opportunity.
Well, that was
he just pulls them back, so it's a penalty.
A bit of a silly, cynical penalty. Anthony Woodthorpe just with the stern lecture to Visay.
He just pulls it. It's just silly.
Yeah, and that's and we can see how quickly the game changes there. A slight bit of momentum change. Navy in the ascendancy now with the line out, so this line out's crucial to secure their own ball and get back onto the front foot.
And as you say, that game management is critical for the next 5-10 minutes. Well, maybe going into half time. We've had half an hour done just to reset the match barometer in many ways.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be reeling, as I said earlier, but they just need to have, get through the phases, retain, but almost simplify the game for the next 3 or 4 minutes, and just build that momentum and cohesion again.
Because after all, it is only a 6-point differential right now in the bigger scheme of things. Maybe scrum, shoulder to shoulder, mano a mano, and drive towards the 22. Reece Williams is enjoying the ride right now.
Still the same more.
Because he's still there, and now he finds himself in the red zone. Hayla. Matavesi, he's the sort of experience, him and Hayla, the sort of experience that now needs to come to bear within the Navy ranks. Right up.
Backwards.
Elusive, given the chance, but the Army
just a scrum advantage onside.
Suffocating him as quickly as possible when he's got the ball in hand. Watson. Gott. Oh, Gott working his way through. The halfbacks combining. Final pass just not quite there, but the opportunity remains for the senior service. Big plays coming up.
10 offside. 10 offside advantage. Okay.
Free play, I think.
Yes.
Henry Hughes is hanging out wide on this right wing with nobody in front of him. Penalty call goes though.
Guards offside.
think the Navy then with a little bit more composure, if they just put their head up, I think there was opportunities left and right. Because the Navy, the Army, you're sort of honeypotting around the breakdown rather than looking up and scanning. So they be interesting to see what they do. If I would be tempted to maintain pressure. They're going for goal, but I think they've got the Army under a bit of pressure to keep the foot on the throat.
Owen, would you have taken the 3 or try and roll the dice for the 7?
I think I'd have taken the 3 to get back within 3 points of the Army. I know they talked when they played the RAF down in Plymouth Albion that they didn't make the right decisions. They kept kicking to the corner, trying to score a try from their rolling maul, and it just didn't work. So they've kind of had a reset, and if the points are on opportunity, they're going to take them.
Well, Jordan Gott has certainly worked well off the tee. This is a relatively simple 7-iron, and no problems for the Navy number 10. See what it means to the younger versions of the services as well. That's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be a fair amount of cadets in here today. Hopefully not drinking alcohol.
Of course not.
Maybe just one.
I saw that your man Marla was waving the blue flag when we interviewed him earlier on in the week. I mean, I get that he likes going to sea, but I'm worried that a former member of the services still has to be called Major when he's in Civvy Street.
It's okay, I have him to attention and all sorts. He's absolute disgrace for shouting for the Navy, but he only did it to wind me up.
Oh, and succeeded.
And it worked, absolutely.
Yeah, good to see the Quins boys getting behind their man. Or not.
12 goes to the
Thankfully Marcus and Adam Jones did, so it's 2-1.
The checks are cleared by then, aren't they?
Yeah, thankfully I can't. Well, I certainly can't afford their wages.
No, you don't have to write checks anymore. You just send it straight across off your phone. Right, so we're into the final 5 of this first half, and as you can see,
yeah, perfect.
No eye patches there.
Beyond 15, beyond
Nice
15.
Line out throw from Pete Austin. Tells me he's playing his last game of inter-services. I think he's leaving the services just before the summer, or in the middle of the summer maybe. Kowalik, a Newcastle Falcons man as he is now. Reeves stepping in that playmaker role. Now Davis back in. There is the fullback once again, moving out.
He missed the ball.
Just stitching things together. The kick from Owen Davis is blocked by Pascoe, and it's pretty much where it is right now. It's right in the middle of the pitch, and this game tight as you like. Kath Frazier, what's the reaction from the rest of the world and what they've seen in this first 36 minutes?
Well, I'm going to be really fair and say that it's about 50-50 for Army and for Navy.
Both eyes wide open.
I promise you. And in fact, there are arguments starting over social media, which isn't a new phenomenon, obviously, but we've got a lot of people actually on holiday, which is lovely to hear. I hope they're not left their families poolside. But a Navy vet who's on holiday in Mallorca, Brian Taylor, says hello. Roger Nichols, Go Army from Benidorm. There's Andrew Maguire, who's watching from Germany. We've got someone watching from Thailand, David Whitemore. There's West Wales. I mean, all over. And one for you, Andy Sanger. Someone who calls himself the Border Biker was a sapper with Andy Sanger at 24. I don't know if that's your age or 2 for the regiment. But one particularly...
I hope it's not your IQ.
But my
Pretty serious, not my age.
my favourite is someone who said, "Look at the state of that beret" when the crowd was in focus, and that's brilliant. Is that military are watching, but they are very noticing. They're very focused on military dress.
Well, wherever you are in the world, great to have your company this afternoon. Keep those messages coming in. Keep Kath busy. Keep her awake. Navy just looking to pummel that red line and see if there's some tired legs before we get to half-time. Ramakita setting the machete with some repair work to be done in his mind, certainly. Williams, good little offload to Rudder. With a name like Rudder, you have to be in the Royal Navy, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, they've set up camp inside the Army 22, but they really have to get something going here. Is Matavesi the man? Good strong leg drive from the Fijian international. They're going to go back for an earlier call.
2 penalties, one over there or one here. You want that one there?
It's interesting in the Navy, they were switching the play earlier, you know, and basically get into their fives, but they're very quickly hitting midfield and then switching back. But I actually think if they continue to stretch the Army, hit them out a little bit wider, there's opportunity out there for them.
Is that conserving then of the width of attack that they're doing? Have they changed that mindset from the first 10, 12 minutes or whatever it was?
I'm not sure whether it's a message on field or from off field, but they originally were playing the width, and I think that's probably something they should continue to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that long pass getting intercepted has got into their mindset of worrying about going into those wider channels. At the moment, though, even though we're not hitting those wider channels, it's still working. The Army is still giving those penalties away when they're under pressure. So, you know, if this goes over 15-0 coming into half-time, I think both sides will be quite happy with that, Andy.
Yeah, I think that the Army certainly will be, because the Navy's been the better team. They played better rugby, to be more structured. Their attacking shape and flow has certainly been better, whereas the Army's tries have been sort of opportunistic, to be fair.
So nothing between these two into the last play of this first half. Huge psychological advance for a team that can score points, of course, either side of half-time. Are the Army going to be able to maximise this moment of possession and territory? Nyalu sets it back. Davis
knock on advantage,
keeping the ball alive. Good work from Glixton.
Just a scrum advantage.
The Navy defenders moving their attack away. Nice pass from Bromley Martin. Stu Cross unable to make much headway. Ball comes loose. Jared Hayler weighing things up. The ball is out to Rudder. God has Ramakita. God steps back. Rudder is available. Ball is out there. Ramakita from villain to hero. And what a score that could be for the Royal Navy. Owen, you're shaking, man.
Yeah, unbelievable from that turnover. Richardson the tackle there. The ball went wide. Moved it really well into space. Jordan Potts stepped back inside there. I thought he was going to give it to Rudder, who is very quick, but Ramakita was on the outside and has got the pace to run it in under the post. That's a great Navy score right on half-time.
Yeah, that'll be like the sort of Army trial. That'll be a bit of a sector, because you know they're 10 metres from the Navy line. I think they're going to create certainly a penalty opportunity, or maybe even a try, and then they're under their post. So could be sort of decisive in this game.
Well, the psychological plus that man has gone through. He's going to need to sit down with an ice pack on his head at half-time, isn't he?
Yes, to be fair to him, he's sort of composed himself, because he did, he had not a great 5 minutes, but he'll be pleased for that one.
Well, what a huge swing to finish this first half, a first half in which the Navy have kind of dominated really, but the soap opera that is set around Makita, the missed pass that allowed Cameron McDonald in for the first, McDonald with the second from his missed tackle, but Ramakita finishes it off with a try of his own to mean the half-time score here at Twickenham. It's the British Army 15, Royal Navy 22.
Are we lost?
No, I know where we're going.
I bet you I could run there faster.
No, you can't.
Right, I'll bet you my watch.
Deal.
Okay, let's go.
Double up quits.
Right, well, that netball is coming next week, but stick with us after this match because, of course, this is a double-header. It's the women's match that gets underway at 16:45. I tell you what, if anything like this, what a game we have to look forward to. What a phenomenal first half. Jason Coleman, the RAF head coach, is with me pitchside. Well, we'll start at the beginning. The Navy putting in a great opening performance, not just using the kick in particular to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but not really letting the Army play their match in the opening salvos.
Yeah, the Navy started off really well, built lots of territory through multiple phase rugby, and were kicking really well through Jordan Gott, and then ultimately a couple of poor decisions, a couple of errors that have been punished both sides in that first 40.
Before we get into the tries, you were saying that kind of a swing moment was probably around about 20 minutes. I think we had the fourth penalty in the Army's half, and they had the opportunity, 9 points at that point, to either kick or kick for the corner. They ultimately went for the penalty. From quite some distance, you would have said, get that in the corner.
Yeah, I thought the Navy maul setup was looking pretty sharp, and it'd be worth testing the Army once they'd had that opportunity. They'd taken the first 3 kicks, the fourth looked a bit tricky. It's a 50-50 moment really for me. I'd like to see him go to the corner and really start testing the Army back a little bit more.
Having said that, that Army try, an absolute beaut it was of a finish, but the interception came really from a naval mistake from Ramakita, wasn't it?
Yeah, Setter unfortunately with that long ball out wide, just really trying. They were getting good width, to be fair, the Navy, but again, it's a bit of a miracle ball, and it's been finished really well. Cam McDonald's taken that for a walk-in, really. But again, that kind of then buoyed the Army on a little bit, gave them a bit of confidence and momentum, and then we saw them starting to play.
Interestingly, though, that's the Navy trying to overplay it, but at the same time, as we've just said, being conservative with the kicks.
Yeah, they were getting good momentum, really. They were moving up the pitch nicely. The Army would then concede a penalty, the Navy would then kick it, and he didn't really need to force that too much. But again, it's an error, and it was punished with a score.
And just a little reminder, really, about whilst the pressure was against the Army, they are lethal if you give them an opportunity.
Yeah, you can almost see them come alive when they're in the opposition 22. The big ball carriers get a bit more energetic, the carrying's a bit stronger, and again that led into the Army's second score from there.
Well, exactly, the momentum was with them, and 3 minutes later we gave a 50-22, which ultimately leads to McDonald getting himself across the line again.
Yeah, the Navy defended them all well, and then pretty much a move straight off the training paddock to allow Cam McDonald in for a second straight through the middle. Defensively, the Navy will be a little bit disappointed with that, I'd imagine, but it was a really good finish.
Particularly disappointed, actually, because the Navy's defence, particularly in that first 20 minutes, was so solid.
Yeah, they were really under the pump on their own try line, but again, they did concede a penalty for it. The Army chose to go, but that'll really build their confidence from the defensive side that physically they can keep the Army out, but that's going to take a toll into the second half.
But interestingly, you know, with 2 tries within the space of about 3 minutes, it was still sitting level at 15-15, as we thought, heading into the half-time. Ramakita, a guy, you know, Royal Marine from my old unit no less, was having a bit of a shocker, and all of a sudden, at a point when you think, get the ball out, get to half-time, this happens.
Yeah, I think it was great for the Navy to see that there was an opportunity, there was space out wide, to really get him into that gap, but really good play from Jordan Gott, working his way down the field, great execution, set his he had to break stride to take that ball, and to go in 7 points up at half-time will build the Navy's confidence and apply a lot of pressure onto the Army and the Army bench that I'm sure we'll see in the second 40.
Yeah, a word on Jordan Gott as well. I mean, he's been brilliant on the kicking tee today. He's only missed one at some range, and his confidence to hold on to the ball and know that he had him out on his shoulder, he is having a great day.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at him a lot. I worked with him with UCAF Rugby last year. He pulls the strings really well. He's a great communicator. You can hear him managing the players around him, and to finish that off at the end of a pretty physical 40 minutes was great to see.
Right, it's been an absolute belter so far. I believe John Knighton's got a little bit of a VIP alongside him.
I have indeed, JJ. Yes, thanks very much indeed. And it's a great pleasure to see the Chelsea pensioners here at Twickenham this afternoon, obviously enjoying the game. Maybe not quite as much as they were just before half-time, but Andy Key is with me. Andy, great to talk to you today, from the Royal Scots, I believe. What do you think of that first half so far?
I think they played very good rugby. The Army held them for a bit, but we're 2-1 up on tries, so not too bad.
They're 2-1 up on tries, but the Navy are playing really well.
They are, well, yes. The Army's holding them mostly. Penalties, silly penalties.
Now tell me, one of the great honours in rugby, of course, is when the shirts are presented to the team. And you had the honour, didn't you, on Tuesday down at the Royal Hospital when the players came to see you?
We did indeed. They came down to the Royal Hospital, and 3 of our pensioners were there to hand the shirts over. Charlie Farley, Brian Rolfe and Pete Henry were there to present them with their shirts.
It's been a great honour for you as well as for them.
Oh yeah, very much so. Brilliant seeing them there. Brilliant seeing them.
Now just tell me about the Royal Hospital Chelsea have a walk-in rugby team as well. Tell us, because you're involved in that, aren't you?
Yes, just as a player, we've been going for about a month, and it's get us out moving, get us fit. It's great fun, good laugh, men and women.
We hope you have some great matches to come. I know you'll be playing your first game very soon. Andy, lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. And, well, as I say, brilliant to have the Chelsea pensioners here. Back to you, JJ.
Absolutely wonderful to have them. I'll actually be down at Chelsea very soon for the Chelsea Flower Show, but we're not here to talk about flowers. We're here for this unbelievable spectacle. So make sure you stick with us, because the half-time is second half's coming up very shortly. ominous here. The competition is building, and the competition is still on the air, of course, as well. Hashtag try time over at Elliot Brown's Facebook page. That is the men's decided, but of course, this is a double header. We have the women's match coming up from 16:45. You can still get involved in that competition, trying to guess when the first try will be scored, and that's what's up for grabs. Very beautiful for the ladies. Right, well, let's get back over to our commentary team. I was going to say take it away, lads, but I should probably say take it away, sirs.
I'll take that. Thank you, JJ. Yeah, Major Andy Sanger and Lieutenant Owen Salmon up here with me in the commentary gantry. Gents, with about 30 seconds left of play in that first half, I was about to say deja vu from last year. 10 points apiece then, 15 points apiece this year. How big, though, is that try from Setagara Makita in the mindset of both teams? Andy, we go with your red and blue corner, but what difference has it made?
I think it's massive. It's not just the 7-point swing; it's more the nature of it as well. You know, credit to the Navy, the Army are on their line, 5-10 metres out, and to go sort of 85-90 metres for a try was a you know, really good play from the Navy.
Hi guys, yeah, sorry, just realised I should have had makeup on, but Owen, in terms of what the Navy have got from that, yes, they've got the lead, but as Andy has said, the way that they were able to execute from their own 22 and get that try over, that is a big tick in the box, right?
Yeah, it's huge. You know, their confidence would have dipped after conceding 2 quick-fire tries from the Army, and to get that right on the stroke of half-time, it's going to pick them up going into the half. But coming out now, it's all to play for, and this first 10 minutes now is going to be key, and it'll probably set the scene for the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, all coaches say, well, just restart at half-time. It's not as simple as that, though, is it, Major Sanger?
No, it's absolutely not. It's a cliche about starting well, but ultimately the Army starts 7-0 down, and they've got to maintain pressure. They've got to subdue the Navy, who were accurate at the breakdown, playing really well with the width, and capitalise a little bit themselves.
Hold in front.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see the body language, the mindset, and indeed the tactics of these two teams in the first 5-10 minutes of this second half. It's been obviously a long time since the Royal Navy were triumphant in this one. We're not even going to talk about that until we get into the final 10-15. We know what happened last year and how quickly it can change. But it's very interesting to see the dent that it's caused in the Army minds, if at all, from that reverse side. Here's the break now. Hughes desperately trying to get the legs driving through the tackle of Karawali. Well, here's it. Oh, Jerome Rudder. That was Christmas early for the next 2 or 3 years, and he dropped it with the line beckoning. Owen?
Yeah, unfortunately he did, and you've got to take these opportunities when they come straight from the line out there. They created some line break in the midfield from Henry Hughes. Recycled the ball quickly out to the wing, and it was a walk in, and all he had to do was catch it. And you've got to take these opportunities here.
Credit to Craig Dunn. He's under some pressure there to execute that pass, and he executed it well, and Rutter just didn't quite take it. The key for the Navy now will not to be back up another, a silly error here. Make the Army work out of that corner.
Well, hopefully the Worthing Raiders winger can just get that out of his mind, as his inside centre did in the first half.
And that's a tackle.
Now the Army breathing a huge sigh of relief, you would think, from that missed opportunity.
No, can't be lifted, fella.
Bombardier Davies from the Royal Artillery with still live. Easy clearance kick. Joined the Army back in 2006. Owen Davis, 2 tours of Afghanistan. Yeah, playing his last game for the Navy, so I'm told. But he will want to finish with a different flavour in his mouth than that's in there right now.
over 15.
Williams
The maul.
playing for the Leeds Tykes up in the north of England, the Wrexham boy.
What?
Here he is coming in for the legend that is Ben Priddy. I'm understanding Ben Priddy is coaching the under-23, so still involved. There's a man who's very much still involved, Kai Beasley, for so long, packing down alongside Priddy. Hayler. Pascoe. Well, maybe spending a bit of time inside the Army 22, but it means nothing unless they can get some points on the board. Big shoulder coming in from Visite. The Marlborough lot really taking target on Ben Watson. Matavesi gets the offload to Pascoe. Again, another moment disappearing for the Navy.
Yeah, again, it's another mistake when they're in that red zone. It's a great rumbling break by Matavesi through the middle there, got the offload away, and again, just dislodged in the contact area.
What has been very impressive with the Navy, their ruck speed is really good. They're really accurate. Sheila Pascoe was sat in the stand as a coach, you know, and been really appreciative of that. But what they've got to do is that once they then create that, they've got to execute. They will rue these opportunities.
That has been a focus for Dave Pascoe and his team, who get the two-man tackle in at the breakdown and win both sides of it. And that, as you say, Andy, that is what we've seen from the men in blue thus far. Now, the men in red going to try and work their way away from danger. First 5 minutes of this match. Reeve can't take cleanly. Hayler scoops up the rebound. Watson driving for glory. Is it going to be Rutter? Yes, it is. There's the second try, and the pressure does mean points in the end. A big score at the beginning of this second half, and it's come from Dan Rutter from RNAS Culdrose. They'll be raising a glass or two to him down there.
An excellent try from the Navy. They've had two opportunities that they should have taken, which didn't. But they've retained possession again. Their ruck speed, they're actually at the breakdown has been key because it's not allowed the Army defence to set, and they've sniped around the edge there.
Yeah, I think there's a good lot of variety as well from the Navy attack, where they have been moving the ball away from that breakdown, and I think it's the first time really they've looked to attack the fringes, and it's paid dividends.
Well, lucky they cut the grass in that direction, because I think it just caught the blades. Certainly the blades of Jordan Gott are working beautifully as he adds another two from the tee. And the Navy working well after half-time, and there is a buzz, a vibe that in this crowd something different may be happening. And I'll tell you what, it's happening quickly from an Army perspective, because Tim Osman is making early changes with 6 minutes of the second half gone. That's Ephraim Bollendow wearing the 22 jersey. Just looking to see.
Use it.
I think it's, did I see Will Reeve? No, Will Reeve's still on the park. That's certainly some big changes being forced into the Army ranks. It looks like Frank Kelly is on as well. Just going to see how that works positionally. There he is wearing 23.
What Boller will offer for the Army is some real go forward. You know, he's been around in the professional game a long time, and he's got some real power and dynamic. So the Navy will have to contain him.
Yeah, there's real threat now with Boller and Nyalo playing side by side. It's going to be an interesting to see how the Navy defence deal with them both.
There's Frank Kelly, commissioned out of Sandhurst last month. I just think a few days before the RAF game.
Varnish line.
Advantage call is there for the Army. Good little handoff from Austin. Late.
You got advantage 9.
To try and keep the momentum in the Army attack. The ball out to Cross. Cross inside. It's going to be a hat-trick for that man, Cam McDonald. He says to his brother, well, this scoring lark is easy here at Twickenham, isn't it? 1 try for Mikey last season. 3 tries for Cam this. And this game, once again, sparking into life at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, there was some good cohesion there. The Army, they hit, as we spoke, the Bother, Nyalu up the middle, switch play back, and Owen Davies executed a lovely pass there off his left hand that held the Navy defenders. Stu Cross then finished it off lovely into McDonald.
It reminded me of last season because it was the captain feeding a McDonald for the try over in that corner. Same thing this time. This time it was Stu Cross instead of Jamie Miller. But yeah, really good work, really good organisation of an attack.
Yeah, agreed. That was that was a team try. Unlike perhaps some of the earlier tries, which weren't as clinical as that one.
Well, how is that going to change the mindset of these seasoned servicemen used to pressure in different areas? This is pressure of a different kind, though. I'm guessing that's a Navy supporter who's not quite sure what's happening in this game. Well, there is the hat-trick hero thus far. Will Reeve, born in Germany, raised in Wales, but represented Kenya. Such is the world we live in, eh? Now, we've got half an hour left of this, and still it's just the 1 score difference. Makita looking for that obtuse angle to try and find a way through the red line. The door sort of opens for Rutter. Call for Toots. Takes the number 8 up. Duncan, no way really through, so does well to present the ball for his scrum half. Feeds out to Watson. Seen far more of Bubba Watson with ball in hand. Was a second row, of course, and now moving up into the tight head berth. Back on Civvy Street, he's been representing the Scarlets over the bridge there, and more recently Leeds Tykes. There he is.
Let's go, let's build.
I think that's Ali F as opposed to Ali G, but enjoying himself, as are all those guys. Wonderful fancy dress around the stadium, walking around before the game started. It was great to see him. So Mikey McDonald into the mix as scrum half. 2 German internationals in the British Army setup. How are they going to combine and operate to try and get themselves up the other end? Good afternoon, everybody. Wherever you're watching this, really good that you're joining us. I had to sit this end, otherwise I was bookended a bit by these 2 senior gentlemen, but enjoying the rugby nonetheless.
Yes, someone spoke about the Mitchell twins earlier. I'm not sure quite what they're referring to.
I'm not going to say anything to that because you might do something. You are still a trained Army personnel, Mr. Major. I have to keep calling him Major, otherwise he gets so upset.
And you are sitting right next to me, so you're easily in striking distance.
I know. Trained to kill. Well, it's not quite working for the Army at the moment. And you can see just a slight air of frustration within the red ranks at the moment.
Yeah, they're there's some simple errors coming into the game as well, and which is this will offer a good attacking opportunity for the Navy. Scrum in the middle, so 35-40 out. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Great to see the lawn of Twickenham looking so good. Huge credit to the grounds team. Great, I'm going to say, add a personal addition in here. Great to see the assistant groundsman Ian Ayling back here at Twickenham. He's had some serious problems in hospital, and it is really good to see him back in the team, and really good to see the Twickenham pitch looking as good as it does at the end of the season as it's been. It is a very special turf for these servicemen to enjoy their rugby on. I mentioned a very good afternoon to you. We've got forces watching us in Belize, in Canada, Falklands, Estonia, Germany, Cyprus, the Rock of Gibraltar, of course, HM ships all over the place, and detachments wherever you are. It's great to have your company on what looks to be another thriller of an inter-services finale here at Twickenham.
23, tackle around the neck.
High shot from Frank Kelly is going to cede possession to the Navy.
23. Yeah, Teach did really well to pick that ball up from the back of a retreating scrum, make a couple of yards and buy a penalty there. He's done really well under pressure.
Well, there's confidence. Jordan Gott going to go from what, 47 metres?
Yeah, that's a fair old kick, but what it'll do, it'll take up to a 10-point advantage for Navy, which will be psychological. But in some ways, that'll be quite reassuring to the Army. They, for the first time, really dominated the scrum. Then two big collisions from the scrum, forcing the Navy back. Unfortunately, I think it was Bolladau who went a little high on Toots, and resulting in this penalty opportunity.
Got from distance, just doesn't quite have the direction on this occasion. So it remains that 7-point buffer. There's the Elliot Brown timepiece. Great to have Elliot Brown on top, on board for this one. Huge links, of course, with the services. And don't forget, we have that competition still going on. Have a look on the internet. I think hashtag try time was the on the Elliot Brown Facebook, so making sure everybody can be involved wherever you are. Right, Matthew McDonald, Sapper from the Royal Engineers, earning his 5th inter-services cap, but the red machine is going backwards. They've hit reverse.
Yeah, the dominant scrum from the Navy there, putting Nyala under real pressure. It looks like he's managed to retain possession, but they've still got to work hard to get out of here.
Frank Kelly offering to do a bit of the hard yakka.
In and around the ball. Let's go.
McDonald trying to keep things moving now. Knows that the Army need to get some momentum in their playing. Just as I say that, juggles the ball, and suddenly it's Marine Craig Duncan roving into the Army territory. Oh, just not quite coming through cleanly, but once again, typical of this game, the last 30 seconds, a minute, the Army with the ball in control, and suddenly it breaks and the Navy are up in opposition territory.
Yeah, it was a great counter-attack from Craig Duncan there, and he broke a couple of tackles as well, and he was trying to link up with 3 Navy guys out on the right wing there, and just couldn't free the ball up, and we just ended up knocking it on. So again, it's these little mistakes when you're creating the chances that might come back to haunt the Navy in the end.
Army, hold on, lads.
Yeah, agreed. They've created 3 or 4 real good, strong line-breaking opportunities that they'll be disappointed that they've not then turned certainly into points or even to greater pressure, because they've now handed a little bit of pressure-leaving moments back over to the Army.
Looks like the Army about to change things over.
So hold front row, Navy.
Turkish Tichar Jones on his way off.
Couple bids.
Should Stephen Jenkinson on, and the entire Navy front row is going to be replaced. So Gaz Evans there wearing 16 on for his 33rd cap in the inter-services. Don Cleverley, the flip side of the experience coin, earning his 3rd. And Toby Papp, the Hungarian international, I didn't realise that, but so all change for the senior service pack.
Whilst Gaz Evans may be a little more mature in regards to service rugby, what he will bring is a bit of a calm head to this. He'll have been in this situation many times before.
Sure.
He knows how to eke out these games, probably turn that 7-point into 10. Could be crucial, his replacement.
Yeah, great to see him back at Twickenham. Got his first cap back in 2005. And of course, scored that winning try 5 years later. And there is benefit from the introduction of new loosehead, tighthead Anuka.
Yeah, that's a timely introduction there from Gaz. You'll also notice that Sam Matavesi is slotted into hook there, and yeah, you don't see the Navy pack, the Army pack going backwards very often.
Yeah, well picked up. I mean, I was expecting it to happen before the game, but I wasn't sure that it was going to happen there. I'm just looking to see where Toby Papp is playing then. Would he go into the second row or back row?
He can play second row or back row. I'm not sure who else they brought off, to be honest.
Well, they brought off all front rowers, so with Sam moving up, then presumably he's gone in the back row. We shall wait and see. There's the penalty count, and 10-4 in favour of the Army is a detrimental sentence. I realise that, but that's not a good sign for those in red.
No, because that was a hugely dominant scrum. What the Navy have got to do now is make sure that they work their way out of their 22 from this kick-off position. Don't give any easy options. Don't give any, get up to the halfway line. Concede that you're probably going to have a line out to the Army, but then work to try and retain possession from that, rather than gift something in their 22.
When you're ready, fella.
For the first time in this game, the buffer moves into double figures. Can the Army do something about it and change the feel?
Take it back in.
Just looking to see how the Army are going to set up now. I see Scott Westwood into the mix in the 18 shirt. As Tim Osman and co look to change things up, make something different happen. Certainly the likes of Ifrani Bonadou, it could well change in the blink of an eye. Davis puts it through. The two Welshmen engaging in a game of kick tennis. Now that's Will Reeve back there. Ooh. Good work from Reeve. Lovely little offload to Visai. I think there's a man standing offside. I think that's called from referee Woodthall.
Yeah, I think you were saying that they were within the 10 from the kick on Reeve.
Right.
But credit to the Navy. They did exactly what we said they needed to do. They had a good exit. They forced pressure on the Army on the halfway line. Unfortunate for Will Reeve on that speculative kick.
Offside within 10.
But what the Navy need to do now is get in and around the 22 area. I would go for a drive-in maul and try and sustain another penalty out there, because I think there's opportunity for that.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a massive asset of theirs this year. The rolling maul scored quite a few tries from that, and if they can buy another penalty and get right into the 22, that'll pay dividends.
Line out works for the senior service. Into midfield it goes captain setting it back for his scrum half.
Tackle now, 23, thank you.
All the different flavours now that the bench brings, and these guys have got to get up to speed very, very quickly, because this game with the hour mark just ticked over still has plenty left in it, and it looks like it's going to be played at some tempo.
Yeah, the Navy are absolutely really buzzing around the breakdown there, the continuity that they're bringing, offloading the tackle.
Coots is on! What a tackle from Stu Crossman, his captain's there! Jared Hayler in the right place at the right time. That back row combo working superbly for the senior service. And just how big is that try now?
Oh yeah, that's massive. With 20 minutes to go, Jared Hayler does what he does best, follows the ball carrier, great support line, was on hand just to pick that ball up and score under the post. So again, expect this conversion to be kicked, and this lead with 20 minutes to go is quite substantial.
The work of Vakala Chakali was immense there, his balance, just a swing of the hips, and he left the defender in his wake, and then having his captain right up on his shoulder in the right place. That was the back row that Dave Pascoe was talking about at the beginning of this game.
I'm not sure though, and you're absolutely right, his balance, his power. But if I was Stu Cross, I'd wonder, did he lose that ball in contact when he was on the floor? But I'm surprised the team was not looking at it.
It looked good to me, Andy.
I'm sure it did.
Well, the points keep coming from the boot of God. The points keep coming for the Navy right now. And yes, we're into the final quarter of the 104th match between these two. Is there any security in that scoreline for you right now, Owen Salmon?
No, it's never security. It's the Army can play from anywhere, score from anywhere, so they've got threats all over the field, so it's definitely not done.
We're going to wait for him to be treated. So it's not foul play because he actually gets to the ball, so he's in a credible position to get it. So what we're going to stop, what we're going to do is stop for his injury.
You would thought
and then
having
I've got it off.
an earnest
for knock on. I know it's really unfortunate, isn't it?
Conversation.
So it's going to have to be a scrum to Army because he knocks it off, but it's just really unfortunate.
Unfortunate rugby incident, I think, is the verdict on that one. Andy, you're...
Thank you, Sam.
I think that could have gone either way. It's one of them ones where it's difficult for the official because both players are clearly trying to get the ball. It does appear that the Army player has his back slightly turned, so there sometimes then the officials will go in the favour, but he's deemed a rugby incident, and that's probably fair.
But that's the authentic rugby incident, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, as you just said, you can't really give it either way.
Yeah. Agreed. We had a similar incident in the Quins game against Leicester the other week where Liner and Brownie were going up together, and it was quite a collision, but ultimately it was a rugby incident.
Right, let's get down pitchside and see what the Army reaction is. John Knighton is with the head coach, Tim Osman. John.
Yeah, Tim, thanks for talking to us. Not an easy time at the moment. It's a very thoughtful time, I'm sure, for you. How are you going to change things around?
We've got to score some points. We've struggled a little bit. They've got a good defence and they've been playing well and aggressively. Our discipline has let us down a bit. We keep coughing the ball away or giving penalties away, so we're trying to remedy that. So yeah, a lot of work to do if we're going to get back into the game in the next 20 minutes.
You still have time, though. Time is still there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 3 tries to score, really, or 2 scores and a kick to get back into it. So yeah, a lot of work to do.
The Navy playing so well, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Yeah,
thanks a lot, Tim.
Easy, they played well. We need to try and pull our socks up a bit.
Thank you.
Well, in the interim, Pete Austin has finished his inter-services career. He's been substituted by Apelli Kotopalavu. Kotopalavu the elder, I suppose I should call him. So 5 years difference, 7 years difference between him and Viliami. Now, can they make a difference, though, on the pitch? Because with 17 minutes left, There's 17 points difference, and the confidence levels in Navy ranks will be up there, though they won't be taking their eye off this one for a second. Kelly just stumbling through the tackle, but taking the Army up to the 22. The power drive coming in from Nealo. Oh, just getting mixed up, the two brothers there.
No arms for red 11.
Penalty
shoulder charge. Okay.
has gone against Conor O'Reilly for a no-arms tackle. I must admit I didn't quite see that, but just a little bit of a jumbling in the Army attack. Communication key.
Yeah, they actually sustained, some good pressure, coming around the corner, hitting the Navy and spreading them, and that actually they created a number overlap. But I think it's Scott Balavu who knocked the ball on, and then they've done the worst thing as a coach, and they've compounded one error with another. Now all of a sudden they're on the halfway line with the Navy line out.
Good time off this.
As Evans just checking that bionic shoulder is still in situ. Sure those over there in Italy, the JFC Lions, hoping that their man is going to last another quarter of an hour at least to see if he can repeat the victory celebrations from 13 years ago.
Yeah, this last 15 minutes now is going to be quite telling on fitness levels. You can see quite a few of the players out there, particularly from the Navy side, cramping up and stretching off. So, yeah, this last 15 minutes is crucial.
I'm talking about shirt presentations earlier, and I know Ben Ryan was involved with the Army as well as the Chelsea pensioners, and for the Royal Navy, well, Gaz Evans got his mate Jason Fox to come in and present. Fox, of course, I think was a previous Royal Marine Commando, wasn't he? So before his television fame.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's got a few good mates in the team, and so yeah, it's great for him to come down and present those shirts.
Dan Rutter's day is done, but what a day it has been. Really has worked so hard, and the half-back hinge of the Navy has been very, dominant's probably the wrong word, but impressive in the way they've steered their team.
Yeah, absolutely. The control they've brought to the game, the way they've managed to manoeuvre the Navy around the field, identifying the gaps within the Army, and from a Reds perspective, there's been unfortunately lots of gaps, and they've exploited that, which is what you'd hope from your halfbacks, but it's easier said than done, and they've performed that really well.
Just waiting now as the bionic man is just being reset as Dan Rutter, ever present for Red Roof this season, born and bred Cornish, of course, as so many of the Navy boys are. Haven't ladies, but they're going to be up next. Some of them in the Inter-Services Women's game, which will kick off 4:45 local time.
We need to make a decision, though. Whatever we do, we need to make a decision. Okay, thank you.
Seems to be a bit of concern around the health of Mr. Evans.
I think you'll have to drag Gaz off this field. So I suspect he's not got many more left in him, and he'll be hugely disappointed if he has to come off. He's been a great servant to Navy and to Combined Services Rugby.
Well, it looks like that shoulder problem is going to take Gaz Evans prematurely from the pitch. Kai Beasley back into the mix. Oh, huge disappointment for that man. He was so looking forward to getting on and making a difference for the senior service. Big discussions down pitchside as to what's happened, and I'm not quite sure whether there's any suspicion of HIA in that, but it doesn't look like it. Ramakita gets play back underway. Again, Duncan looking to get round that outside of Veremi Karawali,
It's a good contest.
in that 13 channel. Vakalo Takali doing well again. There's Sam Carter, another man who's really looking forward to this one. Carter and Gott immediately trying to get width on it. Rudder coming off his wing, looking for action. There's, understandable stoppage there as Korawali receiving attention on this near side. Good work from the ref.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the right thing to do. You don't want a player who's on the floor injured getting a smack. But to be fair, I don't think the Navy will be too disappointed. It takes heat out of the game a little bit. It'll result in their scrum, or should result in their scrum going forward, which they've been dominant in.
Right, coach, you've got a quarter of an hour left. Your team are behind by 17 points. You've pretty much emptied your bench. What's the call from the touchline?
I mean, for the Army, it's real different. The bottom line is they've been ill-disciplined. They've lost the breakdown battle convincingly, and their set piece at best is at parity. So it's going to be really difficult. I think they've got to perhaps be a little bit more expansive and chance it arm a little bit. I would try to hit Kotovali with the white arrows and get people running off in, because at the moment, around the breakdown, around the set piece, the Navy have got the upper hand.
And from the blue camp, Owen?
The Navy have just got to keep doing what they're doing. They don't need to change too much. No penalties, no silly mistakes, and just keep playing the way they're playing. They don't need to change anything.
Look at this scrum from the Navy. Carter wrapped up by Stu Cross. Matavesi.
Offside.
Pascoe. Well, there's a turnover ball there. Kotabalavu getting it back for the red side. No way through for Scott Westwood. Jack Johnson in now as fly half. Replacement of that half-back pairing. Kelly. Little inside pass to Will Reeve. Conor O'Reilly. I haven't seen an awful lot of him. He's always done so much for the British Army cause over the years. Hasn't really had opportunity this afternoon.
No, but I think that's more to credit to the Navy defence, to be fair, and also the lack of ability from the Army to exploit that wider channel.
Well, Henry Glidden's going to get early chance to show what he's about. The 25-year-old Royal Marine off the bench. Been very impressive this year, making his first appearance at Twickenham. Jordan Grott almost taking too long there. The two wingers desperately trying to take possession. It's the Colchester man who does it in the end. And just running out of room in that far channel.
Yeah, it's helter-skelter stuff out there at the moment. A couple of turnovers. Both teams really going at it. Army trying to get back into the game, and it's getting slightly frantic.
There is that frantic feel to it, isn't it? Does that suit either team, or is that just going to be more of the same?
I think historically it might have suited the Army if the game was a bit disjointed, a bit broken down.
If you had Jack Prasad in
yes, yeah, Prasad, Rockadoo, Bulmacau and so on. But I'm not sure, Kotovali aside, I'm not sure that the battery in particular have got their ability to capitalise on that broken field play, because the Navy thus far have bested the Army in pretty much every area.
Ramakita lays the ball into the path of Bakala Tikali.
From the ball.
Duncan happy to go through and repeat.
Well done.
Rinse, wash, repeat pretty much for the Navy, as long as they keep the ball in their possession. Army trying to put pressure at the breakdown and getting the call. Well, good work from the men in red.
When he plays the ball.
We spoke about the Navy halfbacks and how they've managed the game. That's probably one where they're trying to overplay. And they probably, you know, with the scorer is, they don't need to score again. They just need to put the Army in the 22 in their defensive third and make them work out.
So as we work our way into the final 10 minutes, I remind the two gentlemen next to me that you've got to make the call for the Babcock player of the match. I'm guessing it may be in blue, but who knows? Certainly Jordan Gott will be in the frame. I think 24 points in his locker already, and the fly half has done a great job, but there's plenty of others that have put their shoulder to the wheel, shall we say, in this game. So start thinking as to who you may want to make that award to. The Army are going to try and say something about this game, though, before then. Mayalo, in his fourth year with Coventry in the Championship. There's Frank Kelly showing good strength. Getting some support as the Army go in search of desperate points on the board just to get themselves going and give themselves the belief that there is still something in this game.
That's lost forward.
Penalty call.
Not rolling when the Jackal comes in.
I heard the referee highlighting the lack of roll away.
I think that the phase of play there from the penalty is probably symptomatic of how the Army have been. It ended up where they've got two front rowers in the wide channel. They look disorganised in that perspective.
And here's a play off the training paddock involving those front rowers, moving it out wide to Korowali. Good defence from Gott. Some big hits coming in. That was Beasley. No way through for Visai. Ball is free. Matavesi sends it away. Plenty of time for Will Reeve. Visai is down in back play, so the Army down to 14 at the moment. Mikey McDonald trying to find the rhythm for this Army side that really has been lacking. Out, straight out to his brother. Sibling strategy on the charge. Yeah, they're going to go back. I think the issues with Lance Bombardier, Josiah Visai forcing Anthony Woodthorpe to call a halt.
Yeah, it's absolutely the right thing to do, but for the Army, we're just gathering a little bit of momentum there. I think it was Westwood who had that barnstorming run from a front rower, creating some gaps there, but the Blackburn would clear out.
Well, there we go. Nearly 52,000 have made it to Twickenham. That is a very, very good showing, especially with the problems on the railways.
Yeah, it's outstanding, and again, it probably shows the value of this fixture almost in how it's held in the nation's heart. You know, to get 52,000 with all the difficulties and logistics around getting here, that's outstanding from everyone.
And especially with all that went on last weekend, of course, with the coronation. You have to remember so many of these guys on the pitch, as well as in the stands, were involved with what went on. And, you know, somebody like Giles Bromley Martin was wearing tunic and bearskin last week and wearing the red for the Army this. Lots of people in this crowd will have been involved in the fantastic pageant that we saw around the country, and particularly in London last weekend.
Yeah, well, things like that are a huge honour for the armed forces, and anybody representing the armed forces at the coronation last weekend would have been very, very proud. I know Ed Pascoe was here with Royal Marine Band, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself.
Yep, playing his trombone, no doubt, as he's wont to do. Now, just looking to see, I think everybody's back and fit, but I think there's problems for Apelli Kotopalavu, the replacement hooker, making his debut in the inter-services this afternoon. Looks to have a problem with that left hand. The 32-year-old Fijian,
yeah,
just
I saw that. Right, yeah, he's definitely coming on.
struggling. I think it's going to bring Pete Austin back on.
That's just the bandage holding that together, that was.
Yeah, there's the new Army badge with the Army motif, of course, with the King. Right, Kath, while we're waiting, what's the reaction on the internet from what we're seeing today?
Well, there's a few obviously disappointed Army fans out there at the moment. In fact, Truffles R Us on YouTube says Army need to put something in the Navy's run at half-time. Well, if they did, it's only going to help the Navy. Chris Lewis Brown from says go Navy from the vets in Qatar. Sharon Hugill to say, met my fiance Gary Salmons 7 years ago at Twickenham, but she supports the Army, so that must be an interesting relationship. And Chris Pearson, who's a BFBS legend, shout out to the tri-service veterans from the Heroes on the Water charity they're watching in the Isle of Man. And apparently we are also live on HMS Spey and Tamar in Indo-Pacific. So that's it, that's my worldwide roundup for you.
That was some air miles inside 1 minute 30 seconds. Well done, Kath. And look at the celebration from the Navy ranks there. There is a real feel that this is walking towards, I'll say it quietly, Owen Salmon, because you're getting very jittery on the end there, that this is walking towards a Navy win.
I don't want to say it and I don't want to jinx it.
Don't say anything.
I'm watching the time tick down on the clock.
Pasco will be on the phone to me afterwards, and if anything goes wrong, it's my fault. So don't say anything, but look at the scoreline. Into the final 10 minutes, and the Army really struggling to find anything to break open this resolute Navy side. The 2 tries in the first half from Cameron McDonald could have broken them in many ways. It didn't. Matavesi tries to get the offload going, but not staying to hand. Disappointment, understandable.
I think Sam was a bit disappointed with that offload.
You think?
But again, it's interesting. He does a big, break. He fends off that. Doesn't need to do that. Just sustain pressure.
It's interesting going into camp and seeing them practice. Sam Matavesi, I think, has only been in camp since Monday, but when he comes in, he does not allow the bar to be dropped. If somebody drops the ball, he's on it. And it was noticeable talking to some of the support staff, he drives the level within the Royal Navy.
Yeah, he brings a massive amount of energy for the Navy boys, and he wants them to play at the same tempo as the Prem guys. So he brings a lot of energy when he comes in.
It's gone.
Toby Papp is on into that back row for the senior service. Kelly throwing it wide. Again, no real momentum in the Army attack, no flow. It's what they've struggled with this afternoon, even using those big Fijians to try and find an open door. It hasn't really manifested itself. Lovely little offload though from Scott Westwood. Austin, whose day is not done. There's Frank Kelly trying to roll through. Austin, Johnson. Mikey McDonald. The offload is there from Korowali, but it's behind his man. It allows the Navy defenders to get back into place, block the way, and consequently the momentum is gone.
What the Navy have done really well, both from an attacking and in this case a defensive perspective, they've just got their numbers at the breakdown right. So if it's on, they get numbers in. If it's not, they leave it, and it's causing the Army to get up and look at 14 blue shirts in the front line.
Frank Kelly doing well there.
Come back off before you go back on the ball.
Kelly trying to make a difference off the bench. Shane Mayalo sets it back. O'Reilly looking for work, looking to make a difference. Final 5 minutes of this contest, and it could be an historic contest the way things are going right now.
Flat.
Johnson. Austin can't take it. McDonald picks it up, feeds Stu Cross, his captain, but I think, the ball just floating forward. in the contact.
Forward in the offload.
That's not happening for the Army this afternoon.
There's some really good defence there from the Navy, defending both flanks really well, not getting suckered into the breakdown there, and putting some really big shots in, and preventing the Army from getting over that gain line, which is key, and then forcing a mistake right at the end.
You'd be upset if I didn't wait for you.
Captain Stu Cross
Yeah.
from the 1st Battalion Yorkshire Regiment. Experienced rugby player, of course, that time in the Wasps colours, Army 7s as well. Scored a try in that game at Kingsholm against the RAF.
It was it's when we were talking before the game with JJ and Justin. I mentioned that the first time for in my opinion, quite a few years, the Navy have had almost a complete game where they've had a really good set piece, scrum line out, etc. Dominant breakdown, but they've had real attacking threat as well. Good structure to how they've attacked. It's been an excellent performance from the Navy today.
Young England fans enjoying their taste of inter-services action. Really has been a compelling game in so many different ways. Well, let's as we're waiting for this to take place, good time to look for our Babcock player of the match. Gentlemen, who's in the frame? Who's the winner?
Well, for me, there's been some really strong performances across the park. I think Matavesi's been strong, quietly efficient at the breakdown, some really strong carries. Halen has led really well, as Skip spoken for the game about his ability to lead, and he's done that excellently. I'll hand over to Owen to who we think is their man of the match.
Yeah, I'd also like to put Toots up there as well. He's carried relentlessly all day, tackled his heart out. But the individual who scored 24 points, set up one of the tries today, controlled the game really well, and that's Jordan Gott.
So congratulations, Jordan Gott, our Babcock player of the match, who receives an Elliot Brown watch. And yes, it has been a quality performance from the man born in Soignies in Belgium. Made his international debut recently, and making a huge impact on the inter-services match this afternoon. 4 minutes, he says. Yeah, you're right. I don't think the opposition are going to score 17 points, but never say never, I guess.
No, I think he's probably safe, but yeah, he's been excellent. As Owen said, he's controlled really well, along with his half-back teammate. They've had a threat in the backfield. They've spread the Army wide. They've capitalised on a breakdown. It's been a good all-round team.
He's injured, so you have to play down the man. He's injured, you haven't got any more subs, you have to be a man down, okay?
Just looking to see whether we're going to...
All right, okay. He's fine.
I think Anthony Woodcock was underestimating how tough these Army lads are. They might not have won the game, but they're tough buggers, that's for sure.
All of them. The quote from Major Andy Sanger, they're all tough people. Right, back into action. Best part of 4 minutes left.
9.
Jared Haler back into the spine now to play 8.
That's outside.
Well, it's been a long time coming for the senior service. It'll be their 4th success. Rebound working to Jake Hanley. We get the call as the Army go off their feet, and now the clock is the Royal Navy's friend, and they will just take their time to go through
10, let's go,
these final parts of the game.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, it's important now for the Navy to secure this ball and then probably look to kick deep into Army territory and ask them to try and run it back from their third.
Matavesi, the man. No problems finding Ed Pascoe. Teammates for some while for the Navy. There he is again. The likes of Matavesi and of course Rocco now not involved with the services. Josh McNally as well for the RAF. So important in a different way to highlight these armed forces within professional rugby.
There's been some real stars over the last sort of 5 to 10 years that have sort of expressed a premiership and international level, and it's something that the services will definitely look at to.
Well, there is many people watching this that will be awakening, shall we say, to the quality that is available within the armed forces.
Shot at goal, so we will restart.
It's going to be a shot at goal for, I think Jack Hanley's going to step up to take this one. Look at that. Matavesi, the man.
Holding on and then you get cleared out by the net.
This will be rubbing some salt into the Army wounds, this one, as he slots this, because even if he isn't successful, there'll just be a kick out to go. So the Navy are deserved winners.
Jake Hanley with his first involvement this afternoon. He was slotting them in from range during the warm-up. Looking to add a little more icing on this particular cake. Oh, it works! It works for the Navy. Will Scott comes through.
Pulls out a long time.
It happened last year at the beginning of the match and didn't help the Navy. This year, well, is that going to be a real indicator of the way this game has gone and how well the Navy have done to work this scenario? Oh, the pass from Henry Glidden just not quite allowing. But that's it! That's it! They've done it! The first win for the Royal Navy over the British Army since 2010, the first inter-services since 2016. An historic occasion for the senior service. A match really which they've controlled, they've run. At half-time we weren't sure which way the game was going to go. That Rao Makita try though, before they left, was critical, I would suggest, in the psyche of the game. And now it is the senior service who celebrate a very, very special win. I'm going to hand over to the man who's been shaking for most of the second half. Owen Salmon, what does it mean? What are you feeling?
Yeah, it's incredible scenes out on the pitch. It reminds me of going back to 2010. What an unbelievable performance from the Navy. They controlled massive amounts of the game. The game plan worked well. The players, you could see they bought into it and they executed it, which is the most important thing. Pressurised the Army when they needed to, and they never allowed the Army to settle or to get a foothold in the game, which I think is key. And yeah, an absolutely outstanding performance for all of those lads out on the field.
And Andy, kudos to Dave Pascoe, John Court and Andy Vance for the game plan that they devised, because it came to pass.
Yeah, absolutely. They were excellent in every facet of play. As we said earlier, the breakdown was, I think, probably the key thing in the game today.
Yeah, which they had focused on.
Yeah, their attacking breakdown was hugely efficient. But the fact that they were very selective in what they went into defensively meant that there was very, very few attacking opportunities for the Army. And if you take away the two opportunistic tries earlier on in the game, the scoreline is resounding to the Navy.
Well, the key man was our Babcock player of the match, and he is now talking to John Knighton. Here's Jordan Gott.
Yeah, Jordan, congratulations. Fantastic performance, and what a day for the Royal Navy. 13 years since you last won.
Yeah, you can tell by how much it means to the boys. Boys are in tears, boys don't know what to say. It's massive, it's a whole squad thing. Oh, it's going to be a good night tonight. I'm over the moon with that.
Well, what about you? 24 points out of those 39. That's not a bad return.
Yeah, it's an improvement on last year, but it's the other 14 lads that get us in a position for me to shoot the shot. So just doing my job on that. That's not on me, that's just my role.
You took those points, those early penalties when you needed to, and that really was a huge difference, particularly because the Army scored 2 early tries to get themselves right back against you.
Yeah, it's just about playing test match rugby there. It's just about being smart. We know they're never going to defend us, like you're never going to go against them easily. They come and get you, they put in big shots, as you've seen from them. So it's just about ticking the scoreboard up and building pressure.
This is going to mean so much to so many people, you know, all over the world with the Royal Navy on ships all over the place.
Oh, it's massive. Well, the boys are saying pre-game, just through things like Instagram, WhatsApp, the number of messages wishing us well, people you work with, people that can't be here today. It's for everyone, this is.
Well, Jordan, you are the player of the match, and I'm going to bring Gemma Parker in, who's going to be presenting you with your watch. But congratulations.
Hi, congratulations. What an achievement for today in a huge arena like this. It must feel amazing. So we are the official time sponsors for today. And because you're player of the match, you get to win a watch.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it means a lot. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
So there we are. Jordan Gott then is your player of the match here, and what a sensational one for the Royal Navy.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Special timepiece for a special performance. Thanks to Elliot Brown for being involved, and Jordan Gott enjoying the moment, seizing the day. The Royal Navy number 10 and the rest of his compatriots, of course, his colleagues, working so hard and so satisfied, having been so disappointed 12 months ago. There's the Army women getting set for their match up against the Navy at 4:45. That one will kick off local time. Let's get down pitch side and get a reaction from the Army camp with Captain Stu Cross.
Yes, Stu, thanks for talking to us. Clearly this is not a great time to talk to the losing captain here, but well played the lads today. You were up against a fantastic Navy opposition.
Yeah, we were. The Navy came here to play, and they did that sort of throughout. I just want to offer, on behalf of the Army, congratulations to the Navy for their performance today.
What went wrong from an Army point of view?
I think some bit of ill discipline and a lack of patience, particularly in that first half. We gave them the opportunities to get into our half, but credit to the Navy, they took them.
It's never easy to lose here. You're so used to winning over the last few years, so it must be a doubly difficult one to take.
It's always difficult when you don't get the result, but we'll look at the tape and hopefully we'll come back next year.
But you know, we've got Jared Haley here, but let's bring Jared in as well. Let's the two captains together. And Jared, many congratulations. It's been a long time coming for the senior service.
Yeah, 100%. I was part of the draw in 2016, and it was a bittersweet draw. But today, I think we've all worked hard as a team. Unfortunately, the momentum stayed with us in the second half. But credit to the Army boys, they fought hard all day, and it wasn't an easy one.
You two, obviously great friends now, rivals on the pitch for the last 80 minutes. What are you going to say to each other?
Congratulations, go back, have a good few beers, and we'll see you again.
Enjoy it, hopefully see you in France in the summer.
Two great captains, and congratulations to the Navy.
Absolute scenes here at Twickenham. You can just see from that how much this means to this Royal Navy side. I'm not going to lie, as a former Royal Marine myself, I was pretty nervous for the last 20 minutes, but with about 5 minutes to go, I allowed myself to begin to enjoy it, and I'm enjoying it just as much as the guys out there. They have done us massively proud, and quite rightly. Twickenham is on its feet in support of the Royal Navy, making history, the first victory here since 2010. Jared talked about that. That bittersweet draw back in 2016, but they have done it. The 34th time that the Royal Navy will win the Babcock Trophy and lift that very shortly. Jason Coleman. Justin Coleman, sorry.
I did say.
I said correctly. Royal Navy. Tell you what, let me compose myself because I'm really feeling this. But what I'd like to start by saying is, you called that.
I did.
Whether
I'll
on
take
air or
some of
not,
that.
you certainly said it to me first time I asked.
We knew tactically, did back the Navy beforehand. We saw a couple of mistakes from them in the first half. The Army could capitalise in the second half. They got it right and it came together on the day. And huge congratulations to Dave Pascoe and the Royal Navy team.
And that was it? The Army didn't get to play their game?
No, they were nullified pretty much. The Navy did what we tried to do unsuccessfully against the Army with a tactical kicking game, nullifying their big runners, and then just playing that multi-phase game to eventually break them down, which they did, so full credit to those boys.
And yeah, the Royal Navy just seemed to, as I say, be able to play their game, but the cane just went their way as well. They were just dominant over the contact. You know, I'm not saying everything was going their way, but they were making it go their way, perhaps.
Yeah, the set piece went well. Their line-out functioned really well. They got good front football. They got a lot of change going down the edge and then finding gaps and exploiting the Army's defence.
Right. Let's get a word with Dave Pascoe, shall we?
Well, he's got a grin as broad as Twickenham is long here, and you can't blame him, Dave. A great day for Royal Navy Rugby.
Thanks, John. Yeah, it feels like a real long time coming for us. We really deserve that from like the whole setup, basically. The whole team effort was immense.
You've experienced what it's like to win here as a player. What's it like to experience it and go through the hell that you've been through as a coach?
Yeah, it's totally different. I think I much prefer being a player, to be honest. You're less nerves and you've got a little bit of control. When you're just out there, you're so out of control and everything's happening so fast, but you just want the best for the team at all times.
Jordan got obviously player of the match, but what a team performance today. You dominated in so many areas. Line-outs particularly, absolutely amazing today.
Yeah, the areas we sort of targeted, if you like, or looked at went well for us. But Jordan, yeah, he had an outstanding game. Fair play to him.
And the Navy's discipline, absolutely on the money today. Very few penalties conceded.
Yeah, we knew that from previous. If we give them penalties or there's a high penalty count, it lets them straight back into the game fairly cheaply. So we really wanted to work on that, and it did sort of go away a little bit.
I know there was disappointment after the game in Plymouth, the draw with the RAF, but this more than makes up for it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, totally does. Yeah, it's all playful.
Dave, congratulations and well done to the Navy.
Thanks, Sean. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that leadership there. It clearly put together a phenomenal game plan and executed it.
Yeah, we talked before at the beginning of the game about the amount of time that the Navy had together, 8-9 weeks in camps, lots of games this season, and those fruits of labour have come to fruition today, winning the inter-services, which is really good to see from those boys, and they've got the result that they truly deserved.
Yeah, and Jared Haler as well, the captain, on it and scoring a try as well. I mean, leadership within the armed forces is the bread and butter, but leadership, you know, in this arena, on this stage, is quite something.
Yeah, Jared leads by example. It's great to see him on the score sheet, finishing the boys off, and then to pick up the trophy. He's a great bloke on and off the park, and you couldn't ask for anyone better, really.
And what are you making of the atmosphere here today? I mean, there's some hurting Army folks, but the Royal Navy, you know, they don't get to bask in this often. They're going to make the absolute most of it.
I think they'll drink a few bars dry tonight, both players, TSG, supporters, they'll all be out in force, celebrating it a lot they rightly should.
Right, well, it's nearly time to present the Babcock Trophy, as you can see there. Let's get back to Simon, alongside the Mitchell brothers, I think.
Well, I've got one of the Mitchell brothers. The other one's gone for a shower, I think. Thanks, JJ. Yeah, the presentation party there. David Lockwood, the CEO of Babcock, the president's there. Lieutenant General James Swift, CBE, OBE from the Army. And the Admiral Sir Ben Kay, KCB, CBE, ABC from the Royal Navy Rugby Union. Well, it's a very special moment for so many of these players, young and old. You know, Dave Pascoe was talking about it, Andy sang about remembering back in 2010. That is such a long time ago. This is a memory that will be indelibly printed in their minds for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about it before the game about it's you're not only representing your team, and it's not just a game of rugby. You know, when you're on the field there, when you're coaching, there's a huge machine behind you that's got you to do that. And when you get out there, you're representing, as I said, your service. You also represent your family, your mates, and it's been touched on about the guys and girls that are at various units, ships, whatever it may be, and you're representing all them. So that makes it even more special, even more personal.
A hugely personal moment for all those 23 players in the squad, the fringe players as well, plus of course all the support staff, all the coaches that, as Dave Pascoe alluded to, are going through, have been through all sorts of nerves and tremors. Lots playing their last time for the inter-service. Jerome Rudder won't be playing anymore in the dark blue, so I'm told. Just looking. Seto Raumakita, what a match he's going to look back on. The intercepted pass that gave the try, the missed tackle that gave the second try within 3 minutes, and then coming back to get that try at the end of the first half, which we have said was so important.
Yeah, and it probably shows a little bit about his character, having seen him play against him with the Army boys before. He's a true warrior on the field, and he would have needed some mental resilience and strength to cope with that, and he did, to his credit. And yeah, as we said, that was probably the key turning point in the game. The Navy went in half-time deservedly leaders, and then capitalised it. And to be fair, the Army weren't really in it the second half.
No, for a different match, the Royal Navy were actually able to build up on the first half that they'd had and make sure that they could manipulate. Well, there's Darren out there. The Babcock Trophy is in Navy possession once again.
Derek's father was a serving sapper in the Army, yeah, so it'll be a bittersweet moment, really pleased for Derek. But I'm sure he's a Navy man today.
The Inter-Services Championship trophy has blue ribbons on it once again as well. Happy days for all those of a Navy persuasion. They've worked so hard for it, they've given up so much. We've talked about this before, Andy, of all the services personnel, what they have to give up in order to be here, and also what their friends, their colleagues have to give up in order to cover for them to be here.
Yeah, and that's why it means so much, because, and again, unlike when you're representative, all these guys will come in from the various ships bases and they'll do a small concentrated camp together, so they're away from their families as well. So it's as well as the normal service life that takes away from the family. So this will be special for them now, and I'm sure it'll be special for them tonight.
Well, the Army Masters beat the Navy Mariners yesterday at Roslyn Park, 38-16. But here at Twickenham, the Babcock winners for 2023, the Inter-Services Championship winners, are the Royal Navy with a final score that reads British Army 22, Royal Navy 39.
Well, BZ to the Royal Navy. That Inter-Services Cup is going to be full of rum or port tonight, that's for sure. Owen Salmon, put it in words, how do you feel?
I can't put it into words. I'm honest, I'm blown away by that performance. They were outstanding. They clearly had a game plan and they stuck to it throughout. They fought so hard for every inch on that pitch. You know, the wheels started to wobble a couple of times when the Army came back into it, but the resilience they showed to get back into the game, stay with it when they went behind, you know, conceded 2 tries very quickly. They showed a lot of character to come back in, and that second half performance was right up there from the best performance I've seen for the Navy.
Because winning this fixture is one thing, but winning it in that manner, I mean, a historic day within a historic event.
Yeah, that's the big scoreline, to be fair, and fully deserved by the Navy guys. The Army will go away, look at that, do their homework, potentially make some changes with key personnel going, look at the new guys, and they'll be able to play for again next year.
I mean, having coached the Royal Navy before, how would you be feeling right now if that was the game plan that you put together and was so beautifully executed?
I'd just feel very proud of the boys as coaches. You just want the best for your players. You look after them, you care for them, and you just want them to do themselves justice on the pitch, and they certainly did that today.
What do these scenes mean to you? I mean, it's 2010 since the last time that cup had the ribbons on it. This is history.
Yeah, it's history. It's amazing. It's a great feeling. They'll be slightly shell-shocked at the moment, and it won't sink in for a while. But I can tell you the hotel will be an interesting place tonight.
I mean, I will point out the first year that I present this coverage, the Royal Navy win. Maybe that was the difference, perhaps.
Yeah, please come back next year.
Well, I'll certainly try. Like I say, what a beautiful game of rugby that was to watch, though. The Army tried to get a foothold in it, but it was just, you know, as I say, it really stands up there. That one's for the history book.
Yeah, the Army did well to capitalise on any mistakes that the Navy had made, but that was all they really offered in terms of firing a shot. They offered a lot of physicality, challenge at the breakdown, but set piece was lacking a little bit for me. And again, that multi-phase rugby saw from the Navy, the Navy just stranglehold the Army, prevent them getting any kind of go forward in momentum, especially second half when they were chasing the game.
Justin had said to me ahead of it, you know, that's how he predicted it could go. We spoke off air a bit ahead of it, you know, and you'd said that if the Navy have a perfect game today, they can win it. And in many ways, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the penalty count. One of the things I mentioned was the penalty count. It's very low from the Navy. When they put the Army under pressure, they start to give penalties away, and that's a massive, huge factor in the game. And they executed the game plan well, went wide, and then snipped back around down the blind side, and it worked really well.
Right, John is with Sam Mathabesi. Let's get some thoughts.
Yeah, Sam, we are live, and I'll tell you what a day it's been. You are used to playing at the highest level with Northampton. How does this compare?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I think that the noise, I said to the referee a few times at the scrum time, I was like, ref, can you be a bit louder, please, because I can't hear the call. So I think that, you know, and it wasn't full today, so that gives you, I think, an indication of how loud it is. What an atmosphere. Finally, I think it's 10 years.
It's actually 13 years.
13 years.
2010 was the last time.
13 years, a long time. I'd say my first game was the 100th game, 2017, and I'd probably say last year I thought we were close. And I'd probably say before that, when I played, the Army probably been better. But it just shows, I think people have been in here, part of this Navy setup for a long, long time. And they deserve it, so it's incredible.
It is incredible. I mean, you know, what was the difference today? I mean, you know, you've been here and you've been very close on many occasions, but today was different.
I think we were clinical. I thought we were smart. We started well. I'd probably say we went in half-time a bit not angry, but a bit peed off because we actually gave them two easy tries really from our mistakes. So if we went in a half-time and it was 22-0, it's a different story. But they've got great players, they're a good team, and I think, as you can see, they can change it like that. But I think it's us playing for 80 minutes. I thought all the subs that deserved to come on came on, you know, gave an impact, and we got a win, a deserved win, massive win.
You know, that try just on half-time was absolutely crucial for you. It knocked them sideways.
Yeah, because I was quite keen to go in at 15-0. Wherever I was like, yeah, I think we've done well then. 15-0, the big second half. But it just shows you we can play, and what systems we can play. And fair play to the boys, because it's quite dangerous from there where we played. We ended up scoring a try that, like you said, probably made the difference.
It certainly did. Well, Sam, it's lovely to talk to you. But I know you've got that medal very proudly around your neck there.
Can I just say, I want to thank Northampton Saints for allowing me, allowed me to do this. A part of me is there today, a part of me is here. I think they're winning now, so hopefully I'm actually in on Tuesday. That's what I'm hoping for. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Sam.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Last one.
Right, straight back to work for Sam. Owen, your thoughts on his words there?
Sam speaks very well, as you can see.
He does for a sailor.
Yeah. he's very passionate, and as you can see, his heart was split there, but, you know, he's made a decision to come here, and, you know, he worked tirelessly out there, and as I said, he brings a lot of energy when he comes into the camp, and he raises the standards of the rest of the players around him, and you could see that you know, him, Jared Hayler and Toots in the back row really worked hard today.
Yeah, and he gets to come here and be part of history.
Yeah, I think it was touch and go. it's difficult for the Premiership players to merge their involvement when there's big games at their home clubs as well. We've seen it with Josh McNally, we'll see it again with Sam this week. Luckily Northampton have won, which is probably a good thing for them, but the level that they bring to training during the week, the percentage increase you see and how it raises everyone else around them is invaluable, and we can see that with Sam playing this weekend and today, certainly the impact that he had on the game as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we talk about professional there, but a reminder, we are talking about an amateur competition here. It's quite something.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see that the skill level was really high for an amateur game, and it was a great spectacle to watch. You know, some of the tries that we saw today were right at the top draw.
How much do we think that Jared Haler's moustache, how much do we think that played in the match today? He is a man of much power derived from his moustache, would you think?
Yeah, it has a massive impact. I know he takes time grooming it. There's plenty of wax in it as well, so he had a big factor today.
Yeah, but do you know what? Between him and also between Jordan Gott, you know, in the key position there, the leadership was just exceptional on the Navy side in particular.
Yeah, the decision making through all the game leaders was fantastic, from set piece all the way through to their exit strategy, and again finishing off with that great score. So the results fantastic for them, and they need to all the plaudits that are going to come their way.
Phenomenal. Thank you very much, guys. All right, well, it's not over yet. This is, of course, a double-header. The women's game kicks off at 16:45, so make sure you do not go anywhere. Right, welcome back to Twickenham. We've already seen, well, history, the Royal Navy securing a victory over the Army for the first time in 13 years. Now it's the turn of the women to compete for that famous Babcock Trophy. The Army are undoubtedly the favourites up against the Royal Navy, but we should never count them out, of course. In the final exciting chapter of the 2023 Inter-Service Championships, it is the Army versus the Royal Navy. Right, we've got rid of the Mitchell brothers, and we've got a far better replacement, Chrissy Sazova of the RAF, and also Jane Leonard of the Army. And I'll make up the Navy's contribution to this one, shall I? Right, first of all, just a quick thought on what we've witnessed. That was quite something. Chrissy?
Oh, I thought that was brilliant. I thought, you know, you could tell by the passion from the Navy there. They were obviously, you know, hurting from a few years ago. So I thought their celebrations at the end were just fabulous, and I thought that was really good.
Jane, thoughts on the Army? They'll be hurting a little bit after that.
Yeah, of course, but yeah, like Chrissy said, like the Navy just came out with absolute guts, and especially after the second half as well, they came out with different tunes. So yeah, they'll be hurting, but they'll take a lot from it.
Brilliant. Well, let's switch our attention now. The second time that we've had the women's fixture here in the big stadium at Twickenham. It is phenomenal to add to the illustrious history of this competition, quite rightly, to make sure that the women join that piece of history for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were here last year and it was a momentous occasion, but the fact that they've come back and done it again, you know, it just shows how far the women's game is coming in services. It's brilliant.
And actually very true of the professional game as well. The growth of women's rugby is a reflection of just how brilliant a form it is.
Yeah, like just a couple of weeks ago we had England, France here, and it was an electric occasion, and just having that same atmosphere here. Yes, people are slowly leaving, but we always hope that people will stay to watch especially for the anthems, and get the women going.
Yeah, we have been seen off slightly by the trains today. The last one is going to leave pretty much straight after this game should finish. It's a bit of a nightmare. But
they can watch it on this though,
yeah, exactly.
You can watch it on the way home.
But in terms of, you were playing here last year. Anything like it?
I didn't play last year.
Oh, no, you didn't. Sorry.
I haven't actually played for the Army at Twickenham, but I have played for England.
And what is it like? I mean, first of all, we've been watching some of the previous game footage from the inter-services competition. The pitch isn't in the same quality as that in some of the other fixtures, is it?
Yeah, no, it's a fast game. It's nice. It's an amazing pitch, obviously. It's the home of English rugby, so to get to play here on it's a fast rugby game, it's amazing.
As a member of the RAF, how jealous are you of all this setup?
Just a little bit. I mean, we get to play at Kingston, which is a fabulous stadium, but yeah, to play here, I'm sure will be really, really special for all players today.
Right. Well, alongside this big competition, we've also got a competition that you can get involved in as well, along with our time partners, our sponsors, Elliott Brown Watches. They're offering you the chance to win a watch. You just need to guess the time in minutes and seconds of when the first try will be scored in this upcoming match. To enter, please go to the Elliott Brown Facebook page, and that is at EV Watches. Use the hashtag TryTime to leave your entry time in the comment section, stipulating, of course, that it is the women's game, and the winner will be announced after the game. If two people get the exact same time, then of course it's going to be whoever gets their answer in first. So get straight over to the Elliott Brown Facebook page and get your predictions in. Your predictions. What time do we reckon, and who's it coming from?
If it's going anything by last year, it's going to be the Army first, and it'll probably be within the first 5 minutes.
Do you reckon first 5 minutes?
Yeah, so I put my prediction in. I think I said 6 minutes 23. However, I might change it. I might say the Navy might get over that first. I know.
Be beautiful to see. That would be a continuation, of course, from the Royal Navy's efforts so far today. A little look at the history of this, of course. This is the second time that this game will be played here at Twickenham, but there has been 18 fixtures so far played since 2003, but all of them have gone the way of the Army. So a real opportunity for the Royal Navy to make huge history today here in Twickenham. Right, let's take a look at the story so far of the inter-services competition. That was lively.
Underway, and it's the Navy that look to clear the lines from deep with Sop. Acres of space to the right for the RAF if they can put it through their hands. Graham with a dink over the top, out wide, and it might fall nicely here for De Filippo, and it's in for the try. Another drive this time. Again short. Trying to suck in these RAF defenders, but it is finally a try for the Navy. Tadman.
They got a huge overlap here now with the RAF of quick pull.
Well, Graham looking for the space into De Filippo and into the hands of Greasley. Greasley charging for the line for the RAF, and she will not be stopped. With the support, here comes Tadman again, out wide, and maybe there's some space once again. Can they draw the final defender? Greasley streaking away for her hat-trick here at Brickfields. And what a way to do it. To the front, almost collected. It's gone forward. And that is signed, sealed, delivered. Well, in our first game of this Inter-Services Championships, it is the RAF who have taken the spoils with a hat-trick from their right winger, Chelsea Greasley.
Left to right. And then beat Brunel University 50 points to 0 before that game against Leicester, which they played at Leicester Forest Rugby Club on a 4G surface to get them used to it. And it's certainly working for them now, because here they come flying down the right-hand side, and it's Courtney Pursglove. It's opportunity for Orla Proctor, but the ball never arrived.
Yeah.
And now they've turned it over, the Army, and we're going to have a foot race down the right-hand side. Oh, yes, we are! Oh, yes, we are! She's off and flying! Pursglove's at it again! 2 to beat! Under the posts! What a beauty! Courtney Pursglove with a couple of tries, 5 conversions, and the Army have got themselves a massive win, 36 points to 8.
So that's the story so far, and it makes things look like this. The Army up there on 4 points, the Royal Air Force also on 4 points, the Royal Navy still to get on the board, but that means that it's all to play for today for the, well, essentially draw, but we've got to look past the form so far. What do you make of it when we look at what was the story so far?
Form so far from the Navy Air Force game, gone to form is much closer than the Air Force would have expected, but I think that shows a measure of how far the Navy have come. The Army's score against the Air Force was much bigger than anticipated, to be honest. I don't think that we really saw that coming. So if it goes to form, so form so far, I would say.
Yeah. Jane, I mean, talking of form, obviously we've had an upset essentially with the men's earlier. That was a draw, was the best the Royal Navy had managed to produce up to this point, come away with the win. So we can't take too much from the form book.
No, I genuinely think if the Army just settle and just play their game from the off, then it'll be a different story. They were a bit ropey against the RAF to start off with, but I think they would have learned from that, and I think they've rectified that in camp this week.
Why do you think that was, though?
It's the RAF, the occasion got to them. It's a big game now, Army RAF, it's a big game. This is about the occasion, absolutely today, but yeah, the Air Force have brought it last couple of years.
In terms of the rivalry there, you mean, in terms of the competition?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in reality, although the Navy have improved vastly this year, I can't really see anything but an Army win today, unfortunately, but I think the Navy will score points today, and I think that'll be a really big step for them.
And that's the thing. What are the Royal Navy perhaps trying to take away from today?
I think if they score points and they score tries, most importantly, they'll go to the boot for sure. They'll go for the posts. Sam Alderson is a fantastic kicker, the Navy's head. So any opportunity that they have to go for 3 points, they will. But if they can get over the try line today, I think that'll be the real victory.
To be fair, that method did work for the men in the first half, and then they really opened it up in the second. But you say the Navy are going to score in the first 5 minutes?
I genuinely think they will. If they came out like they did against the RAF, they've got to come out with that passion. You can see it now. Look at Rose Dixon there. They're fired up. It is a big occasion. This is their last inter-services game. Why wouldn't they leave anything in the changing room? They've got to come out here all guns blazing, and we know that the Army they're a bit rocky to start. They always are. They take them a good few 10, 15 minutes to settle. So if the Navy capitalise on that, then anything can happen.
I mean, it's interesting you speak of the emotion of the day. I mean, obviously, in this profession that we've all been part of, we work under pressure situations, and that's why we do, sports within the military, is to simulate that environment of pressure. But in terms of, keeping those cool heads and getting those opening salvos, that takes leadership at the end of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And Jade Mullen for the Army team has been an absolute credit to the team, to the coach Sarah Mitchelson this year. I think she's definitely taken leadership I don't think more professionally, but I think she's definitely rose to the occasion. She's settled down now as skipper. She's got the respect from the team. I think. She's
got a great pack though. You know, if you look at the Army pack, most of them have got 25 plus caps, and most of them have played UCAF. You know, there's a couple of internationals in there as well. So, you know, she can really rely on her forward pack today, and let them, you know, put them on a platform. And I think that for me, although Jade is a great captain, that's where the real leadership is going to come from the Army day, from
when, you know, as you say, we've got international caps in there, but where does playing inter-services, you know, fall within this spectrum? Because I mean, we've alluded to it today. There's no amateur competition quite like this, really, is there?
I mean, I defer to Jane to talk about international caps because I don't have any. But you know, from speaking to Amy and Caris and Sarah Bonner, who play internationally for the Air Force, you know, it's different. It is different if you play in services. You can play Six Nations, you can play internationally, but this occasion and what it means to put on your service shirt is really massive. Yeah.
Right, well, we were speaking of leadership earlier. Let's get over to the Navy's head coach, who is alongside Kath Brazier this time.
Thanks very much, guys. Sam, what an occasion it is, and what a Navy win already on the board. Does that inspire the girls, do you think?
It certainly gives us a lot of confidence, you know, to see how the boys got on today. We all played down that horrible pitch against the RAF a few weeks ago, and to see how many bigger step forward they take in the performance from that really gives us the courage to kind of think perhaps we'll be able to do the same thing here today on this beautiful surface rather than that rather tired old pitch at Plymouth. So
yes, that was a bit of a mud bath, wasn't it? It's such an occasion. It must be quite hard to sort of temper emotions, and I know it's the same for any rugby player that comes out here at the home of England rugby, at least. So how do you temper it? When only the second year that they've been doing it.
So we've been really fortunate, actually. We talked a lot during the week about how the girls didn't cope very well with the emotions last year and with the occasion. And actually today they've been really good. It's felt like any other game apart from, you know, it being here. Actually the way we've warmed up, the way we've travelled in on the bus, all those little things that make a difference. They've really kind of put their heads together and come out like any other game today. It's been really good.
Even before playing on this hallowed turf and playing over at Nella Hall, history doesn't look good for the Royal Navy ladies, but I do understand that, you know, especially in the women's game in the military, it's a case of being in a development phase. But you've got such a strong captain, such strong personality of a captain in Rose Dixon, that you guys, you know, can at least compete now. So how do you see today going?
Yeah, I mean, Rose has been absolutely fantastic for us this year. We've had a bit of a turbulent year, and she's held everybody together, and I'd say they all look to her as an example of how to play, how to train and look after themselves. It's great. Actually, we think we've got a pack that's got a chance today. We're really competing shoulder to shoulder with the Army. We'll wait and see how it works out over 80 minutes. But yeah, we're feeling quietly confident that we can certainly make a step forward on last year's performance.
So gone are the days where the Navy just want to put something on the board. You're actually here to compete and score.
Definitely, yeah. So we see the last time I was involved, we had some really close games with the Army. So we're hoping that we can certainly make a step forward from last year. As you say, get some points on the board and see if we can keep the game tight much further into the 80 minutes this time.
Sam, thank you very much. I hope for your sake it's a double dark blue day. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
I don't know, the pitch in Plymouth, that's a real rugby pitch, not this, whatever this is. Yeah.
I don't know, those are the fun rugby days when you're absolutely drenched in mud like that. That is rugby, that's proper rugby.
Yeah, the men came off the pitch way too clean for it to be a rugby match, to be a mixture. Thoughts there? You reckon he's got a very strong pack? What do you reckon?
I think it's good confidence. I think the Army's strength is their pack, so if you attack that, then yeah, there's definitely a game on if they can get one up on there. Well, I think both of them got a really strong pack. Yeah, I think, Jenny, I think it's going to be very equal in the pack. So it'll be the first one to almost give, and then you just got to capitalize on that when it's always one up, isn't it? It's one up, you're playing one up all the time. I'm excited to see the Battle of the Sevens. Battle of the Sevens today is going to be huge for me. You know, you've got the old warhorse, Bethan Dainton, you know, international caps, absolute fantastic player, and you've got Sinclair here opposite number playing for the Navy, First Army Navy, still an officer cadet, so junior in service. I think that's going to be really interesting to see how that falls out today.
Right, let's hear the thoughts from the Army Director of Rugby, Charlie Maxwell, and again, Kath.
Thank you, JJ. Yes, Charlie. I mean, I don't want to make this all about you. This will be your last year in this role. So just tell us about, having had 20 years or so involved with Army Rugby, your sort of take on Twickenham and how special it is to be here.
So I was just saying upstairs actually that I feel privileged because I know this is my last year. Everything's last, I can actually soak it in. But over the last 48 hours, it's really brought home how far Army Rugby and rugby in general for the services has come. So basically 2003 we were borrowing kit, playing in a car park and different bits and pieces, through to playing on the hallowed turf today. It's absolutely phenomenal in those 24 years how far the game has come and how much support we're now getting to play this fixture. It's amazing.
And the Army are never complacent. I would say that when the RAF won the inter-services in 2019, just before COVID, that possibly gave the Army a kick where the sun doesn't shine, possibly?
It absolutely did, and I've been saying for a couple of seasons, for the purpose of the competition, unfortunately we needed to lose, and it hurt me deep that we actually lost. However, it was great for the game because it gave us the impetus to make changes, change the culture of our squad, develop the girls, and actually also some traction within our union itself, who's really now support women's rugby and the growth sport it actually is. So yeah, unfortunately from the broken eggs we made the omelette ultimately.
And how incredible has it been to be part of women's rugby generally when it's moved on so much in the last sort of 5-10 years?
Absolutely amazing. So can I say this? I joined the Army to play rugby because at the time I was leaving university there were no professional rugby teams for a female player to join. And the Army is a fantastic opportunity. The military are fantastic for sports people, and I'd still say that. But now it's fantastic when you speak to sort of those 16, 17-year-old academy players. They now are going to be professional rugby athletes, and that's amazing that that's happening. And to watch England, I was here 2 weeks ago, really proud to watch the England ladies take the field, and the stadium at the time was absolutely made the buzz. But that is the opportunity that's now in women's sport. It's great to see.
Charlie Maxfield, thank you very much.
Jane, as we heard there, Charlie's last year in the job. Some thoughts on not just her, but what she was saying as well?
I think it's really important to recruit internationals as well into the service. So the RAF have got it perfectly right. They look after their... I know it's pretty.
We'll get on to that.
But they look after their internationals very well, like the Amy McCain. I think the Army now, if they start recruiting internationals in, I think that'll pick up for services rugby, and it'll help with the promotion of sport in military in general.
So what are the RAF doing? What's the secret?
There's no secret. No secret. To be honest, from an Air Force perspective, it's not about the internationals. Yes, they are great. You know, it's lovely to have internationals that you can just bring into the squad. But it's about the foundations. It's about allowing people, very good athletes, whether they're rugby players or just general athletes, to come and play rugby and to have the time to do it, and not just to play and train, but to recover and eat well and sleep well and stuff. So there's no secret.
Fantastic. All right. Well, kickoff is not far away. Look at the band of Her Majesty's Marines. Looking absolutely, as I say Her Majesty's, I should say His Majesty's Royal Marines. Doesn't slip off the tongue as easily as it used to. Anyway, kick-off coming very shortly.
What does it take to become a master? Power, skill, knowledge. It takes patience. Until it's time to take action. Elliot Brown, Beachmaster.
Navy ahead by 12.
Good afternoon, everybody. After last year's historical entrance here at Twickenham, the women's inter-services back to show what they're about. The Army's dominance continues, but the Navy determined to show their improvements on the biggest stage. And who knows, every day is a new page of history. Of course it is. There was such a positive vibe last year about getting the women's inter-services here, and it is so important to enhance what the women's game is doing worldwide. We know at the highest levels, but this is a bit different. Here is the Army lineup. New head coach Sarah Mitchelson largely maintains the status quo from last year with a few positional adjustments. Ray Metters returns from injury, so that allows Sarah Batley to move to loose head, whilst the introduction of Colette Broom means Miller joins Dainton and Bellhouse may stop as an impressive breakaway trio. Captain Jade Mullen is liberated to outside centre, as she put it, as Millie Williams will play fly half. Inevitably, the focus will be on Pursglove and Tweedle, the two flying wingers who gave the Army such a cutting edge. And there's a real mix, of course, of experience and relative newbies on the bench, including Quinn's back rower Lauren Brooks. Well, it's fair to say it's not been an easy week for Navy head coach Sam Cuff. Forced into a reshuffle midweek, he at least has the comfort of last year's halfbacks. Perry and Alderson reunited at 9 and 10. Suze Badger moves from midfield to fullback, where her footballing skills might be very useful, and she will be hoping she can release her young wingers, Gibb and Ashby, to show what they can do. The front row, well, they're the same, but new faces are behind them, and the likes of Laker Swain must make sure they get game line success to get their team onto the front foot. Olivia Fafita is in at second row, following the unfortunate injury to Abby Sondak in their last game against Hampshire. Well, there's Rose Dixon, along with Jade Mullen, experienced rugby players both, of course, but no doubt having to work hard to suppress the excitement and keep their teams in control and focused in these introductory moments. Only half of the starters in blue remember the experience of last year. 11 of the Army starters are still in starting situ this afternoon. Well, I'm Simon Ward. Alongside me, Lieutenant Colonel Anne O'Flynn, who knows all about this. The buzz is big. Is the buzz as big as last year, or is it just a different buzz?
Yeah, that's right, Simon. It's a fantastic day, and this is a fantastic pitch here at the home of Rugby at Twickenham for us all to see a second fantastic inter-services final match. Really looking forward to the competition today between the blue and the red.
Yeah, the oldest sporting contest, the Blues against the Reds. First up, a moment's applause for all those personnel that have suffered or have been lost during hostilities of recent, and as well as those serving throughout the world. Appreciation and connection with all the surface personnel watching this. Big thanks from everyone lucky enough to be here. So now the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines leads the national anthem. So the swell of emotion, the passionalistic, super feel that comes through the anthems now. Those girls have to get their heads back into game mode I've always thought it's the hardest thing to do. You get wound up and ready for action inside those dressing rooms. You come out, the formalities, and you have to smile and nod your head and sing the national anthem, as great as it is, and then get your head back focused.
That's right. It's the skill is containing that fervour, containing that passion, and keeping it inside, ready to boil over as soon as that whistle goes. And again, it's about controlled aggression, controlled focus on the pitch. It's a tough challenge, but one I'd love to be half myself today.
You get envious when you see them out there.
Every day.
Well, those ladies in red looking to continue things, making sure it goes again as it has done previously. They've won 18 out of 18 against the Royal Navy. Can Rose Dixon and mates change history, change the momentum? It's a huge, huge challenge. But one thing's for sure, those 23 ladies will be up for it. Whatever the outcome in an hour and a half's time, they will have given their all for their service, for their units. Referee, squadron leader John Priestley, with his assistant Sergeant Craig Johnston and Corporal Mike Hayes, number 4 squadron leader Mike Mason. It's going to be Sam Alderson there on the left of shot to get things underway.
Thank you. Time on, please, Andrew.
A big hour and a half ahead of these ladies. The Army, of course, reinforced by the confidence that they've had of recent matches. The Navy really building themselves in so many different ways.
Advantage not
15 to 15. Sue's badge up for the first time playing with the 15 shirt. She is going to have a fairly steep learning curve this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right, especially with Courtney Pursglove charging down at her with every ball kicked through. So that was a bit of an unlucky fumble there by the Navy. Early nerves showing, unfortunately. The Army will be keen to execute this and get her advantage back.
There is the star of the moment. She seems to be the focus of so many people's attentions, both kicking off the tee, but particularly the electric feel that she adds to. And she runs when she gets the ball in play. So Sharp really has
use it sideways.
Got an ever-increasing profile in this game. Millie Williams gets the offload, but very obviously forward. But the intent also very obvious. Great to see Jade Mullen with such a smile on her face. I was talking to her at Queen's Road on Wednesday, Thursday, whenever it was, and because of course she played 10 last season, and I said, which do you prefer? She said, oh, get me out in the centres, let me go, let me fly, and she's really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's right. Jade definitely enjoys the wide open spaces rather than the centre pivot role. But clearly she turned her turbo boosters on too quickly there before she could get the ball.
So the first real chance to see what the two packs are about.
Ball's out.
Yeah, power coming through. Good work from Laker Swain. Converted prop Swain, so has the strength and the power to get the Navy over the gain line if at all possible. Ryan Perry with the kick. A little bit of consternation from Lou Dodd and co.
Stop now, 7.
Just about securing it. Colette Broom downed in midfield, but there's a second row partner, Heidi Silcox. Passing not accurate enough from those in red, but Good leg drive, just to get them back up over halfway. Charlie Morgan, once again feeding outside. Heidi Silcox goes through. A bit of byplay between the forwards taken on by Sarah Batley. And huge numbers out wide should they require them.
Held up.
Held up. Well, that is an open goal. Missed. Excuse my football parlance there, but
oh my goodness, what a...
How many options were there?
So many players on the outside, and it's unfortunate that the Army didn't release that to their outside wingers, who were screaming for the ball, who could see the line in front of them. But Navy have done well there to hold that defence, and the Army will be kicking themselves. That's a chance lost.
If they're not kicking themselves, I think they'll be kicking Chantel Miller. That was not a good choice from the back row. May not, of course, affect the outcome, I get that, but then you've got so many numbers outside.
Yeah, that's something which the after-match review will certainly see her hanging her head in a little bit of questioning her choices there. But it's a team game, so the team are behind her, back now for a scrum to re-win the ball.
Just look here. There was the options, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think there's probably another one as well. Well, lesson learnt, no doubt. Navy learning the lesson of this scrummage and quick ball needed.
Play away.
Pick up from Laker Swain once again.
That's excellent work by the Army there in attack.
Holding. No, it's back here. It's back here.
Yep, the work of Bombardier Bethan Dainton once again, very obvious around the breakdown. That's what she's known for, the power that she possesses and the influence she can have on the flow of the game at the breakdown.
Yeah, like every good seven, she's living on the edge of offside. I'm just there to jackal the ball and secure a good turnover for her team.
The old gag used to be Andy Robinson. You remember the Bath in England?
I do.
His house was called Offside because that's where he lived.
Step off.
I remember watching him as a young player myself and thinking, yeah, that's every good seven should be.
Line out works, although it's not an easy presentation.
I think the front lifter there just didn't maintain Heidi Silcock's position in the air. They just dropped it slightly, but good recovery now as they've gone into a drive off the back of that Glatz Mall.
No hands now, blue!
Navy girls are going to have to be careful they don't get ball watching in this situation. Too easy to get drawn in and defend narrow. Silcox almost but not quite. Another opportunity maybe. Williams lobs it out, and the simplest of finishes for Courtney Pursglove. Well worked from the Army.
Yeah, that was well worked. They took their chance there, almost determined not to make the same mistake they did last time. And Courtney Pursglove found herself in a whole world of space out there. But I'd like to draw attention to Heidi Silcock's second row, the great work she did there in the middle. She appeared probably a few times, taking the ball, gain territory, and then maintaining a good contact for her team to follow through. So as an REMC medic, she'll be glad she's put herself forward that way. Well done.
Big few days for Heidi Silcox. Her wife Gemma's due next weekend, so it's going to be, yes, should we have to settle back down fairly quickly, I would suggest.
Yes, I think this will be maybe her last serious celebration before concentrating on the importance of a new family member arriving.
And the importance of the one-handed nappy change.
Well, Heidi's very skillful. I'm sure she's already been practicing that already. And if not, I'm sure Gemma will have her working hard at that. Difficult kick there for Courtney Pursglove, just hitting the near post. Let's hope she runs other ones a bit closer to the post next time. Give herself a better chance.
So points on the board for the ladies in red. Just important you get the feel for the Navy girls just to get up into enemy territory and get a few phases together. Oh, the footballing skills of Suze Badger coming to the fore, but it immediately plays into the hands of Bethan Dainton, and within the space of 3 minutes, 2 tries on the board for the Army.
That was due to some excellent reactions from Beth Dainton. She responded well there and just saw her chance, pinned her ears back, and she was gone. No one's going to catch her once she had the open space in front of her. Great try for the Army. Navy are reeling a bit now. They need to draw a bit of strength together, get their act together and try and shore up their defence.
Beth Dainton, the first military woman to play for the Barbars, and a big player in every sense.
That's right, she's a dual international of both Rugby Union and Rugby League, and a fantastic sprinter, so when she gets a chance to run an open play, she will take it with both hands.
Yeah, there's a few cross-coders, aren't there, in the women's ranks. I think Jade Mullen is going to be playing Rugby League for London Broncos. I think next week she's up against Castleford Tigers, so yeah, it doesn't stop, it's just a different, a mind reset, if you will.
Yes, right, a different set of laws of the game, a different pace and tempo and a different focus, obviously, but because there are relatively fewer women in the Army playing sport, those that do play rugby tend to love both codes, and sometimes part of the challenge is to make sure we manage that effectively for the players, so they are being kept safe, i.e. not playing too many games. So if you're good at rugby, you can play 7s and 15s and league.
Yeah. It's the instinct, I always think, the instinct of knowing exactly what to do immediately rather than having to think, right, what code am I playing? 13, 15, 7. That's right, it's that brain switch is important, but sometimes, like Beth, pick up the ball and run always works. Oh yeah, whatever game you're playing.
Particularly if you're as fast as she is. Silcox again with a good catch there, receipt from the kickoff.
Williams sending it downtown to
come back, Blue!
Allow the Red Army to move up. It comes back from Alderson.
Winger, stop! Winger, stop!
Dab through from Lou Dodd, but
14 ahead.
Oh, a chance for the Navy just to settle themselves, get their hands on the ball, get a bit of continuity to it, get a bit of confidence into their heads and their hands in terms of what they're trying to do this afternoon. Missing touch is not on the list, and Lou Dodd with plenty of time to clear. Let's hear what the social media has been saying about this one. Alongside me, delighted to welcome John Knighton. John, what are we hearing on the internet?
Yeah, lots of comments coming through, Simon, from particularly from Wales, believe it or not, and I suppose Ebony Mullin, that will be a certain person, a certain captain's mum is watching. Let's go Army watching from sunny Wales today. Eric Homewood, come on Navy ladies, supporting you here from North Wales, Royal Navy Association in Wrexham, their branch there. Karen Russell, Sarah Mitchelson, Anne O'Flynn on commentary, Charlie Maxwell as part of Eileen Cunningham's ARU clique, selected on Who You Like. Great to see you today. And let's go Rowan Sinclair. Come on Navy, says Julie. And well done Beth from the Royal Artillery all the way. That's from Mike Gilchrist. So already reactions to the score we have so far, Si.
Well, great to have your company with us this afternoon. Keep those messages coming in.
Number 6, high.
The Navy trying to just set up camp really inside the Army 22. A good charge from Olivia Fafita, almost giving them an attacking opportunity.
Yeah, the Army need to watch their discipline here because they've given away a couple of penalties. The referee has been clear in his communication. They just need to listen and respond well. But the Navy's done a much better kick now. They've got an excellent attacking line out just outside the 5-metre line.
Rebecca Addis with the throw. The take from Rowan Sinclair, and in her third Navy cap. Look at the drive. They've set the ball down, so That's intelligent rugby play from the Navy. Now they've got to make something of it. Captain Rose Dixon trying to get up over gain line. Perry directing operations from the base. Lucy Honeybell, part of the same front line, of course, 12 months ago. There's Fafita.
Penalty advantage.
Army players in the way, but the Navy continue to play. Sean McLaughlin pulled down just short, but a period of play in which the Navy can just find their feet in this game.
Yep.
Ref Priestley goes back.
Eight. Offside.
Call against Sally Bellhouse. Number 8 star of last year, and of course the RAF game player of the match, I think.
Those are forward penalties, don't let those build, please.
Was it RAF game this year?
Yes, that's right, and she was player of the match this game last year as well, I recall. So
and I wonder who nominated her for that.
I couldn't possibly say.
Cap badges or anything?
I was impressed by her number 8 skills.
Of course you were. Well, and rightly so, from what I saw.
She had a fantastic game, and I'm glad she's got involved today.
Maul!
In defensive mode right now, as the Navy try and unite to drive towards that line.
Same maul, 8 is legal.
They haven't scored a try against the Army in 10 years, can you believe? So this is a huge moment. If they can just hold their composure, hold their technique. There's the ball. Almost, but not quite. Set back. Counter ruck coming in from Silcox. But they're over! First try for the Navy since 2013, and you can understand the elation. They are on the board. They've broken the bagel in a quarter of an hour.
That is a great shout for Navy. You can see what it means to them. Screams of delight and absolute team jubilation. Well played, they deserve that try. They worked hard for it. There was a fantastic tackle by Sarah Batley on the previous charge, which I thought would stop the play. But no, they picked up and they're able to go again. What a fantastic reward for their hard work.
Well, we talk about getting ticks in little boxes throughout the course of a game. I'm saying that's a medium tick in a fairly big box, because that is important for their psyche, for their confidence, that they know they can score.
Exactly. That's a huge blow as well to the Army's. I'm sure had a goal to keep a clean sheet. As a strong team, they don't have that as potentially as a goal. So the Navy now have definitely taken a big tick in their achievement box, I'm sure. So well done to them.
Suze Badger going to be taking first dibs from the tee. Former Navy footballer. Can't find the target on the first opportunity, but they will be delighted with that scoreline.
The key thing now for the Army is to reset the mindset, 0-0, go again and try to restart their attack momentum. The Navy, of course, with a hand, want to just repeat that manoeuvre, get down that bottom corner again. They've had a good return for their pressure so far.
So an interesting start in the first quarter of this game. See how the Army are going to respond to that dent in their pride, their dent, well, maybe not in their confidence, but great offload from Dainton. So aware, Charlotte Tweedle trying to get some go forward. Miller. Morgan and Williams setting up the steering committee in midfield.
It's a nice offloading from the front row there, good to see. A hooker and a tight head prod getting involved.
Malone out to Pursglove.
15 blue roll.
back into the Navy 22. Dainton in as first receiver, staying strong as well. So difficult to put down. Addis eventually getting her prey. On the charge comes Natalie Lewis. Recently won her 50th cap for Bath Ladies.
Timing's
Todd
good.
in as first receiver. Jade Mullen revs the engine.
High tackle. 5.
Keep it at tempo. Yes, good call from Williams.
And keeping going. Well, one winger scores one side, the other winger repeats the feat this side. This time, gunner Charlotte Tweedle enjoying the moment to get the third try in the bag for the Army.
And a great decision there by the Army fly half. That's Corporal Williams to take it quickly and release the wingers who are lining up. And great to see Pursglove giving an assist there 14. To her team winger. Excellent to see the Army getting a return try so quickly.
Yeah, you could see Pursglove just scanning, and it was a fairly simple 2-on-1 in the end in the outside channel. It's what everybody's been training at on a Sunday morning from, you know, since you're about 5 or 6, but to actually realise that here at Twickenham and affect it.
Well, that might be true for your male players, but not many of the women's players have started that young. I was fortunate enough to do so, but not everyone here will have started in the junior ranks. So many of them might have learned at school, secondary school or college or uni, or even wants to join the Army. So, but yeah, a 2v1 executed well, and great to see Pursglove now has a challenging kick from the other touchline.
Just not the gas there. Right, let's get a reaction from the blue side. I think Kath Brazier has got head coach Sam Cuff.
Sam, I know that tries-wise the Army are up, but it must have been such an amazing feeling. We saw it, what it meant to the girls to get that Navy try.
Yeah, and we chatted before the game. We said about the fact we thought our forwards were our strength, so it was really nice actually for us to have lots of patience. We stayed down to 22, kept the pressure on, and finally got that score. So we just need to try and bounce back again from this one. One or two little errors are costing us at the moment. So.
The thing is, you've already bounced back in a sense from 2 tries, so it's very possible. And if anything, it just means the girls know that they can score.
Yeah, definitely. And that confidence boost, that bit of self-belief, hopefully they'll get from that. Will hopefully mean they don't think it's a lost cause. They get another score back in. We're back in within 5 again, and we're away. So yeah.
I know it's primarily a forwards try, but Olivia is such a little terrier, isn't she, when she gets near a line?
Yeah, so as someone who used to play scrum half, she still has got that scrum half mindset, but yeah, she enjoys doing it from a flanker's position now and getting stuck in a bit more. So.
Thanks very much, Sam.
Well, Pursglove starting the second quarter pretty much as she started the first, with that lengthy stride eating up the ground, making her so difficult to tackle. I'm not sure whether that's a timeout or a try, but she's happy with her lot.
Well, she's smiling, but she can maybe explain that in the commentary afterwards. But it was a good try, and I'm actually surprised she didn't maybe run on a bit further and head towards the post. Maybe she likes the extended kicking practice, but yeah, she did really well there. A strong fend to hand off her opposite number, and then from then she was behind the back line and she could take all the time in the world and did a slightly crumpled dive, but maybe something to work on.
Got about 45 seconds on the kick.
Yeah, good strength through the tackle. Maybe a few different marks and practices and rehearsal and choreography for the actual try-scoring dive, but doesn't matter. 5 points on the board, another 2 on offer.
Doesn't matter how you score it, as long as you get those points on the board.
Oh, bounces it off the bar. Yes, almost.
So she's hit 1 upright and 1 crossbar so far.
Yep. Go for a job lot and it'll go in off 3 next time.
Then maybe it'll be a Navy trying to kick a conversion next. We never know. It's their turn to come back now. They've got the spirit to take it back.
Yeah, as Sam Cuff was saying there, the self-belief is there from making sure they're not bageled, and you know the nil on the scoreboard hurts a lot, certainly when you get to the final whistle, so that is a huge plus for them.
Yeah, thankfully it's not something I've ever experienced in an Army shirt myself, but having in other teams I have had that frustration, and it is a real killer as a team. So,
well, to be honest,
I am sportingly glad for them.
It doesn't matter what the sport is. If you don't make a mark on the scoreboard, then that hurts.
It's the same cricket. We didn't trouble the scorer, as I say in cricket.
I've done that many a time. Haven't troubled anybody, to be honest. That's another story as the knock forward is going to give the put in to the Navy on halfway.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. Lou Dodd tried to execute a lovely flat pass there, but unfortunately the support line just drifted away from the ball and the pass just died at her feet. So an unnecessary knock on. The Navy have got a chance now to use their scrum, which has been functioning quite well, to try and gain some territorial advantage from that mistake.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
There's a lot of movement in that scrum before the ball goes in.
Not the most stable thing I've seen, but it still allows Laker Swain to pick up and drive over the gain line. Again, the pass doesn't really help Alderson. She does well to get the kick away, but they're not going to get much advantage from that.
Yeah, and the Navy number 8 there is clearly targeting the Army number 10. Her running line is clearly to take her out as a first tackler. So Williams was knocked her backwards then, but thankfully Beth Dainton was wrapped around her ankle, so she couldn't run too far. But the Army now got a chance to seize the advantage and take the ball back.
Ray Metters back in the mix, having been injured for most of last season. I think she was a team manager for UCAF in the International Defences Cup in October.
Like a line out.
So
Line call.
glad to be back on the park now.
Yeah, she'll be furious about that line out. I know Ray well. She works hard at her line out throwing. It's a key technical skill for a hooker, but just drifted off the outside arm there. Interesting to see the Navy have chosen the line out as their option, so clearly they don't trust their scrum, or they've got a groovy move we're going to see from the line out. An interesting setup.
Here's hoping it's a groovy move. Rebecca Addis got plenty of options there, and it's none of them as the ricochet falls on the red side.
And Ray Metters there makes up her previous mistake by securing the ball and getting good ball back for the Army now. She'll be chuffed to have got a chance to do that so quickly.
Of course, Metters try scorer against the RAF earlier on. When was that? 15th of April, not that long ago.
No, she had a cracking game against the RAF. Did really well. You could see how delighted she was to earn back her place in the Army team.
Great to see so many staying to support the women's event. There were just over 52,000, I think, for the men's, but of course a lot of people couldn't come because of the rail strike and stuff. It's limited opportunity.
Yeah, it's a real frustration for supporters particularly that the travel arrangements have changed so late, and the rugby unions have done a good job to try and support that, but it has meant many people couldn't travel.
At least we know where Wally is.
Loose head straight across.
Problems for the Navy pack.
I think that earlier instability may be a sign of them getting tired, and the Army front row are starting to execute their dominance.
And that is going to be a factor when you step onto a pitch like this, which is, if it's not a lot bigger, it feels it. And then the Army start running the ball from right flank to left flank, and there's only so much oxygen over Twickenham.
Yeah, and let's not underestimate the impact this game has on the players. For some people, it's their first chance to play here.
Sure.
And it is daunting. It is a fantastic place to play, but that emotional energy it takes out of you can count as the game gets on.
Penalty advantage, collapsing. Thanks, Craig.
Again, the Army driving themselves a little bit further on. Step from Amy Carr.
Great leg drive there.
Carr only came back from Kabrit in Estonia during the week in order to play in this match. Such is the commitment.
Well, it's also important to remember that all these players are soldiers or sailors first. That's their primary role, and so operational commitments for them are part and parcel of their and the essential part of their day job.
There comes Matters.
Great to see Jade Mullin clearing out there like a front row forward. Brilliant work, Jade.
I think she, if I remember, she covered 6 and 7 on the bench for Quins back in the day. So certainly not scared of a bit of hard yards in the darker recesses of this game.
No, Jade loves a bit of contact.
No, John Priestley right on top of it.
Number 8, off feet.
I've got a feeling John has got a twin brother, Simon, who is also a referee for the Navy. Not that that's going to impact at all today. Somebody whispered it to me yesterday and I forgot to check it. But I think there is refereeing in the Priestley family as well as services as well. We'll need to... I'm sure somebody listening to this is going to let John Knight know on social media whether that's a fact or not.
Well, nothing on that yet, Simon, but certainly my social media handles lit up once the Navy scored a try. We'll come back to those in a moment, possibly.
Yeah, the Army threatening once again. We'll hear some of those social media messages in just a tick, as Dainton has to go back and pick up the pieces before releasing Pursglove. Pursglove resets the sat-nav to cut back inside. Good work from Mullin, keeping it going. Tackle from Ashby.
No hands blue.
Who's next in line? It's going to be Sally Bellhouse. Held up. Good work from the Navy. Sound defence, and they'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, the Army have almost butchered a chance there, I believe. They had numbers in hand, they had good ball available. They seemed to hesitate when the chance to seize the chance was there. So Sally Bellhouse drove well over the line but was held up. The Navy did well to get bodies underneath her drive. So the Army will need to re-attack again. In the meantime, it's the Navy player receiving treatment, I think.
Right, while we're just waiting attention to that stricken player, let's catch up on social media again with John Knight. John, what you got?
Yeah, well, of course, there were an awful lot of messages coming through for the Navy once they scored that try. Alex Nunn says, woo, go Navy. Little message from Ellie Critchley. That's my sister who's just scored, she said. That's rather good, isn't it? And Dave Hudson says, come on, Army, great start from a very proud brother of head coach Sarah Mitchelson, Eric Homewood. So that's the way to go, Navy. Composure and patience. That's from the Royal Naval Association in Wrexham. Second message they sent us today. Let's see, what else have we got? Kevin Jones, yes, Army, proud uncle of Captain Jade Mullin, watching from sunny Wales. The sun's still shining in Wales. We've not had the sun here at all today, have we, unfortunately?
No, we haven't.
And Julie Ray says, great game, ladies. Disappointed with the lack of fans in the stands. Well, just remember, Julie, that this is an awesome stadium. We reckon there may be, 10,000 people in here, which is a really good attendance. And there were a lot of people outside having a coffee or a beer after the men's game, and hopefully they'll be coming back in to watch. And Lorna Heppel says, watching from Kos in Greece, proud aunt of gunner Charlotte Tweddle. Go Army, go Army. And Imi H says Team Navy as well. So loads of messages. Keep them coming in. We'd like to know wherever you are in the world watching this game.
Great to hear from you all. I think it's fair to say there are more than you're seeing on your pictures, because the cameras are in the West Stand with us in the commentary, and all the crowd are here in this West Stand where the tunnel is. We'll show you in a minute, but plenty here supporting the women's game. Great to see as the Army go again with Bellhouse. Comes from a great rugby family. Of course, Dad was a pro with Wigan Warriors in the 13-man code. Williams. Mullin. Good leg drive from Mullin. Good to hear that the entire Mullin clan are watching us and in contact. Uncle, Mum. Anybody else? Neighbours? Must be neighbours, surely.
They're all watching together, I think so.
Are they? Now the ball's released. Williams With a bit of a loopy pass, Chantal Miller picks up the pieces. Dainton there to keep things moving though. Pursglove off her wing. The two wingers side by side in this left-hand channel.
Use it.
Dainton, steps one, steps two. Not quite, that's good D. That's resilience from the Navy. But Ray Metters is going to try and get drive, and again she's held up, and again, what's that, 3-4 times now we've seen the defiance of the ladies in blue in defence.
Yeah, no, that is good, strong defence by the Navy. They are working hard to defend that try line, and an excellent position there to get underneath Ray Metters as she dives the line. Again, she had a short angle to approach there, but she was held up well by the Navy. So a goal line dropout now means they can start from their own line.
Lou Dodd, one of the many ex-Wasps or current Wasps that are involved in this contest. I know I've seen plenty of social media mentioning that connection. Well, the two props trying to show
Knock
their
on.
back skills, but not this time, ladies.
Knock on. 3 in front.
Sarah Batley, who's
Penalty.
scored a
Knock on,
fair
3 in
few
front.
tries, including against the RAF in that earlier game at Kingsholm. Oh, Charlotte Tweedle was risking it all. There's the handling errors that are inevitable, really, and so many
Happy.
players playing on the big stage for the first time. That looks, I don't really want to see that, I don't think.
Don't need it for a line out.
I think she's injured her hand
Let's
there
go.
trying to catch that ball. I think she might have dislocated a finger or thumb, possibly.
Yeah.
She was in immediate pain and pulled away straight away.
Yeah.
Let's play.
I guess they've got Jess McCauley on the bench, who was playing in the 11 shirt last season. So like-for-like replacement should it be needed. Let's hope it's not. Swain.
Tackle away, Reds.
Currently serving on the HMS Prince of Wales.
Advantage knock on.
Again, the ball goes loose, and again, it's the Army who pick things up, and again, Pursglove offering so much threat, so much strength for somebody so slight. Great support from Mullen. Mullen, well, happy to take defenders with her if needs be, is Jade Mullen. Tries there. He said, no. Oh, interesting call from the ref. Sarah Batley feels aggrieved.
She feels very hard done by. I think they might be checking
Changes
that.
come in there.
No, an immediate substitution. So
is that Hannah Gilmore? I think it's Hannah Gilmore actually coming on.
yeah, she was warming up just on the sideline. Looks like Charlotte Tweddle has gone off after that hand injury.
Watch off. Now you tell me.
Well, Hannah Gilmore is so fast
Okay, let's go.
that
Your
she
play's
has
up.
sprint-offs, I'm told,
Let's
with
go.
Courtney Pursglove.
Rather her than me.
Yeah, there she is.
Watch back on.
A hockey convert of sorts. Scored that first try against the RAF.
You can't say of sorts. She's now on the Army first
She
team
is
playing on Twickenham pitch.
Absolutely right. And here's another one. Lou Dardo trying to give her first touch of the ball.
Relax.
Nat Lewis just helping someone off the pitch there.
So generous.
Knock on in touch first.
She's a very generous person.
She doesn't do that with Nacho. Not when he's chasing squirrels. I won't tell you what Nacho, the dog, does when he gets squirrels, but it's not nice.
Well, as a vet, I'm pretty sure I can work it out.
Well, you can.
I'm a dog owner myself who likes to chase squirrels, so
Right.
I've got a pretty good idea.
Nat Lewis told me all about Nacho, the squirrel hunter. I've changed the last word, but squirrel hunter we'll stick with.
My dog's afraid of squirrels.
Oh, really? Yeah, but we don't all have poodles, John.
She's a Springer.
Standard poodles are actually guard dogs, so I wouldn't knock a poodle if I were you.
I've got a Dachshund who barks for Britain, so...
Oh dear.
Yeah, exactly. Not my choice, but there we go. Anyway, back to the rugby.
Let's play.
Navy trying to wrestle position, but that's been snaffled.
Good job, Sally Bellhouse, I think that was.
Yeah, looked like the number 8. Quick transference.
Backwards.
Good work. I think that was Ashby who got over to tackle opposite number. And here's a drive from Sean McLaughlin to take the Army away from the 22. Good work again from the Navy under duress and managing to survive.
Yeah, the Army are forcing things from my mind. They are trying to look for offloads that aren't there, and in fact need a bit more go forward to grab some ground. The Navy, though, are working tirelessly in defence, and they're doing a great job of driving their opposition back at every chance. They're not conceding at all. You know, respect to them for taking the fight to the Army.
Coming into the last 3 minutes of this first half. 4 tries in the bag for the ladies in red, but 1 for the ladies in blue, which is very important in their mindset. Ryan Perry
carried back,
and Alderson really inviting Rose Dixon to try and get out of defensive areas. Always difficult when it's a midfield of Mullen and Carr opposite her. And the turnover is there. Dainton goes through. Nobody at home for the Navy. Beth Dainton scanned, saw and went. And that's the second try for the Wales international.
Yeah, she looked up there and saw a mismatch in her defensive line. And she did look for the pass outside her, but then pinned her ears back once she realised that she could skip around the outside. So, and the grin on her face tells you how chuffed she is to get her second try here at Twickenham today.
Used to playing in the area, of course, spent 6 years at Harlequins in the rugby union, now a rugby leaguer up at Leeds Rhinos. Only began playing the game in 2015, so still a relative newbie. Can I call her 8 years a relative newbie? Probably not.
I don't think so. What I will say is she's hugely talented. And actually,
sure.
She's found her sport, and it's great the Army can support her in continuing that kind of career. So it's great to see her scoring another try today.
First Glove gets her second success from the team. And it's a healthy looking scoreboard from an Army perspective. Let's catch up on social media again, John. What you got?
Well, those questions answered about Jade Mullin, her sister, her nephews, and her doggy Thorasaurus are all watching from Wales.
The dog is called Thorasaurus. How can you call the dog to heel when it's called Thorasaurus?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But we've got people watching all over the place. Samisi Bukala Nadro is watching from Fiji. Angela is in Belize. Super proud of my teammates. Go on the Red Army. And Eric Homer said the temperature in Wrexham is 20 degrees. I'm envious.
Yeah, so am I, but I'm not going to mention it as I shiver in the commentary gantry here. It has been reasonable weather. The rain at least has held off and held away, but the sun has not really shone through in the course of today. Thorasaurus. It's opened up a whole can of worms, isn't it? Or can of dog food, maybe.
That's a great name for a dog. I'd love to see a photo.
I'd love to see the size of the name tag on the.
I'm sure they'll oblige. I'm sure they'll oblige with that one. Must mention as well we've got someone watching on a ship in the Adriatic at the moment. Stephen Critchley. Hi, Stephen. And we've got Marie Bebel watching from March's Bar in Ashford in Kent as well. So people all over the place are watching.
Cheers. That's all I'll say to that. Great to have you with us today. Badger. Good work from Badger, just trying to draw the defender out before releasing Brona Gibb. Gibb, the first real chance she's had to get her hands on the ball. Well, half-time call is made by the referee. The Army with 5 tries on the scoreboard already, but significantly the Navy with that try from Olivia Critchley-Peddle means the scoreboard reads the Army 29, the Royal Navy 5.
You can't bend it to the top, climb, bracket gen dealer of death. Yes, you are. Look at you. That cry just doesn't lie, does it? What timepiece you rocking? Ooh, inside the wrist. Gucci. Is that an EB special project? With individual squadron markings? Ooh, Ali. So, how did you become an EB Special Projects lead? You contacted us directly and efficiently expressing interest. You can give us a call. Pop into our office at Hanwell. You can explain the nature of your project. Why are you making it? What makes your regiment, unit, troop, squadron, brigade truly unique? We don't just copy and paste your logo onto a dial. We break it down and build it from the case back up. It is a blank canvas, and your project's personality is the paint. Once the design has been confirmed, we'll fire it all to whom might be interested. We gain initial interest, and then pre-orders. Then, if we make the desired numbers, the mission is a go. The watches are made, and when ready, are dispatched at the speed of 1,000 gazelles. 3, 2, 1, mark. Wear it proudly and treat it mean. And remember, the first rule of EB Special Projects is to tell everyone about EB Special Projects.
Well, it's not quite one-way traffic here. 6 points to the Royal Navy, 29 to the Army. I've got Chrissy and Jane back with me in pitch side. Why don't we start with the neutral perspective from the RAF? Your thoughts so far?
I think good. It's been a good game. I think the Army will be a little bit disappointed. You know,
really?
Yeah, 4 tries held up over the line. A little bit of loss of clinical at times, but I'm really happy for the Navy that they scored.
Jane, your feelings? Agreed?
Yeah, agreed. I think it's been a really physical battle. I think the Navy can capitalise on their catch and drive really strong. I generally think if the Army play a little bit more expansive, it'll be more runs in, more runs generally.
Because the thing is, you're right, the Army are making mistakes. The Navy aren't quite being able to capitalise on those mistakes, though.
Yeah, I think they're being a little bit tactically naive at times. Maybe a tap and go from your 5 metres when you're under the cosh, not the best thing to do against the Army. But I think the Navy have still got a lot in the tank. They look fitter. They don't look like they're down and out at half-time. And I think they just need to reset and regroup and focus on things like the catch and drive, which worked really, really well for them.
Yeah, so what is being said in the dressing room? We'll start with the Navy side and I'll let you do the Army side.
Phase play was really good. When they kept the ball at the other end of the field, it was excellent. And Olivia Critchley-Peddle, absolutely fantastic try from her. I think they just need to change their mindset slightly. They need to be a little bit more aggressive. They're almost letting the Army come to them, and then trying to hold things over the try line. I think they need to be a little bit more on the front foot.
The Army might have 29 points on the board, but are they getting a little bit in trouble in the dressing room?
I generally don't think so. I generally think they just need to keep composed. They've settled into it. They've had a great first half. Don't change anything. Everything's working fine. So they can now play more expansive, try a few new things. And I think
right, well, we've had a brace of braces so far. This is Pursglove here, Courtney Pursglove. This is our first. Yeah, straight out the mark for the Army. Well, I think it was 6 minutes, was it?
Yeah, so 6 minutes 33. Yeah, just build up the phase. There's a lovely pass out, clean, a little switch there, and then out it goes. Piscroft, she's so strong on the outside, little hand off and straight over.
By the way, how good is your eyesight? Because that monitor is quite far away, isn't it, Chrissy?
This is actually my favourite of her drives, actually. Look at this. I mean, if you give her this amount of space with that amount of time, you know, she's going to burn you on the outside every single time. She's actually really strong, even though she looks quite slight. So look at that, great try.
Yeah, I mean, you've said get out wide. They really can get round the outside, can't they?
Absolutely, especially with the wheels of Courtney on the outside.
She could have scored a third as well this half.
Yeah, and she also could have put it underneath the post.
Made her own kick a little bit easier.
Exactly, but I think she was just getting a little bit of practice in, you know. Opportunity to kick here at the great stadium in Twickenham. Another brace as well from Dayton. Again, well, this more of a forwards effort, of course.
Yeah, so Chrissy said it's going to be a battle of the sevens. We know Beth is so strong under the ball. A little bit of football there.
Yeah, those are the mistakes we're talking about, but not quite being able to capitalise on it.
Yeah, and just the power and the pace of Beth. She's so strong. Nothing's really going to catch her from there.
Her second try as well, you know, just shows the gas off the line. She's a former winger, an international winger at that, and you can just see how powerful she is. I mean, she's Welsh, but I'm sure playing and scoring a brace at Twickenham is pretty special.
Yeah, it is, but she's doing it in a red shirt, at least.
She is doing it in a red
shirt. By the way, Sweet Caroline playing around here, and actually on this side particularly, we've had some great atmosphere. The Navy got on the score sheet as well, which is, you know, quite a big deal considering we're just looking back at the history of it. We reckon the first time in a decade.
Yeah, really, really massive for them. I said before the start of the game, if they take on the Army's forwards, it, you know, be a big battle because that's where their strengths are, and they did that. You know, this pick and go. There's a couple of faces in the making. Came off a line out. That's a great line on the outside shoulder. You know, the Army a bit disappointed they missed those tackles so close to their line. A bit on the back foot there, but to be honest, I'm really buzzing for Olivia. She's played rugby for the Navy for a long time, and to score that try, I know will mean a lot to her.
And Jane, the other thing is, that was really, you know, that was the first opportunity that the Navy made for themselves, and they took it.
Yeah, again, when they've got the foot going forward, I think it came from a catch and drive just a few phases before that, so they can capitalise on that. They've got the strength, and especially in numbers, if they just recruit more for the going forward, I think generally the Army will be finding it quite hard to stop.
Right, well, speaking of the Navy, obviously the men won earlier today. We can actually catch up with Jared Haler, the captain, who I'd be surprised if he's sober, but he's with calf raiser.
He is sober, JJ, but he is drinking and has just topped up his glass. But we're here with family Haler. Everyone's here. Jared, how great is it that, you know, your family were all here? There's a lot of them to be able to celebrate with you today.
Yeah, I think there was 32 in total. It was absolutely incredible, and the support from them is second to none. It's so lovely to have them all here.
It's probably too soon to ask whether you've come to terms with that win. A massive win, the first time you've won here in 13 years, and the first time you won in services since 2016. But you have been such a good driver for the Royal Navy men. Do you realise how much of a part of that you've been?
I think for me, it's not about me, it's about the team, and it's about the team that we've built, and everyone adds to that. So just kudos to every single bloke who's turned up, all of the support staff, everyone who's helped us along the way. And yeah, it's been incredible, and it definitely hasn't sunk in yet.
Apparently it's quite emotional in the dressing room. There are a few beers flowing, but actually the overriding feeling was emotion. Did it really mean that much?
I think for us this is a new wave, a new rugby team, a new Navy rugby team, and for us, like, we're gonna keep on going on the up. Like, we've had such a good season this season, and it can only get better for us. And I think first time in 13 years, and for me it's my sort of 6th run out here, my first win. So I'm absolutely over the moon.
Just let us know who the family are here. You've got your mum down there, your sister next to you. If you could all just give us a wave, and well done, Jared. So there's Jared Haler's family. How important have they been in this massive, you know, in your rugby journey as well?
Oh, absolutely incredible. From when I was 5 years old and I was playing football and I picked the ball up instead of kicking it, sort of they took me down and said, why don't we try rugby? So yeah, since I was 6 years old, it is what it is, and these have been the people who have moulded my life. So yeah, I couldn't do it without them.
Jared, thank you so much. It really has worked out for you. Back to you, JJ.
Thank you very much, Kath. BZ Royal. Like I say, spirits are very high here. Despite train strikes, we've still got plenty of folks in the stadium, although they're off getting themselves a beer. You go get yourself a cup of tea, and we'll have the second half for you very shortly. Right, it is time for the second half. The Navy with all the work to do. They are 5 points to the Army's 29 points. That's the teams making their way back out onto the field. So let's get back over to your commentary team. Simon and Anne, take it away.
Thank you, JJ. Yeah, interesting hearing Jared Hayler then, a buoyant and jubilant Navy side. Mentioning his start, he began playing his rugby at Havant Rugby Club when one of his mates was a certain Pete Austin. Today, Pete Austin was the opposite hooker to Jared Hayler. Funny how the world works and how the world turns. Right, how is the world going to turn now here? Courtney Pursglove has already got 14 points of the 29 that the Army have taken. Looks like a change. Is that Holly Beacom on, I think?
Thank you.
We'll check that one out. Lou Dodd played fullback for the first time last year, back in that role this afternoon. A season really that began with beating Sweden for the Army, lost to the British Police, then went into training camp in Rutland, Sarah Mitchelson's home area.
Stop now, Red
Beat
13.
the Brunel University, had a tight loss
Use it.
to Leicester Tigers, and then that win against the RAF. They've got one more game, I'm told, against the French Navy in Cherbourg, but Sarah seemed to think that would be more of a chance for some of the development players within the group.
Yeah, that's usually a different kind of fixture against a chance for those players who've been faithful team players, not had a chance to play for the first team as much, and also sometimes a chance to give some promising young players a chance to step up and take the pressure, but it's a good fixture normally.
There's Bethan Dainton. She's everywhere, isn't she? Oh, she's everywhere now because she's about to run in a hat-trick. The smile is about as big and wide as the Twickenham Stadium, because that's 3 tries for Bethan Dainton.
Yeah, a fantastic run by Beth. She saw a chance to run around other players who were caught flat-footed. And I don't think she could quite believe her eyes, because suddenly the pitch opened up. She steps around one, drives her legs through, outstrips opposite number 7, leaves the fullback standing in her wake, and suddenly she's going to run it in from the 10-metre line. So a great early opener from Beth Dainton. The Army be pleased to start that strong.
Yeah, the in and out took her past Suze Badger, and with plenty of gas and acceleration to finish things off.
She started smiling about the 10-metre line, I think.
She did. I thought the floodlights had come on, but it was actually Beth Dainton smiling before she scored.
Yeah, and again, getting the congratulations of her teammates there, who are very glad that she's done all the running and they can cheer from the halfway line.
I don't know what Courtney Pursglove thinks, though, because she could have gone nearer the post, couldn't she?
She could, but then again, Courtney herself scored a try out there, so maybe she's only got herself to blame because she set the mark in the first half.
True enough, she set the standard.
Beth had run from her own half, so maybe Beth's legs were quite tired. But behind the post now, you can see as well the Navy are having a good hard chat. Their skipper's going to be trying to say, come on, focus again, let's go again, ignore that, let's start again. 0-0 for us. Let's try and get back out there.
Persglove can't add the extras on this occasion. She, of course, scored a hat-trick last year. So,
15
not
blue,
an unfamiliar
15.
feeling.
Number 15, change.
John, what's the reaction on the social media pages?
There's loads of reactions. Thanks for all your messages coming in from literally all over the world. Brod Williamson watching from a caravan in Spain. Robin and Dawn Kilner, they're watching from Kuwait today, where it's a bit warmer than it is here at Twickenham, I'll tell you that. And Sinks 1967 says, come on Navy, and Rowan Sinclair, mum and brother in Twickers and dad in Sigonella, watching on BFBS, go for it. And wherever you are, there's loads coming in. We've all got a message from Norway here, from Army, from the Graham Sykes, split allegiance, ex-Army, but with Brona Gibb from the local side, watching from Norway. Keep those messages coming in, we'd love to hear from you.
Change from the Navy already in this first half. I think Suze Badger has gone off, so Emma Maxwell, wearing 22, is in. We'll talk about what they've been in, I'll tell you in a minute, as the breakthrough is there from Williams. Dodd on the inside, a trot over the line for Lou Dodd. Another try on the scoreboard.
That is a great try from Lou Dodds, who's an Army nurse in the Queen's Alexandra Royal Nursing Corps. You can see there she was glad she had a fantastic assist in pass and she could just dive over the line. A really good break there from the Army.
And I have to say, I'm loving the haircut.
Yeah, I think that might have been a dare, possibly. Not many Mohicans you see in military service, but she's bravely carried it off for today. I'm not sure how much gel she's used.
Would that be frowned upon when she gets back in then?
It will not be allowed, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Well, enjoy the moment, Lou Dodd.
Okay.
She's also converting a van, I hear, for her travels with her friends, so she's one who loves the open spaces, that's for sure.
Oh, she certainly took advantage of the open space in that try, but I'm sure that her colleagues in the Joint Hospital Group South East will be looking with keenness at her haircut on a Monday morning when she returns to duty.
Persglove puts her kicking radar back in action.
Thank you.
I'm reliably informed she said she was going to get the haircut after the RAF game at Gloucester. If they won, which of course they did. Well, of course, I get that. But how long it's going to stay in place in situ now once she's back into duties?
Well, I'm sure as a very smart soldier that she is, she's done some excellent sculpting with hair product. And I'm pretty sure that she has not completely committed herself to a permanent look. But
did she do it herself?
I'm not at liberty to say, John.
No. I like it, Lou.
What was out? First one from 8 reds.
Quick
then one
work
from blue there.
from Sally Bellhouse, not allowing that release into the Navy back line. Rebecca Addis just taking her time to recover. There's Emma Maxwell just come off the bench, medical officer who's been covering for the NHS recently, so she's had very limited availability to play rugby, only just come back into the camp. And again, we talk about what these ladies have to give up, what they have to do to play their rugby. There is another case in point.
Yeah, for all those officers and soldiers who've got professional careers as well, it's important to remember they have to continue their professional training pathway. So Someone like Emma, working as part of the NHS, will have a predetermined and non-negotiable training pathway, which is really important that she doesn't get fouled professionally by her military job and military sport. So I'm sure that the Navy team have worked very hard to balance that effectively for her. And it's great to see her here today, able to play on the pitch at Twickenham.
And you can see how important it is that she's made herself available to be here when she's got so much else going on in her life.
Yeah, and that's also down to excellent management and support by her chain of command, and the people around her understanding the importance of a fixture like this and balancing that effectively with her work commitments.
Set.
It's a better scrum with the Navy there.
Alderson gets the call from Maxwell. Rosie Staples, the pack leader, trying to get a bit more momentum into the attack. No way through for Swain. Teammates coming to the rescue at that breakdown. Olivia Fafita.
Tackle, release,
her first cousin is Mr. Buena Massey, who the Royal Navy will know from men's rugby. He's out in the boats at the moment, I understand, but the rugby talent obviously runs in that family. Again, Swain offering to bash against the red wall. Dumped unceremoniously to the floor by Lauren Brooks, who's now off the bench into regular action. Another former Quins player. Or in fact, she's current Quins, I think. Lauren is still in the group over the road.
Knock on, all the players forward, just trying to shovel it back.
Yeah, Rowan, the player there, was really struggling. Was at the loose heads, Rosie Staples. As soon as she hit the ground, you could see she was struggling to roll and present the ball properly. And I suspected she might have some sort of something pain that's holding her back. I think it's her shoulder that she's holding now.
There's the Army double ganging on Maxwell to halt her.
A few more messages coming in from around the world. Alexander Holmes said that couldn't make it to the game and support Major Willis. My partner is 37 weeks pregnant. Well, that's a pretty good excuse. Also, come on, Royal Navy ladies, we're with you all the way, says Katrina Breeze. To all, of course, the lads as well earlier. Well done to the Navy. That's from RNA Wallace. A few other messages as well we've got coming in here. Let me see. Yeah, so proud of the Army team. A great performance from the whole team. From a former Army Rugby Union women's team manager watching in Somalia. That's Donald Smith. And George Carr watching with my cousin Amy Carr all the way from Whistler in Canada. Come on, the Army. I must mention as well, watching in Glasgow, Martin Bernard and Andrew Marshall watching from Glasgow, all over the place.
Good old Whistler in Canada, not far from my baseball team, Toronto Blue Jays. Go Jays, go! Sorry, just coming out of my chair for a minute there.
Control yourselves.
I am.
Control yourselves.
Yep. Back to the rugby. Back to the Army. Half an hour left on the clock.
Use it!
Good control from Bellhouse. Working a little opening in midfield between Mullen and Carr. Now it's in the hands of Pursglove, but the officials call a forward pass. She's going to have to come back. Don't get excited, ladies. You've got to come back.
Yeah, the Army backs just overran the ball a bit there, and as a consequence, by the time the ball was released for Lou Dodds, Pursglove was just drifting in front of her.
Yeah. Yes, very evident from those pictures.
I did like Courtney Pursglove's little chip and chase afterwards. I think she did one of those last year. It worked very well, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, she's been on the England Sevens radar already, Pursglove. So
11 red,
has
James.
a big future ahead of her, just 23 years of age.
Go watch off, player down the backfield. 11
Private
red,
in
James.
the Royal Logistics Corps right now. It was described to me, and I won't name who, she has a crazy personality in that they love her around the group because she's so effervescent. She has that, and you can see, let's take a look at the tries which She began, of course, in the 6th minute with her first strike. We'll just see this.
There's a mark.
How things started. Right, we're back into action. Relatively simple handoff and finish for the Sale Sharks flyer.
Bind!
Yeah, it's quite exciting with Sevens actions coming up. Looking forward to, of course, we've got Olympic Games and Commonwealth Games as a goal her to aim for now, which is exciting.
Yeah, the women's rugby radar has to be pointed in so many different directions now. It's great to see. Of course, not that long ago, there was however many here watching the Red Roses win the Six Nations, and that's right at the top of the scale, but it's happening all over the place.
58,498, if I remember.
Not that you remember.
I was paying close attention as I was stood here then 2 weeks ago. It was a great day and fantastic to see 20 years on after the first Women's Six Nations we held here at Twickenham. It's great to see nearly a stadium nearly 3/4 full. Great day.
Red, I'm happy where you are.
If one of your 23 England caps had had that many people, can you imagine the emotion that you would have gone through?
Okay, let's go.
No, it was fantastic. I actually played in the first England-France Six Nations game here at Twickenham.
Did you?
So there was a very empty stadium on that day.
I announced it then, because I did that game.
It was a great day, and we won 53-0, if I recall. So that was also fun. But there weren't half as many people as there were now. Of course, I think under 1,000. But I would had loved an opportunity for that many people to watch, just to cheer you on. The atmosphere was incredible. It was a great treat to be there 2 weeks ago.
A portent of things to come, we hope.
Amen to that.
Maybe losing the ball inside the opposition 22. Just not taking enough care. Rose Dixon moved back to the full-back role now. Position, of course, she's been quite accustomed to over the years. Current civilian club, Sutton Coldfield. 5 years since she earned her first Navy cap. Sam Alderson has been around a little bit longer than that. Most capped Royal Navy women's player, earning her 20th cap this afternoon.
Ball was out.
Thrown the gear, unable to get the hands on the ball quickly enough. Hannah Gilmore doing enough, but here come the Navy. Rowan Sinclair, the Watsonians back rower. Rhiann Perry, the air traffic controller, trying to work out the patterns that they need to work, but is there a turnover ball there? No, still there for the senior service. Again, Alderson looking for the gaps, finding it this time. Oh, the pick-up from Ashby. Oh, the support not there quickly enough, though. And a very simple decision for the referee on that occasion.
Yeah, that's great defence for the Army. They scrambled, had to get through, but and Jade Mullen, the captain, they're doing a great job of getting her hands on the ball. And the Navy were then penalised, not able to secure and make the most of that fantastic chance. I was impressed there by Ashby's brilliant handling to take the ball, then pirouette, and then keep leg driving to try and secure the ball for her team. But the Army ultimately came away with the prize there.
Had a good rugby season so far. Abigail Ashby won the promotion to Championship 3 with Yeovil Women. Former Loughborough Lightning, of course.
Okay, I need you for the 5-minute channel. Watch off.
Right, let's get reaction from the Army camp.
Just needed a rest.
I think Kath Brazier is talking to head coach Sarah Mitchelson.
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Simon. Huddy, it looks positive from the scoreline, but I'm sure there are bits and pieces that you as a coach are going, you know, they've made some mistakes, but they're still ahead.
Yeah, like we didn't talk about the things we've done well in the changing rooms, that's for sure. We talked about the things that we want to do better.
It does look comfortable, but will the Army and their mindset still be pushing for more?
I certainly hope so. It's certainly the message that we put at half-time, that we wanted to put on a performance today and light at Twickenham, and I think we haven't quite done that yet, but that's what we're aiming for to hopefully now.
The Navy scoring for the first time, does that bother them? You know, it's good for the Navy, it's good for the competition. Will that bother them at all, be in their heads at all?
No, I don't think so. I think we're quite used to being scored against. It's what we do about it afterwards that makes the difference, and we've been working on that really well this season. So for them to score against us, it's probably a positive for us. It usually picks us up a little bit better.
And just finally, just talk about the occasion, you being here, the Army-Navy, second time it's been played here on the main turf for the women's game.
Yeah, it's something that we only dreamt of when we first started playing, and now to be sat here and it's actually happening, it's incredible. It's not just the work that goes on the pitch, all the stuff that's been going on off the pitch, all the support that we've had to get here, and the amount of people that have stayed here and watched. Like, that's an absolute bonus, and the cheering and the constant actual positive support I can hear in the background. That, for me, that's a win. Even if we didn't win today, which I'm sure we will go on and do, but that's the win there, getting that from them.
There's been some conversation on commentary about Lou Dodd's hairstyle, that she won't probably be able to go back to work with that. What's the story with that?
I think it's a bit of a social media. It's a bit of a social media face.
Right, we'll just go back to comms for that try.
Yeah, guess what? Persglov's got a hat-trick again. Deja vu for the Army girls as Courtney Persglove finishes things off to get another 3-try game.
Yeah, a great finish there by Courtney Persglove, and the ball comes out from Charlie Morgan here. You see a great release of the play, and she just skins her defender on the outside. Another firm handoff, pushes the outside centre away, and then she looks up, and a nonchalant one-handed put down enables her to score a try. Hats off to Sarah Murchison there for managing to keep her commentary going while she was trying to watch her team score.
When you hear the words of Adi there, that must resonate with you, with everything that's gone before. I mean, I know Sarah's played, 200 appearances for Wasps. She's got huge history within the game, as have you. But to see where the game is now, to see what's happening now, you must just brim with pride, don't you?
Oh, I'm hugely proud, and the match at Twickenham 2 weeks ago was a great example of that. You know, the pioneers of the game were recognised for the work they did and the work that we did to try and bring women's rugby to the forefront. But I have to say, Twickenham is where we belong. This is where we should be.
Sure.
And it's great to see the team at England level and now Army level being given recognition they deserve. These women have played at the highest standard for a number of years, and it did get quite frustrating in the early days trying to secure that position. I won't lie, but it's great to see we're now here, we belong here, we're coming back, and we're never going to leave this place again, hopefully.
Well, the stories you read in Ali Donnelly's book are just incredible, that you just don't realise of, as you say, the survival, the desperation to get things going. It just, you know, you realise the mountain that has been climbed in order to get where we are today.
Yeah, and Ali's book is a great capture of some stories, but every one of us who's been playing for over 30 years could tell you even more stories of our own.
I'm sure.
And there are more to come. But that's not to say it's a bad news background story. It shows what determination and tenacity was required to push through the barriers which we faced, the restrictions and the lack of support. So it's good to see us here. We belong here. We are grateful, but actually it's about time.
The film will be worth waiting for.
Oh, yes.
Batley, little show and go from the loose head.
Go on, Heidi. Go on, Heidi.
Straight through goes Silcox. Good work from Rose Dixon. She had to make that tackle. Last line of defence.
Is there anything Heidi Silcox can't do? Now she's scrum off, passing off the base to a ruck.
She has got a number 4 on her back, but it hasn't stopped her playing in all sorts of areas this afternoon.
That was a great break by the Royal Army Medical Corps medic there. Fantastic chance to seize the open plane, and a fantastic last-ditch tackle by the Navy fullback. Well done.
9 line breaks the Army have made so far. To be honest, I'm surprised it's not into double figures. The hour that we've seen, and there is the break from the second rower.
And a great skills to delay her offload until Charlie Morgan came through and she sought out her player. Really good skill set. I'm looking forward to seeing Heidi back in the Army Medical Services team next year. It's got a new championship coming up for our intercorps rugby's next season. And again, all these players here have their own cap badges and corps which they can reinvest in and get involved in. More grassroots rugby to help with other players coming through.
Nice. It's the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Anne O'Flynn, who's alongside me, Simon Ward, for this game, and thoroughly enjoying the rugby entertainment. Yeah, just a slightly high tackle there from Colette Broom. More contact from the outside world, John?
Oh, loads of contact from the outside world. Let's mention Mark Crawford. Hi, Jane Leonard's recruiting sergeant here, watching in Riyadh. Truffles, RU says we should have fielded the ladies' team against the Navy earlier. Okay, fair enough. Doing amazing. Come on, the Army, says Kelboy. And Lewis supporting Hannah Gilmore from Yosemite. Let's go Army, say they. Come on the Navy girls, says B10. And on Facebook, a few messages here. Big shout out to the coach Mark Rees from Martin Walters in his first coaching outing for Army Women's at Twickenham. Great coaching talent there. John Douglas says hi from sunny Musselburgh. Go on, Army ladies, keep up the good work. And a message from Jamie Doig says the Army romping away with this. That's why Beth Dainton is a 7s, 15-star in Union and a 13 league player as well.
Jamie Doig, whatever happened to him?
Well, he's a great guy. he's actually up in Sale at the moment with the Leicester Tigers for tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, lovely little show and go from Perry. Great work from the scrum half, catching the red defenders moving out and on the wrong foot. Now the Navy back into the Army 22.
No, on feet now, red 7.
This is where the composure, the execution has to be on point. Alderson tries to get Ashby into the mix again. No way through for Staples. Staples now a reservist with HMS King Alfred. Midshipwoman. Is that right? Midshipwoman, or are they all midshipmen?
I confess I don't know, Simon.
I'll ask
Too slow, number 2.
Mr. Knighton to...
I would say midships.
Midships will do.
I may not be right with that one, by the way. I'm sure someone on social media will correct us.
Always.
Okay.
Looking down in back play. Is that Rosie Staples down again?
Ball down here. That's going to be one of your marks. I'll give them when we sort this out.
Some of the Army subs desperate to get out there. India King pacing along this near side touchline. I think she's going to get her wish now, though. Along with Annika Willis and Manakwala Komatai. There's Komatai wearing 21. Capped against the RAF, and then had to leave minutes later for a Golden Orb rehearsal involved on the streets last weekend. Such is the diary that they have to operate by.
Yeah, that's right. It's great to see also soldiers who are now serving in infantry units getting a chance to play Army sports. So I believe this soldier might be the first Irish Guards player cap for the Army. Fantastic to see her pioneering a furrow for her fellow soldiers to follow after. Really good to see. But yeah, the coronation, of course, last weekend was a fantastic celebration of His Majesty's coronation, and many soldiers across the country and airmen and sailors were involved in supporting that. So again, it's that challenge of balancing operational commitments, national commitments, with trying to play sport at this level.
A few more messages coming in. a rebel whose first name I can't pronounce on the radio, in fact I can't say it on the radio, says lovely stuff from the army, watching from the Middle East. Eric Homewood has been in touch with us all day over there in Wrexham from the Royal Naval Association. We must admit the army number 14, that's Courtney Pursglove, is pretty useful. And he also says the determination of all the women players quite rightly deserves praise to get our women's teams to this standard. Congratulations. Never give up, Navy, says Nicholas Wilkins. Ethan Rose says, go Army, good job from all. And on Facebook, we've also a message from Joanne Carol Alderson. Come on, the Navy, Sam Alderson, number 10's mum. There we go.
Number 10's mum.
Number 10's mum, how's that?
Yeah, it's good. We like mums joining us here. It's poor old Abigail Ashby. She's going to need her mum to stop that nosebleed. Daisy Lumsden is going to get a look at the smile on her face. Now here's the story. Daisy Lumsden wasn't in the original cut for the Navy group, but she plays for her club, Havant, against the Navy, and scored the try that tied things up, and then got called into the Navy group.
Oh, that's
that's brilliant.
Great story for her.
That's brilliant.
Well, let's see what impact she can make on this game with 16 minutes left on the clock. Enough time for her as a winger to get her hands on the ball and make her mark.
Her second cap for the Royal Navy, just 20 years of age, just beginning her rugby journey. But what a significant memory this is. The Navy line-out works and sets up. Red alert in the Army ranks.
Tackle away, Reds! Good counter.
Oh, the turnover's there though.
Backwards.
Here comes Batley.
High tackle number 1.
I think that was one of our subs there, Guardsman Kamatai, making an immediate mark and reaching over and securing that ball for a turnover. Good work.
Well, just looking at
Navy number 1, change please, just here.
the high tackle that came in there.
Blue, we're going to be here.
Well, yeah.
Just
it
hold
was,
for a
Rosie
change,
Staples
please,
knew it as well, but
Blue,
used to be called a seatbelt tackle for obvious reasons. It's no excuse. But,
No, it's important that player safety is paramount here, so well called.
I think Staples' day is done. She's come to the near side. So, just looking to see if Alan Bloxham's
Advantage
on.
number 4, collapse. Number 4, collapsing.
Finger pointed at Olivia Fafita for collapsing. There she is, getting back to her feet. Difficult take for Lumsden to start with.
It's set. Okay, so knock on into touch, Red. You've got the option, scrum or line out. Scrum, okay. Knock on.
Jess McCauley just waiting to get back
Red
to
1,
earn her 27th cap. It'll
Red
be
12, change.
for the British Army.
Red
Here
number
she
12
comes.
as well. 12. Okay, it's going to be on the 5. So just
Sarah Batley's day is done. She's been on fire in open play, but unable to get over the try line this time.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Well, the new Navy ingredients seem to have made a difference to that shove. I think they will reset anyway, but adrenaline and power coming through in equal measure for those in blue.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Angle, loose head.
The drive, not legal from Ellen Bloxham there.
Full pass.
Well, it's all gone a bit haywire. Let's get a reaction from some of those players that have come off the park. I think Kath is with Chantel Miller. Kath?
I am, that's right, Simon, and with Chantal Miller, but also Nat Lewis, sitting here not so quietly, given that the Army keeps scoring. Chantal, just tell us, well, how good does it feel to be in this position at Twickenham?
It feels awesome. We're really lucky and privileged to be in the position. It's not just about everybody who's out on the field, though, it's about the entire squad. So we've had a really busy season in preparation for this, and this is the pinnacle of it. So we're really just pushing ourselves to make sure we can put the best display on that we can.
And I know, Nat, you don't come here complacent, even with the history that you have over the Navy. But were you a little bit nervous when they scored?
Yeah, I think our performance against the RAF was quite similar. We had a crazy 10 minutes, but then we settled, and I think that was just our crazy 5 minutes against the Navy. So yeah, I wouldn't say we were nervous, but we controlled it, and then we went again.
Ladies, thank you so much, and congratulations on the score so far.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, move away.
Well, quick start, or restart I should say, from the Army ranks. There's India King, new to Union really, got her first cap against the RAF and scored a try to boot. Been playing her rugby with Harpenden Rugby Club there in Hertfordshire. Good distribution, good hands, and the try is there for Hannah Gilmore.
You can see how delighted she is there. Her first try in this match, a great impact she's made off the bench for the Army. An excellent set of hands there. The Army backs really used the width of the pitch, didn't rush it, took their time, got the ball out to Gilmore, who was in plenty of space.
The half century is up for the Army, and that is a good team try. Just working it. Give and go, pass, accurate. And the door was opened for the replacement Hannah Gilmore.
We've got some more, another Navy player like receiving some attention, but
there's a couple of Navy players. I think one of them is Rebecca Addis. I can see Laker Swain slowly getting back to her feet.
yeah, I think possibly, is that Rhiannon Perry, the Navy scrum half as well, looks to be taking a bit of treatment there. Do hope they're okay.
Perhaps the most difficult kick that Courtney Pursglove has had in this game. Ooh, that was close. That was a good attempt.
8.5, guys. Keep it going.
Yeah, no, really unlucky there. That kick was so close. Unfortunately, not successful on this occasion.
Nice moment for Hannah Gilmore, just 23 years of age herself.
Navy 8.
Right, changes for the Navy. Brings
change.
Kira Gavin and Gemma Flowers on.
Okay.
Yeah, big smile. Oh, you're on TV. You're on the big screen. Your moment of fame, Hannah. There's Gemma Flowers on. Big weekend for her. Her husband was in the Mariners and her son played in the kids game earlier on. So a big weekend for the Flowers family.
A family affair, Simon, definitely. That.
Apparently.
Sounds like a cue for a karaoke to me.
Or a sitcom.
I wonder who's washing the kit.
Again, it's Bethan Dainton breaking the line and going for glory. Forget the three-peat. This is a four-peat for the British Army in number 7.
Fantastic. What super slick running from the Army number 7 there. Beth Dainton using all of her footwork, her balance running, and again her smile broke out as she curved round yet another defender who was stood flat-footed in her weight. Brilliant try.
Look at the athleticism and the speed she possesses.
She just took some defenders there, stands them up, leaves them flat-footed, and then swerves away around the player. Brilliant skill set. Again, it's great to see her really enjoying her rugby today. She is absolutely taking it to the Navy all by herself.
Yep, 10 tries on the scoreboard and 4 of them down to that lady.
She is executing her game plan. She must be very happy today. Great play.
Yeah, tired Navy legs leaving holes in midfield defence, and oh, that's a good kick as well from Pursglove. Her 5th success out of the 10 opportunities she's had.
You see this other replay. Beth just grits her teeth and actually looks up, assesses the defence, sidesteps, goes around the number 10, and then starts to grin as she puts her heads down and thinks, nope, I'm going to do this as well. Great try.
And it was no rookie rugby player, that was Rose Dixon in front of her, who knows a thing or two about tackles, as we've already seen. Well, we're getting into towards the last 5 minutes of this, so I'm going to put Lieutenant Colonel Anne O'Flynn in the hot seat, because she has got to name the Babcock Player of the Match. I've got a fair idea who may be in the frame, but always interested to hear your decision. Go on then.
So for me, I've been impressed with the front row. So Warren Austin, Ray Metters have been putting herself around the park. Especially in the first half, she was a powerhouse in terms of activity. And also Courtney Pursglove once again has been a star on the wing, scoring tries, converting tries, using her skills. But for me, the standout player today has been Bombardier Bethan Dainton from 1st Regiment Royal Horse Artillery. She's scored 4 tries, she's defended ferociously, she's been a brilliant open side, living on the edge of the offside line, and for me, Beth Dainton's my player of the match.
Good choice. I'm sure we'll all concur with that nomination and selection. The Babcock Player of the Match, Bombardier Bethan Dainton. And from the sounds of it, a popular selection. Right, 4 minutes left on the clock.
Sideways once.
I think that was a Major Annika Willis, the Royal Engineers. They're taking an excellent line out. Good to see a substitute coming on and adding value to the line out.
Another lady who's been biding her time, I'm told, to get here, and so she will be lapping up the minutes she gets on the pitch right now.
Yes, having been a player on the bench myself for many years, it's nice to see a chance to play. And here goes Pursglove again as she breaks through defenders. Just loses her feet as she falls to, but Captain Staff Sergeant Jade Mullen is there to finish off the try.
Try number 11 is there, and it is the captain who finishes it off. The Mullen clan can celebrate now because their girls on the board. Staff Sergeant Jade Mullen in their 2nd year as captain. 6 seasons now in the inter-services and on the tri-board on her 29th appearance in this competition.
Great work in the replay. They can see Lou Dodd, brilliant offloads, creating the space, and Courtney Pursglove again just slices through the defenders, and then a lovely offload, and Jade Mullen is right in hand to receive the sporting pass as a result of all hard work as a good support line. So, and you can tell by the smile on her face what it means to her.
Simple 9-iron for Pursglove.
And I'm sure that Forasaurus will be absolutely delighted that her Her best person has gone over and scored the try there. A few more messages. Great game, Army women, and good to see the Navy women battling so hard there. Fantastic to have the women's game at Twickenham, say British Army Sport. Couldn't agree more. Jack Benzie says, come on, Navy, still time to pull it back. Not quite sure you're right on that one, Jack, actually. Kirsty says, sad we couldn't get down from the northeast of Scotland to watch my niece, Bugler Gibb, in her first run out at Twickenham. An great advert for women's rugby as well. Congratulations all, says Michael Holborn, and actually a lot of compliments to the Navy, because despite the level of the score, they have defended really well.
So 67 points, the tally now for the Army. 68, of course, they reached last year, though the Navy didn't get on the board.
You can hear from the referee's mic as well. The Navy is still really fired up for this. They're working hard. They've not given up. It's great to see their spirit, and the way they're really trying to bring this game to the Army. Even as the last few minutes are ticking over the clock, they are really pushing hard.
Sam Alderson finding her target this time now. Is this an opportunity for the Navy to get themselves into double figures?
I think on the sideline now we've got Major Annika Mills, one of our second row substitute who came on.
Yeah,
could be her, I think.
Looks to have a problem with that left leg. We shall keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, back on the pitch, and the Navy trying to rev things up, wind things up with a try. How big would it be for those in blue if they could just make the next 5 metres before that full-time whistle goes? Dainton being a major irritant in the breakdown, as any good 7 should be, and doing her job.
It's not moving.
Yeah, the Army defence did a great job there of getting the mass of people behind the driving maul, securing the ball and then holding it up. So the Navy were stupefied. They couldn't go much further, despite all their efforts. Also having one extra forward in the pack due to an injured player now off the pitch receiving treatment. So that is a great positive reinforcement for the Army. Well done.
Yes. Take it. Watch off, we're missing a forward.
Yeah, they're down a player temporarily. The Army, I think the bench has been used. Yeah, problems there for Major Annika Willis.
We're going to go. Okay. Sounds like not.
Bethan Dayton has decided to help the referee out by saying, no, we're going to put somebody else in the second row. We'll make up the Army are keen to finish this game. The clock has ticked over. There can't be much left time on the running clock now.
I was going to say, the clock's into the red. This match is in the red, really, and has been from pretty much from the word go.
Set.
You could say this match is owned by the red.
Let's go.
The players in red who've taken a great chance today.
Stand up then. Okay, let's go then.
Okay, little message I should just read out, actually, and this has come through again from Wrexham. Eric Holwood says, RNA virtual top time tonight. Toast will be included for both the ladies and men's team. Top time is held Saturday evening via Zoom with a chat room at 6:30 and loyal toasts at 7 o'clock at 1900. Nigel Turner says, well done Army women for the win. Shame the men couldn't do the same. Sean Scott, apologies Eric, and Eric Holwood says, thanks to BFBS who are live streaming you. You're more than welcome, Eric. We're glad you're able to enjoy it today.
Well, that's it. Enough is enough for squadron leader John Priestley. It has been a dominant performance, as you might have expected from the Army side. 11 tries they've run in, 5 in the first, 6 in the second. The biggest mark, though, for the Navy is on the scoreboard, because the full-time score reads the Army 67, the Royal Navy 5. Well, and jubilant scenes in the Army ranks. They will be delighted, no doubt. They won't be surprised.
They always were preparing for the challenge in front of them, so they will have known the Navy would have come with a tough match and a good game plan against them. But at the end, they stuck to their own game plan. They ran their moves, they took their chances, and they'll be delighted to be the next inter-services champions for 2023, retaining the trophy which they took back last year. They'll be very delighted. You can see there, the Navy should be proud today. They have given a good account of themselves. They've shown tenacity. I've been particularly impressed by their front row, actually, and how they've worked hard. And their 9-10 channel, which as we know was a new combination, I thought were admirable in the way they chased the ball and tried to get their back line running. So Navy did a good show today, but unfortunately they were outclassed. Yeah,
after a difficult start to the week, losing their fly-half, having to rejig the back line, the Navy girls can be proud of what they've shown out here. But there was a difference in class, no question about that. Really showed so well from the word go when Persglove went over after just 6 minutes. But Bethan Dainton, well, if there was a star of the show, and I hesitate to use that, but yeah, the celebrations will go long into the night and maybe into next week.
Well, yeah, and of course, as a former front row player myself, I have to say that all foundations start on the front row, and the forwards have been generating that ball. It's been great also to see our backs getting their hands free and space to run. So overall, a fine team performance. And there's some fine team dancing going on right now by the look of things. I'm not sure who's leading the dance off, but maybe Sergeant Major Ray Metters looks like she's got a head for dancing.
Choreography awards may be issued later on.
Kangaroo Court may require that to be a different type of award, but yes, dancing awards I'm sure will be encountered.
John, what's the reaction? Hang on, let's wait and see as we're going to get hear the words of Jade Mullen and Bethan Dainton. They're down there with Kath Brazier. Kath.
Thanks, Simon. Well, the girls are really keen to get back in the celebration, so I'll be quick. Bethan, first of all, I know it's not all about you, but 11 tries in all, and 4 of them were yours, so well done.
Yeah, they weren't individual efforts, like they were from the team, so they were team efforts. And it could have been anyone on the end of them today.
You are a cross-coder, you play every kind of rugby you can. How much do you enjoy being back in the red of the Army today?
Yeah, there's nothing better than putting on this shirt. There's not many people that can do it, so every time we've got the opportunity, we've got to make the most of it.
Listen, Bethan, congratulations. You are the Babcock player of the match, and here is your prize from Elliot Brown. Jade, while you're still here, a word about your player of the match and your team today.
Oh, Bethan's a superb player. Like, she's obviously vice captain for a reason. She could be captain. A great leader. She brings the energy on the field. She lifts us. There's no better partner that I could ask for on the pitch. So yeah, she deserves player of the match, 100%.
I think a lot of people will have expected a score like that from you today, but just tell us how hard it was against the Navy today.
Do you know what? The Navy are passionate. They've got desire. Like, they still gave it to us. Like, the scoreline doesn't reflect how much of work and effort they put in. Rose, their captain, is an absolute marvellous captain. Great leadership out there. Obviously, they'd be disappointed with the scoreline, and hopefully next year, obviously next season, they'll take on their points they need to work on and then bring it for us next year.
It wasn't a perfect match for the Army, but it was a win in the end, and another inter-services title for you. Still probably smarting from 2019, but here you are again, inter-services champions.
Yeah, obviously 2019 is disappointing. Not many people want to chat about it, but you know, we moved on from there. We won the trophy back last year, and we're obviously super excited to retain it this year. So I'm proud of the girl, proud of the performance. Our head coach is absolutely marvellous. The TSG I couldn't thank enough. So yeah, like Bethan said, a team effort out there, including TSG management, from the meds to the players on the fields. Yeah.
Jade Mullen, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, well, the last train literally left the station 5 minutes ago from Twickenham, but there is a good crowd of folks still here to catch the lifting of the trophies very shortly. But Jane, first of all, your feelings. You must be very proud of them today.
Oh, of course, I'm buzzing for them, and they will be buzzing as well. Like, again, it wasn't a perfect performance, but a win's a win. And the Navy did show up, and they tested them in so many areas around the park. So, yeah, Jade should be so happy there. Credit to Beth, definitely deserved player of the match. Had a tremendous game. Oh no, brilliant effort.
Right, well, let's hear the thoughts from the Royal Navy. Rose Dixon is with Kath.
Rose, it's never easy. A loss, but quite a big loss. But what can you take from that game?
I think we've got a lot to take from that game. You know, we scored very early on, and we wanted to really build off of that. Unfortunately, we didn't, but we had lots and lots of opportunities to do so, and those opportunities we're going to take into training and next season, and hopefully finish every one of those opportunities off next year.
I think it's a sign of how hard you worked and how hard your team worked, the amount of injuries that came on. And we could hear on the ref mic in the last 5 minutes that you were still so psyched up for the game. So the determination and the passion is there.
Yeah, absolutely. And those last 5 minutes I've got to dedicate to the bench that came on, saw us with our heads down a little bit and turned around and said, well, hang on a minute, I've just come on and we want to play. And they really lifted us up, and we were fighting all the way through.
As a military rugby community, how much do you get from playing with Army players and RAF players who've, have playing civilian rugby or elite rugby? How much do you get from them when you join up and play combined services?
Yeah, I mean, combined services is absolutely brilliant because you all get to put together each individual talent and you create this really incredible atmosphere. And then it's really weird coming out here and playing against your friends who you potentially played with in combined services a few months before, but so it's enemies on the pitch and friends off.
Rose Dixon, your real credit to the Royal Navy and to rugby. Thank you very much. Back to JJ.
Yeah, reminder, we are all on the same side here at the end of the day. Chrissy, RAF are neutral here today. The Navy's performance, what do you think they take away?
I think they'll take away that they can really take it to the Army. For periods in that game, they were really on an even keel with them, and I think that's what they need to take away. They've built so much in the last 12 months, so I think what they can do as well is think, right, what can we do in another 12 months? So yeah, I think they'll be relatively happy. The score, obviously, is disappointing, but in reality, they got over the whitewash, and that's what's important.
Yeah, getting over that whitewash was, it's been a decade since they've done that. The Army are probably going to be upset that there's a 5 on that board.
Potentially, I'm not sure what their aim of this, obviously to win. Maybe they wanted to keep it clean, maybe they want to keep it nil, but credit to Navy for getting over it. I said they were going to score. That's shouting it, and it's good for the Navy to get on that score sheet. Like you said, they haven't scored in a decade. That just gives them momentum moving forward and for next year.
Yeah, and credit to their work rate as well. Rose said there, much credit to the bench within that, but they really, fought to the very end.
Yeah, they did, and their fitness has improved vastly over the last 12 months. So that's really good that they've noticed that they need to work on that. So yeah, the bench was fantastic. It's exactly what you want from your bench. You want your bench to come on, give you energy, change a game, and in reality, they probably could have scored in the last 5 minutes, and they'll probably be disappointed that they didn't.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. There was me with my blue shirt on, thinking this could be the moment. Let's just finish this one strong, because that would have, would have been quite something to take away. You talked about the Army not being particularly clinical, certainly within the first half. Second half performance, what do you make of that? A bit better?
Maybe.
God, you're a tough critic. You're a tough critic.
It's tough because, the Army, we pride ourselves on high standards. So when you look back over that, there might be some areas where, for sure, there's things that you need to tighten up. And playing against this opposition, yes, maybe you get away with it with Navy, but if they go and competing against the French Navy in a couple of weeks' time, so we've always got to push our standards. Second half performance, it was good. It was some out-and-out plays by Bear. Jade Mullen came into the game. I think Lou Dodds had a great game from playing in fullback. In general, I think, of course they're going to be happy. We've got how many tries in this second half? 7 tries.
They're probably a bit disappointed with the scrum a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Probably wasn't as strong as, the Army traditionally are really, really strong in the scrum, and actually the Navy took it to them. Got a couple of penalties, so there's always work on. So that's us as rugby players. We're always looking at the little 1 to 2% that we can change and make it better for next time.
But you had assessed that was a possibility. The Navy were going to really target the scrum, and they did.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and again, credit to the Navy, they don't give up. Like year on year on year, they come back, and it's got to be disheartening for them. And it, you know, they are the underdog in inter-services. Yes, they're getting better. Yes, they're building. But just absolute credit to their passion and never giving up. Like you said, they almost scored right at the very end. Like, that takes a lot.
Yeah, listen, I'm a Scotland fan and have been my whole life, so I love an underdog.
Yeah.
Quite happy to be supporting the underdogs here. Beautiful scenes here as well. I mean, talk us through what it feels like to be in amongst as well. Not to be fair, you never did it here at Twickenham, but to be receiving, you know, this kudos, this platform, and not just winning today, but winning the Inter-Services Cup.
Yeah, it's a beautiful occasion. It's a beautiful moment, individually and as a team. And yes, it's about the players, fitness services, but it's about the crowd as well, and your friends and the family and people who are watching abroad. Everything, like the inter-services is so much bigger than just an Army versus Navy game or an Army versus RAF game. It's just such a beautiful environment to be a part of. Oh, I love it, and everyone here is just going to be buzzing like for the rest of the evening.
Fantastic. Well, it is almost time to hand that trophy over. Let's get back over to Simon.
Thanks, JJ. Yeah, as we know from recent weeks, roses are very much the red option here at Twickenham. And once again, they are triumphant in the Inter-Services Championship with a very impressive performance. 11 tries they ran in. Good tries as well they were. The two second rows really adding to a very fluid game.
And I need to correct a commentary wrong that I made. I believe that it wasn't Heidi Silcock in that fantastic break, it was Captain Colette Broom. I was fooled by the shirt change, which was different to our commentary listing there. So I apologise to Captain Broom. She was the lady who made that fantastic midfield break. Heidi Silcock was busy in other areas, but on that day it was Colette who made the break.
You are allowed. It has not been the first mistake that's been made today, so don't worry about it. Right, just seeing Jade Mullen stepping through. She's going to get ready to get back to the 13-player code next week for London Broncos against Castleford Tigers. But right now, she is the British Army, and she is holding the Babcock Trophy. And there is Beth Dayton with the Inter-Services Championship once again. Everything in the Inter-Services garden is blooming red. Well, the two Welsh girls who are used to wearing red, justly so proud to be in this Army lineup, and what a lineup it has been. Their 19th win in this particular contest. It's not unusual, but they savour every minute, and in particular they make the most of playing at HQ, playing at Twickenham. Second year that the Women's Army-Navy game has been here, and once again showing some great sporting entertainment.
And yeah, thanks to all those spectators and supporters who stayed behind to watch this fantastic match unfold. And the Navy have been gallant spectators themselves. They've been fantastic participants in this great game today, and they deserve a round of applause as well for the part they played.
Well, the action will be very vivid in their memories for a long, long time. Once again, it is the British Army who are holding the Women's Inter-Services Championship and the Babcock Trophy.
That Babcock Trophy looks like it weighs an absolute ton.
Bit of a shoulder press, that, isn't it?
Tired enough.
Yeah. I know, they're strong, and a great shot there. Look at that, you know, you see the joy in their faces. Like, it's really, rivalries aside, it's really nice to see that they're, you know, they're so happy over the trophy.
Yeah, beautiful scenes. Now, she already admitted, or she certainly said, Beth and Dayton said it was a team effort, and it certainly was. But 11 tries scored today, 4 of them were hers. Her show reel did well today, shall we say?
Yeah, I would say, you know, she needs to take a lot of personal credit herself. She's been very humble there, but in reality, you know, these were individual brilliances. You know, off the boot, picks it up, and runs it in for pretty much halfway. You know, that's not a team try, that's an individual try, and yeah, she's been very gracious in her efforts there. Although saying that, you know, she works really hard around the park as well.
Yeah, around the breakdown as well.
Around the breakdown, she's an absolute
niggle.
menace. She was a menace, and I played against her at 7, and she is a menace. So, I said before the game it would be a battle of the sevens, and she hands down.
Yeah, she won the battle of the sevens.
I don't know
today.
if she heard what we were saying, but she definitely made her mark on this game. Sorry. No.
Yeah, just there. That's skill, like to weave in and out. But it's that agility to slow down and then go off a left foot. She managed to do that. So if there again, little jink in and out like that. It looks kind of easy, but it's not at that pace. And especially when you got Rose in front of you, like a class defender. Like, for her to move it like that is fantastic.
Truly deserved.
Solid day at the office.
Solid day at the office, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, beautiful scenes here. I mean, what does that feel like? I certainly never know.
Well, I think it's every athlete's dream, isn't it, to get to the pinnacle of a winning tournament or a medal. So, but I think it's a different feeling in a team scenario than it is on an individual level. You get to share it, and you get to share those memories and stories with people. And again, that's what's so beautiful about inter-services. It goes way beyond just today. It's the depth and the foundations of where it's come from. It's like the 21st Rugby Navy game today. Like, so much history in it.
Well, I mean, and a brilliant day as well. Obviously, congratulations to the Army here, but it was the Royal Navy earlier. So, you know, great that both get a little look in.
Very true, very true. Even today.
Yeah, and the first match, an absolute belter as well. It's been a pretty, you know, as matches go, a particularly historic one in that men's.
Yeah, both matches today have been fitting of the environment that we're in at Twickenham. You know, all 4 teams stepped up and realised the environment they were in, and yeah, it's been 2 fantastic games of service rugby.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm sure that they're going to go and enjoy an absolute belter of a night. There'll be a few beers, a few thank yous, probably a few bruises as well. But thank you very much to both of you and to our wonderful commentary team. It has been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to present this. Wherever you are in the world, hope you've enjoyed and have a lovely night.
Hey! Yeah, you. You are steely-eyed, you can't bend it to the top climb, bracket gen dealer of death. Yes, you are. Look at you. That cry just doesn't lie, does it? What timepiece you rocking? Ooh, inside the wrist. Gucci. Is that an EB special project? With individual squadron markings? Ooh, Ali. So, how did you become an EB Special Projects lead? You contacted us directly and efficiently expressed an interest. You can give us a call. Pop into our office at Hamway. You can explain the nature of your project. Why are you making it? What makes your regiment, unit, troop, squadron, brigade truly unique? We don't just copy and paste your logo onto a dial. We break it down and build it from the case back up. It is a blank canvas, and your project's personality is the paint. Once the design has been confirmed, we'll fire it all to whom might be interested. We gain initial interest, and then pre-orders. Then, if we make the desired numbers, the mission is a go. The watches are made, and when ready, are dispatched at the speed of 1,000 gazelles. 3, 2, 1, mark. Wear it proudly. and treated mean. And remember, the first rule of EB Special Projects is to tell everyone about EB Special Projects.